My goodness, StreamYard won't let me be great. They said that everybody's going live right now. Shout out to everybody in the chat, guys. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We are still setting up a little bit. I had to move some stuff around because I had to set computer and trying to dust and clean because I don't like, I don't know how long what we're going to do and everything. And I don't know how many people are going to be here and, the interest and everything. So I'm trying to get everything ready. How are you, Breezy? Welcome. It's a pretty small crowd right now. I'm looking over. My camera's right here, but I'm looking at my screen. Hey, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So forgive me if I look over here. I'm going to turn on the light here pretty soon, but it's kind of like a cool little atmosphere since it's still morning, depending on what side of the world you're at. Welcome everybody. Welcome. Shout out to everybody in the chat, guys. Make sure you guys are hitting the like button. We're gonna get the people in here, guys. We have so much to get into. But I kind of wanted to start the mood. Hey, First Liberties, how are you? I'm like, there's so much happening right now. I mean, everybody's kind of like speculating what's going to happen. Shout out to Ticket TV. I was in Ticket TV's chat last night, and there was an article that dropped. I said, "Oh my God, Keefe D cannot catch a break." Apparently, apparently he was on the phone with his mistress, and he confessed, or at least admitted, that he did write the Compton, Compton Street Legends book. I said, wait a minute. You were with your mistress and you said this on the phone. I mean, all these prison calls, they're all recorded, right? I'm not making this up. Shout out to, I said, you have got to be kidding me, man. I said, this guy can't catch a break. I'm not. Keefe D, it says, hold up, y'all. Y'all can't make this up. I was like, no, man. Keefe D admits writing his own book during a call to mistress before trial. I said, this is what the people are saying. Well, let me tell you, this is all hiphop.com, but now hold up. I need one of those do one. That horn. Where's my horns at? I know I got some wiggets over here. I gotta get my Oh my God. I said when I heard this last night, I couldn't even go to sleep after after Ticket put this out here. I said, you gotta be joking. You have to be joking. We're not on the phone with the mistress. And out of all people, the mistress. So this also came from the New York Post. Maybe this is where it was pulled, but apparently this is what they're saying, that Keefe D, who allegedly ordered the murder of Tupac, undermined his own defense in a braggadocious phone call to his mistress. The Post can exclusively reveal Keefe D contradicted his stance that he lied about orchestrating rapper Tupac Shakur's Las Vegas 1996 drive-by shooting, stated in his own memoir, which he has now since claimed was all just a ghostwriter. Okay, in the 7 minutes of a jail call to his female pal, whose ID is not revealed, she asked him, "What's this book they say you wrote?" To which Keefe D replied, "Oh yeah, I did." Prosecutors allege Davis is a member of the Southside Compton Crips gang and was in a car with his nephew Orlando Anderson, and through him the gun used to shoot the 25-year-old Tupac Shakur 4 times. Now hold up. Now that was the Post, but let me see. They exclusively reported this. And this is what they say. Keefe D caught himself in a trap that prosecutors are now using to dismantle his entire defense strategy before his murder trial even started. In a 7-minute jailhouse call to his mistress, days after his 2023 arrest, the alleged Tupac orchestrator admitted that he wrote his own tell-all memoir, directly contradicting his legal team's claims that a ghostwriter basically wrote this book, y'all. He said that when his female companion asked, "What's this book they say you wrote?" he responded without hesitation, "Oh yeah, I did." Maybe he was talking about another book. Like maybe he was talking about another book. He was talking about another book. He wasn't talking about that one. It was another book. Suge Knight said, I don't want nothing to do with this whole thing. Bring me. I saw that. So Suge Knight, this is what NBC reported this morning. Suge Knight said, listen, if you drag Suge Knight up there, he said, I'm not going to say nothing. No. Nothing, nada. You said, Suge Knight said, I don't want nothing to do with this whole whoever brings me in, it'll be bad for Keefe D or prosecutors. Can they they'll just classify him as a hostile witness though, right? Man, I just can't believe that the mistress, he says he's not saying nothing, but Keefe D put himself there saying in all the interviews he was there, basically telling them all they better leave him the heck alone. Well, my thing is first of all, I don't want to make this ish up, but I'm pretty sure when I saw the witness list, I think the wife is like a witness. So the mistress was calling him in 2023. And I mean, I think that I would feel really, really bad if my husband, who I've been married to for I don't know how many years, the mistress is calling and she and he made that admission. Oh yeah, I did. I don't know. I guess maybe it's open for interpretation. Maybe he was talking about another book. Was he working on another book? Here I am just trying to think outside the box, right? Like I'm just thinking outside the box. Anything is possible. That's the thing, is anything and everything is possible. Now, side note, all the cameras are like outside. Thing has started, everybody's out there. I don't know. People think that it's like it's going to be jury selection, so they still have to select the jury. Okay. You said a witness for prosecution. Oh my. Well, maybe the mistress was always a witness to the prosecution. See, this is why you should not be cheating. Because you never know. Like you can always get caught up with one thing or another. Thank you so much, Earth to Ashley. She says, I love this channel. Nobody can do it like crap. Well, thank you, Earth to Ashley. I appreciate it. Patty, member for 10 months. Thank you. Appreciate you. Thank you. And thank you so much, Jolene, for the 100 jewels. Welcome, everybody. All right, so we got quite an agenda, okay? Just so people are aware. So we got to finish the Mopreme lawsuit. So we got that already in there. I'm going to do a full screen view so we can see what's going on outside Las Vegas, all right, while we review the Mopreme lawsuit. And then also, I do have an appointment, but I'm not going to shut the stream. We're going to keep the stream running, but I'm going to leave the Compton Street Legends book running in the background with the music, because y'all know we have to play the background, but you guys will still be able to hear it. So there's still going to be, we're not going to hear there during jury selection. There's no cameras in there. There's going to be cameras in there when the trial actually starts. So yes, although this is considered day one of trial, we're still kind of going through the jury selection part. So I do have to step away, hopefully for like 20 minutes, but it might be for about an hour, depending on how long this takes, because I do have to drop off Baby Bunny and do everything. But y'all gonna have a place to kick it and hang out, and there will be music up there. And y'all might get a troll or two. Keep it cute. We don't entertain the trolls. Somebody will be there to block somebody. You know how it is. You said, I'm here, Rabbit, but if you don't like me, I don't see. If you don't like me, long story, but I'm good. Love to know who has my back. The boss. If I don't like you, I have no idea why I wouldn't like you. Shout out to you. I have no idea. But welcome, love. So we're gonna start there. I think that'll start good. We did start reading Mopreme's lawsuit. We do have day one grand jury transcripts. Shout out to Poetic and Morris. I started reading. I got a peek of day one transcripts. And let me tell you, the person who's a witness for day one transcripts, oh my God, I was like, they must have said you have to be a witness or you're going to prison. It's a one of Keefe D's soldiers, okay, who saw everything. He details everything. I was reading it, and he basically put out there the stuff that a lot of us suspected, right? That kind of have knew, we've known the lore of the West Side, East Side rivalry that Diddy needed. And Keefe D put this out here. Well, he's changing his story now, but Keefe D did put this out here in Compton Street Legends, guys. We knew that Diddy was using the Crips for protection against who? Suge Knight. Mm-hmm. Now you have somebody who's member affiliation who basically discloses that. But this man did an interview in like 2018, and I didn't see anybody like really note that, because it's somebody that ran in that circle. It's somebody that was there when a lot of the infighting was happening. He actually was locked up during the time that the shooting happened. So he heard about it through when he was, behind bars and everything. So he talks a little bit about that, but he gives details. He talks about Keefe D, he talks about Orlando. He even gets teared up in the stand during the grand jury testimony. He gets teared up when he gets emotional when he talks about Orlando Anderson. And he even paints Keefe D as somebody who, he was, even though he was getting the money the way that he was sending people off to college. He was funding people's futures and whatnot. So he's got this like Robin Hood kind of complexion, if you know what I mean. Like, and we've seen that a lot. Think about Escobar. There's a lot of people, in Colombia that have said really, really good things about Escobar. Because even though he has been known to be like this trafficker and he's got this horrible background, behind the scenes, and of course, let's not forget the schmurders and stuff like that, because, I mean, he was doing all that. But behind the scenes, he was helping a lot of people. He was building schools. And so there's this idea that through the rug money, through the, running of this and others, we've seen this a lot with the cartel too, right? Where it's like, they, in one, breath, they're saying that they're doing good and they're helping people. But in the other, they're kind of taking out people, but they're investing monies in neighborhoods and taking people out, competition. But, and we see this with the mob. This is like very tactical. So when I heard him talk about this, I said, oh man, yeah, like we know what this is about. You know what I mean? Like truly we do. But yes. Let me see. No way. Yes. Keefe D is in. Keefe D. But yes. Let's see. I forgot the trial in Vegas, and I'm in Vegas right now. Damn. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure it's gonna be kind of crazy. There's already a line out there. You know what? Shout out to Vegas, because they know how to do it. They got documents out. They got cameras inside, and they have overflow rooms. They're gonna let people be like, you got to give it to Vegas, okay? Because they said we're the tourist people, right? We know people are going to be flying down here. We're going to make a pretty penny off a lot of people. Overflow rooms, cameras, and guess what? We ain't stingy about the transcripts either. So you got to give it to Vegas. Shout out to everybody over there in Vegas, because we're going to find out everything. They are not playing. They said we are going to make money. This is a very historic trial. I think it's important to note. Absolutely. So we're here for it, and we're going to be reporting on it. Okay. All right, guys. So shout out to everybody in the chat. This is the individual that I want to talk to you about before we really, really get into it. Okay. Let's see. So we talked about the, this alleged mistress, apparently, allegedly, knowing everything, and I wonder how many phone calls he's had with that mistress and whatnot. Hold up, y'all. Let me see if we can get. Is it this one? Yes, this one right here. Let's talk about this one. Hold up, because I was looking at so many things here. Now here, he really does get into, and his name, by the way, is Dirt Rock. Some of you guys might have heard his name. Some of you guys, this might be a new person to you, because it's not somebody that, let's see. Oh, hold up. I want to pull the exact transcript. You kind of have to look at this individual. Let's see. Brother Love. He makes fun of Diddy's name. He sees me, so the Diddy everybody sees, the dancing, his name, the powerhouse. He discloses a lot about Diddy here. Let's see. Puff. Hold up, y'all.
Comes up a lot. Right. And obviously he is who he is, so he doesn't have to go on screen and do interviews, and he's not going to do interviews.
No, he's not.
About it. So can you tell me?
This is day one, grand jury witness, day one, grand jury witness in 2023. Okay. This is day one grand jury witness, just so people are aware.
Were you guys, and when I say you guys, Southside Compton Crips, were you guys hired by Puffy as security? Or were you guys just like part of the entourage and just around?
We never no entourage.
Okay. Was that disrespectful?
Entourage. It's very disrespectful. Okay. We are our own entourage. We don't need no other nobody, especially no New York niggas. You feel me? We're from Compton, California. This our land. Like, we don't need nobody. You know what I mean?
So nobody. It's more he wanted you guys around.
He had to have us around.
Oh, okay.
Ain't no way in hell he was. Only person else he could have turned to was the 6 O's. 6 O's, you know what I mean? Big up to 6 O's too though. Y'all, they do their own thing, you feel me? And they push a cold line. You feel me? They have structure, they have certain things. Just like we do. Can't take nothing away from nobody.
Right.
They got their thing, they do their thing, you know. Okay. And like I said, big ups to 6 O's, you feel me? Mm-hmm. And Compton at that time, we're known for whatever.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
So the Diddy that everybody sees, right. The dancing.
What he said his name was? I forgot. He said his name was Mr. Something.
Well, he's Brother Love now.
Brother Love. Mr. Brother Love. What the fuck? Brother Love.
Right.
He switched that shit up though. He quit. Let me just tell you, you and the world, right? You gotta understand how Diddy grew up. Diddy Daddy was a powerhouse. When Diddy came around, like he was a powerhouse too. You know what I'm saying? He was a powerhouse in certain kind of aspects. Mm-hmm. We could care less about what he was doing, whatever. You know what I mean? But he had power.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And as we see, he still got power. You feel me? Money is power. You know what I mean? When you up under certain shit, and that's a different world, and I ain't even talk about that world. But some people can read between lines and know what I'm talking about. Mm-hmm.
But even without talking about like our breathing life and into the Illuminati, because I don't, I don't know any. Okay, I said that. Yeah, not to say they don't exist. I don't know anything about it. Okay.
Just to let you know they do exist.
Okay. And
he surrounded himself with, you know what I mean, good lawyers.
I honestly think that the Diddy name changes was, of course, not only for rebrand, but to distance himself from all of that, right? All the Tupac, all the Keefe D stuff, all of this, all the Suge Knight stuff. Like Diddy, there is that rebranding aspect, but I think he always wanted to distance himself from all of it. So this is how he felt like he could do it. Just keep changing your name. Brother Love. Think about it. Love, the Love album, Puffy, Puff Daddy, P. Diddy, like all this stuff. It's just various variations, but it's just the distance himself. Yeah, the chameleon for protection, right? Because honestly, right, not a subtle pivot whatsoever. But one of the things that we knew, right, that's been like well known is that Diddy knew where to go to seek protection when he needed protection of various individuals. And he wanted Tupac as an artist. He wanted him, right? Mo Preem's lawsuit highlights that. Keefe D's book that he wrote but didn't really write, but now he wrote but didn't, whatever. whatever his defense is, he's allowed to defend himself. I guess he's allowed to change his mind. He said the same thing too. It has been known that like Tupac was the it. And I almost wonder too, like I had to kind of wonder if Tupac had not had the legal issue that he had, right? Where Suge Knight came and rescued him and gave him a deal and he said, "Hey, sign this." And I don't think that Tupac, at least from, and maybe you guys can feel the same way or not, I don't know, but it seems to me that he was just so independent, right? So independent of a lot of things, of, what the standard was or where he fit in everything, because he was just so ahead of his time to a certain degree. So I just don't think that even had he lived, he would have stayed with Suge Knight for too long. It didn't give that to me at all. I don't think he would have. Mm-mm. Something would have had to have happened for him to, with the 3 albums and everything. I just don't think that it would have been in him to stay there, if that makes sense. But yes, welcome guys, welcome. Make sure you guys are hitting the like button, please, and thank you. Poetically speaking, thank you, my love, for gifting. I appreciate it. Thank you. Let me put some hearts here. Please. Thank you. Appreciate you. Yeah, I just don't, Breezy, like he kind of gave to me that he was independent. Well, and it's funny because even Dirt Rock, who's a grand jury witness, by the way, on day one, he talks about the fact that, Tupac was like somebody that people wanted to mirror and get and recruit, right? Diddy wanted an artist like Tupac. Mo Preem talks about it in his lawsuit too. So yeah. All right, guys. You said Tupac saw right through Diddy's BS and Diddy was almost obsessed with him. I agree, Maria. I honestly agree. Is Diddy on the witness list? No, not that we know of. Not that we're aware of. Unless there's a surprise. All we know so far, what we've heard is it's been said that Suge Knight is on the list. But listen, you can be on a witness list. Does not mean that you can have a hostile witness too. Yep, Tupac would have started with his own honest record label. They weren't ready for someone like Tupac. That's what I'm saying. It's like he was ahead of his time in so many ways, honestly. Okay, so this is what I want to do. I want to, hold up, see if we can move my screen real quick. Yeah, we're going to have to add a third screen. I should have added a third screen a long time ago. But this is what we're going to do. We're going to, hold up. Stop sharing. Let's remove this. And let me show you guys. I got a little because some of the names can get confusing about who I'm talking about. All right. So we got Dirt Rock right here. He's the one that did the interview. He's a grand jury witness. Okay. He's the one that actually pins Keefe D as like the head person of the affiliation, the gang, and everything. Okay. You have Zip up there. And if you remember, going back, I'm going to leave this up here because you just need like reference, because it is a lot of names. Zip is the one that is connected to Diddy. It was through Zip that Keefe D meets Diddy. Orlando is Keefe D's nephew. Okay. Dre Smith on the bottom, and some of these, like I said, these individuals, like the only one that's living outside of Dirt Rock and Keefe D, everybody else is already gone. Okay. Everybody else is already gone here. Terrence Brown is said to be the driver. He's Bubbly or Bubble Up. Okay. So just to give you guys like a couple of names that, it might help, say, well, who's this and who's that? I'm trying to help the people understand, because this is like, it's a lot of moving parts to this, a lot of people. So I figured let's do that as a thumbnail. It might be easier. You said, I'm just praying that I can understand all these. Oh, you will. Don't worry. And somebody in the chat will help, Somebody in the chat will help. Foxy Brown was with Zip in Vegas during the Tyson fight, correct? That's what we heard. That's what Keefe D said in the book. Because, yeah, I mean, it's very easy. And of course we have Tupac up here, okay? But it's, we help you. We'll help you. Some of us that are from Cali understand maybe a little bit more of the who and the what, and Like I said, I was in the 5th or 6th grade when the shooting happened. So a lot of this is like very we can talk about it because we understand a little bit because we might have been in the area when a lot of this went down. Okay. All right. So let's see. Yada yada yada. Okay, I gotta share. Where's my documents? Documents, where did you go? Hold up, y'all. We'll pull some documents real quick. Is this okay? Yep, this is it. So yesterday we were reading. Now I kind of want to do this thing where I'm able to show my screen that's like playing. I'm gonna minimize that. Okay, let's do this here actually. Okay. I'm not showing anything else here that I'm not supposed to. All right. And then I'm going to share my screen with you guys. You guys are going to see some documents up in here. Okay, so yesterday we were reading the Mopreme lawsuit, right? Because in Mopreme's version, I mean, he is kind of breaking a lot of things down and he's advocating. He says, there's a lot that we don't know. We feel like the murder of my brother is a lot more connected than people are leading, to be, or at least want it to be known. And I think that makes sense, right? I would probably say the same, that it seems like there is more to what's being shared or what hasn't, really been revealed. Hold up. Let's make this smaller. Here we go. Hopefully you guys can see my screen share. Got it. Oh yeah, y'all can see it. Okay. Y'all can see it. I turned off my notifications so nobody interrupts me or anything like that. But I do have my alarm when it's time for me to go and everything. Now, give me 1 second because we do have to read some of these documents. And so yesterday when we left off, right? This is, by the way, this is outside of the courthouse. We're not missing anything too crazy. Hold up, where'd it go? Here it is. I'm like trying to overlap it and it's giving me a hard time. Maybe I should minimize it smaller. Here it is. Everybody's outside, but there's no reporting yet. Okay, here we go. So welcome everybody. Welcome. Hit the like button, please. And thank you. I can't believe he was saying he wasn't even there like Shaggy. I know. It wasn't even me. I didn't write that book. Didn't write that book. Did he hated Tupac because of Kim? I do believe. Ooh. Well, I guess we'll see. All right. So here we go. So in this lawsuit, Mopreme, who is Tupac Shakur's stepbrother, he is suing on behalf of the estate, right? And he is suing Keefe D. This lawsuit was filed this year, I believe in May. Pretty sure it was like May or April. One of those 2 months, okay? And he outlines all the efforts that they have done to try to investigate. They hired the Quinn Emanuel law firm. That Quinn Emanuel law firm is the law firm that was helping Jay-Z too, just so people are aware. So a lot of this kind of goes, further a couple years. I mean, the Shakur family has done what they had to do to, try to figure out what happened and, get some answers, which you can't really blame them. I mean, that's what they want to do. They want to find answers. They want to find out what happened, right? So I think they're entitled to that. So in here, when we left off, Mopreme, okay, the plaintiff is talking about the fact that, you got Biggie Christopher Wallace. Initially, he was good with Tupac. There was no conflict or anything like that. Tupac goes to jail. Suge Knight gets him out, and then suddenly you hear, the Quad Studios shooting happens. You have Biggie Smalls, who basically drops lyrics that are very telling about, or at least would allow somebody to think that you might have had something to do with the Quad Studios shooting, okay, against Tupac. And even in the lyrics, I'll just read it to you. We left off kind of here, right? And it was, who shot ya? Who shot ya? Separate the weak from the obsolete. Hard to creep them Brooklyn streets. N-word, no. The lyrical molestation is taking place. Effing with B.I.G. It ain't safe. And I'm Crooklyn's finest, Crooklyn's finest. You rewind this. Bad boys behind this. Bad boys behind this. Bad boys behind this. Again, that's Diddy's Bad Boy record. Okay. So then, to many, these lyrics, this is what Mo Preem says. To many, these lyrics suggested that Biggie and Bad Boy Records more broadly were behind the November 30th, 1994 shooting, the Quad Studio shooting. Okay. The rivalry between Death Row Records and Bad Boy Records was on public display on August 30th, 1995 at the Source Awards in New York City. Death Row Records received the award for Soundtrack of the Year, and during his acceptance speech, that's that famous acceptance speech that set it off, okay? One of many things. Suge Knight famously stated, and you know what? I want to find the clip because I read this yesterday because this quote lives in my head rent-free, but it's a little bit different when you actually hear Suge Knight say it, okay? So hold up. Let me see if we can find the actual clip. I've shown it before. Hold up. Shouldn't be hard to find. Doo-doo-doo. 1 second. Suge Knight. If you don't want the rappers and the producers all standing behind you, hold on, Suge Knight. The Source Awards. It's like the famous. This lives like free. Hold up. And some of you guys might remember this because it really did set it off for a lot of things. Here you go. Here we go. Is this it? Yep. Yeah. This is what it is. Oh my God. Yeah. Gotta love this track. Okay, hold up. Oh my gosh.
First of all, I'd like to thank God. Second of all, I'd like to thank my whole entire Death Row family on both sides, you know what I'm saying? I'd like to tell Tupac to keep his guards up. We ride with him. And one other thing I'd like to say, any artist out there want to be an artist and want to stay a star, don't want to have to worry about the executive producer trying to be all in the video, all on the record, dancing. Come to Death Row.
Great shot. Who was always dancing, all in the videos, all that? That's Diddy. Diddy can't dance, okay? But he was always in the videos, right? Why? Because he's Diddy, all right? He can't take the spotlight off of himself, right? So this is why this clip lives forever in many people's minds. You remember that? Remember that. Take that. That's right. He's like, if you don't want to be out, I could recite it in the back of my mind. I don't know, y'all. It's crazy work. Hold up. Let me stop sharing. Y'all like Rabbit. We recited it yesterday, y'all. We really, really did. It was hilarious. Hold up. All right, let's get back to this, my friends. So here we go. All right, let's share the screen. The entire screen. Nope. Let's see. Here we go. Got it. Okay, so again, that was Suge Knight, and they're talking about that award ceremony, right? So August 3rd, 1995, the Source Awards. So this is what Suge Knight, for those that didn't understand what he said, any artist out there that wants to be an artist and wants to stay a star and don't want to have to worry about the executive producer tried to be all up in the videos, all up in on the records, dancing, come to death row. Okay. Suge Knight's statement, in particular those concerning an executive producer trying to be all up in the videos and all up on the records, dancing, were clearly meant to insult Combs, Puffy, Diddy, who at the time featured prominently, often dancing in music videos released by his recording artists, and distinguished Death Row Records as a more hardcore, authentic hip hop music label. I mean, point me a music video where Diddy's not dancing. Even, other than the female artist, I guess he wasn't doing it as female artist, but it was the truth. So there's that. Okay. Combs, Diddy, confronted Suge Knight about the insult during an after party at the Tunnel, a popular, since-closed nightclub in New York City. By all accounts, the exchange between the two men was heated. 7 weeks later, on September 23rd, 1995, Big Jake's, a Death Row Records bodyguard, was shot and killed outside the Platinum House nightclub in Atlanta, Georgia, during another heated exchange between Suge Knight and Combs. During the argument, a man appeared with a pistol, shot Big Jake, and fled the scene. Big Jake died several days later from injuries sustained during the shooting. Upon information and belief, Suge Knight informed others, including Reginald Wright Jr., Reggie Wright, a former Compton police officer, head of security for Death Row Records, that he believed Combs was responsible for Big Jake's death, further escalating the feud between the two popular recorded labels. Around 1995, rumors circulated that Tupac had an affair with Biggie's wife, Faith Evans. A January 1996 New York Times Magazine article, "Does a Sugar Bear Bite?" published comments from Tupac and Suge Knight suggesting the rumors were true. In June 1996, Tupac released the song "Hit 'Em Up." The lyrics included, "Sucker ass, I ain't got no mother friends. That's why I F yo witch. You F MFer, you fat MFer, take money." These lyrics, clearly directed at Biggie, strongly suggested that the rumors about the relationship between Tupac and Evans were true. Individuals close to Combs have recently confirmed that Combs, Diddy, was, incensed by the continued rise of Death Row Records, and more specifically, the success of Hit 'Em Up. Okay? Street gangs and the hip-hop industry. By the early 1990s, fractions of the rival Crips and Bloods street gangs had strongholds across Compton, California. A group of individuals who mostly attended Centennial High School and lived on or around in Piru Street in Compton consider themselves to be members of the West Side Piru, the Piru or Ma Piru set of the Bloods. The Piru set, the Bloods primarily controlled the north side of Compton. The gang, commonly referred to as the Crips, started in South Central LA in the 1970s. A group of them moved from South Central in Compton, claiming various territories throughout Compton's South Side, dubbing them the South Side Compton Crips, South Side Crips. The Bloods and the Crips have historically been rivals, their violent clashes leaving devastation in their wake. The Pirus and the Southside Crips continued this bloody tradition. Suge Knight grew up on Compton's north side and was affiliated with the Pirus, often relying on Piru members to provide security for Death Row artists and other record labels associates. I mean, think about it. You don't have to pay license or armed security. You have the Piru right there, right? It's the way to do it. It's a different time. Sugar bear hairs. Oh my God, not sugar bear hairs. Lord have mercy. No, we don't. I don't think Snoop is a witness, but I could be wrong. I didn't see his name on the witness list at all. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. You said they made a lot of money off of these two deaths. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Sure did. Sure did. It further goes. Let's see. Keefe D, Orlando, Baby Lane Anderson, Keefe D's nephew, and Andre Big Dre Smith. Okay, so now we're saying some names. Now hold up, y'all. See if I can just pull the lawsuit because you guys see Andre Smith is right on the bottom. I think he's like passed away like 10 years ago, guys. Or was it 10 years? He's been gone longer. Hold up. See if we just pull this one for now. Okay, because it'll help with the print. So, Big Dre were all members of Southside Crips during the relevant time period. Eric Von Zip Martin, a close associate of Combs, okay? So there he is up there. Zip is up there too. Y'all see the picture? It's up there. Close associate of Combs. Was a well-known gangster and prolific drug dealer in Harlem, New York, with ties to Keefe D and the Southside Crips. Upon information and belief, shortly after Suge Knight's comments at the Source Awards in August of 1995, Zip traveled to California and met with Keefe D. While the two worked together, Zip received a phone call from Combs, who asked to speak with Keefe D. Combs reportedly asked Keefe D if the Southside Crips could provide protection for bad boy artists. Look at this. Interesting, my friends. Oh, again, shout out to Document Things. This is from them. I did shout them out yesterday. I'll make sure I link them in the description box. This is how I got this document. Shout out to them. They're on X. They got all the documents. Shout out to them. So Combs reportedly asked Keefe D if the Southside Crips could provide protection for bad boy artists during upcoming BET tour scheduled to take place in Anaheim, California. Look at that. So around that time, you have Death Row who's using Mob Piru, and now you have, okay, one group over here, okay? Now you have Diddy, Sean Diddy, Puff Daddy Combs, Daddy, Love, Brother Love, who's asking to use this affiliation for protection, right? Crazy work. Hold up, guys. You say, Rabbit, is it my TV only? Your sound is skipping. Is it skipping? Oh, no. Let me know. Lala, let me know, please, and thank you. Hold up. Yeah. Because somebody did say that my sound was a little bit crazy yesterday, but let me know. Hold up. 2 1 2 3. Let me know. Let me know. Y'all hear me? Lala, see if you can try to come in and out and let me know if it works. But if you guys are hearing sound issues, let me know. And Keefe D admitted he was in Anaheim multiple times too. There you go. I lived in Anaheim for a couple years, by the way. I'm familiar. It's a crazy spot. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, I hope you're doing well. I wanted to respond to you. Good luck to you today for Celebrities, by the way. Okay. You said now the sound is good. Okay. You said it's skipping? Sarah Lynn, can you try to go in and out of your app? Because it might be the app too. You live near Anaheim? Sound is good. All right. Okay. So, and I'm trying to make this as like storytelling as I can, y'all, because this is how I think that there's just so many details. Some of you guys, you guys can tell me. Please educate me if I get something wrong because I don't know everything. I just been following this because I was close to the area. I grew up in various areas here, so I kind of knew when all of this went down and when Tupac was shot and then Biggie was shot. Like, it was such a big deal. And I mean, I was a kid around this time, so this is the music that we grew up listening to and we knew. But yeah, but shout out to y'all. Okay, you said you got 2 turntables and a microphone. You got 2 turntables And a microphone? Ooh. Let me know. Hold up. Lala, let me know. Hit me up in the email if it continues, because it could be me too, but let me know. All right, let's keep going. So upon information and belief, shortly after Suge Knight's comments at the source, so then you got Diddy reportedly asked Keefe D, okay? Now he's asking Keefe D because of Zip, right? He knows Zip. So Zip, Keefe D is running, all of this side right here. Combs reportedly asked Keefe D if the Southside Crips could provide protection for bad boy artists coming during the upcoming BET tour scheduled to take place in Anaheim, California. Keefe D agreed to do it in exchange for tickets to the concert for members of his crew. And let me tell you something. Dirt Rock, during the grand jury testimony, he talked about how Keefe D had the tickets for a lot of things. He has the tickets. So they were able to get into things because of Keefe D and having access to tickets and everything, okay? And let's keep going. From then on, the Southside Crips provided protection to bad boy artists when they traveled to California. And as a senior member of the Southside Crips, Keefe D, I don't even think it's a senior member. His rank was a little bit more higher than that, but this is what it's labeled here. And as a senior member of the Southside Crips, Keefe D managed the relationship between the gang and Bad Boy Records. Right? Death Row Records head of security observed Southside Crip members in the large numbers at the events with Bad Boy Records, and specifically identified Keefe D as being present with Bad Boy Records entourage. So you got Mop Pyru over here, and now you got the Southside Crips over here, and they're in an entourage with the music scene while you got the rivalry happening with West Coast and East Coast. Like, it got pretty heavy. The sound is bugging out. All right, let me do something. Let me refresh, okay? 1 second, because it could be me, y'all. 1 sec. And I noticed my camera is also acting weird. So hold up, y'all. All right. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Y'all let me know. Okay. Let me know. You said, let me know. The sound is fine, but I don't know. Okay. Can y'all hear me now? Is it better? Sounds good? Okay. It sounds good on your end. All right. I'm just double checking, y'all. The sound sounds perfect. Okay. Lala, do you hear it now? I refreshed it. Let me know. Sounds good over here. All right. Cool. I don't hear Lala anymore, so hopefully everything's good. Okay, girl, where did the doc come from? Or is that your exclusive? Oh, this one right here? Girl, this one is from Document Things. I'll send it to you. I'll tag you. Let me know. The grand jury doc, the first day, is what I have that not a lot of people have. I can send it to you. I think so too, Lala. But shout out to Lala. I want everybody to hear it because we just telling the story. Okay. Shout out to BJ in the chat, y'all. You said, I do not believe Orlando was the trigger man. And I don't think Orlando was the trigger man either. If you are to listen to the proffer agreement, it was, who was it? Was it Dre? It was the person, I forgot who the person in the back was with Keefe, but yes. Okay, so let's keep going. We just heard so many versions of it. That's the problem. Okay. Yeah, I'll share it with you, BJ. I'll send you the link. Okay. All right. So you got Reggie Wright now speaking and saying that, they're going to events, and Reggie Wright, he's like police, but also he's doing security for Death Row, right? Keep that in mind. But he is observing a lot of the Southside Crips at events. Like, Southside Crips is going with the bad boy entourage. All right. So again, you got two situations, two competing recording labels, and they've hired, I guess, or at least invited, different gang sets that notoriously and historically do not get along, right? They don't. Okay. So then here we go. Let's see. It further goes. At the Soul Train Award in Los Angeles at the Shrine Auditorium on March 29, 1996, Death Row Records brought approximately 50 to 60 associates, including about 8 to 10 artists and numerous members of the Pyru. Bad Boy Records and his entourage were also present, including Keefe D and other members of the Southside Crips. A confrontation occurred between the Death Row Records and Bad Boy Records entourage in the parking lot, during which a firearm was brandished. Tupac was among the most vocal during the altercation. Now, Keefe D says in Compton Legends, we review that here too. Keefe D says this. He says, I'm going to remove this, y'all. Let me know if it's like y'all can hear me better. Keefe D says that he's, they lost two legends, Tupac and Biggie. But Tupac essentially was getting himself into things that he had no business being part of as an artist. And he kind of shifted some blame over to who? To Suge Knight. Because Keefe D and Suge Knight know each other, right? They've been knowing each other for years. My camera is freezing and I don't know why. Hold up, y'all. They've been knowing each other for years, right? And this is what's been said. I turned off my camera for a little bit. They knew each other. He felt like, why would you do your like that? Why are you bringing him out? Why are you doing X, Y, and Z, right? It's in and out still? Okay. Hold up. So this is what was said. He's like, you kind of like in the Compton Street Legends book, he says, he's like, you kind of like, you're bringing Pac over here and he doesn't really know this kind of life. He doesn't know the life that people are living and whatnot. Right. Well, this is what he says. He says, I'm apologetic that we lost two artists type of situation, but this is kind of the street life type of thing. All right, here we go. So my camera's here. All right. And the chat is over here. This is what happens when I organize everything before the live, y'all. Give me 1 second. You said, well, we know everything that's happening in the courtroom. When will they start? We will know everything that's happening in the courtroom when the trial starts. Right now, it is jury selection, my friend. Okay. You said, thank you guys for hitting the like button. All right. Hopefully everything's good. It's skipping now. Let me know. Hopefully not bad. Okay. Hopefully not bad. We might have to drop it down a little bit. All right, hold up, y'all. Let me set this up because I need to make sure everything's good. Hold up. All righty. Okay, hopefully everything's good. We might have to turn on the other light. Y'all can hear me? Okay, cool. So here we go. Now I can see better and the camera's hitting over here. We might have to turn on another light. Let me refresh real quick, guys. 1 second. All right. Okay. Let me know if that's better. Hopefully everybody can hear me. Okay. So then where were we at? We're always going to have technical difficulties. We have to be able to, get it together. Thank you guys. Okay. So then he says, that Tupac was among the most vocal during the altercation, right? They're having these altercations. There's these events. They're clashing. You got two different, gangs, and you got two competing labels and whatnot. And this is where things just started escalating. And a lot of this is where the rivalry started, between the music artists, but also like they're going to music events and they're just getting at each other, right? In or around the summer of 1996, Orlando Anderson was involved in a fight with a death row associate at Lakewood Mall in Los Angeles. Now, Dirt Rock, who happens to be a grand jury witness, and I showed you who Dirt Rock was, right? Right here. Okay, y'all couldn't see his eyes. It's right here. He's a grand jury witness. Well, he talks about this Lakewood Mall fight. He talks about everything that went in there. So all of that was at the grand jury. The grand jury got to hear. My goodness, what is up with this? Okay. Y'all, come on. Oh, here we go. Thank you. Mike doesn't want to cooperate. Okay. So this was 96. Orlando Anderson was involved in a fight with death row associate at the Lakewood Mall in Los Angeles. Trevon Lane, one of Tupac's bodyguards, was at the mall with several Piru gang members. Lane was wearing a diamond-encrusted necklace gifted to him by Suge Knight, indicating his affiliation with Death Row Records. Now, this is that infamous necklace. It got taken away, and you got the rivalry, the other gang members that have it. Not they're kind of showing it around and look what I got type of situation. So of course this became a huge deal, right? And it further says Suge Knight reportedly gifted similar necklaces to other members of the Piru. In response, Southside Crip placed a bounty on individuals wearing these chains. Members of the Southside Crip confronted Lane at the mall, fought him, and attempted to steal his chain. Anderson was among the Southside Crip members involved in this incident. Suge Knight, Tupac, and Wright, and they say Wright as in Reggie Wright, learned of the fight and the Southside Crips' alleged involvement. Okay? The murder of Tupac. So now we go to the murder of Tupac. Now again, this was this mall fight. All of these events are leading up to like this big situation. So the murder of Tupac on September 7, 1996, the MGM Grand Hotel in Las Vegas, Nevada hosted a boxing match between Mike Tyson and Bruce Shelton. Members of the Southside Crips, including Keefe D, Anderson, and Smith, were in attendance. Tupac, Suge Knight, and several death row associates, including Lane and members of the Pirus, were also present. After the fight, Lane identified Anderson in the lobby of the MGM Grand as one of the individuals involved in the Lakewood Mall incident. Tupac, Suge, Lane, and others confronted Anderson in the lobby, resulting in a widely publicized and recorded brawl. And for those that are like, I forgot about that, yada, yada, yada. Well, let's look into that. Let's look into that MGM, because that was also televised. I was a little kid when I saw that, 5th or 6th grade. It went down. MGM brawl, Tupac, and it was a huge deal. I mean, they had, look at this. Of course, there's no sound to this, but it gives you guys an idea of, what we're talking about here. Okay, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. All right. Pretty big. Everybody at the MGM. Look how packed it is. Everybody's ready for the fight. Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson wasn't biting ears quite yet around this time. That was like later. That was like 97, right? What fight was it that Mike Tyson bit that guy's ear off? That's what I'm saying. Look at that. See the group of people. BJ, I'm about to send you the links, okay? Give me 1 second. While this plays, I'm going to send BJ some links, guys. Give me 1 sec. Because I want this to be a little bit. Holyfield? Okay, there it is. Y'all remember that fight, huh? Remember that was a huge deal. Not long after. Wasn't it like 97 or 98? It was a huge fight. He bit that guy's ear. I was like, oh my God, not you biting ears. I mean, he was the butt of the joke for a lot, a lot. Hold up, guys. Let me see if I can. Ooh-wee. I'm going to send this to BJ. BJ, I'm going to tag you, my friend. Hold up. So y'all can see the fight, see the cameras. And you know they got cameras all over Vegas, right? So it's like bound to happen. Where'd you go? Where's my tags? Is this it? Maybe I didn't save it. Mopreme lawsuit. Here it is. Hold up. Y'all see that? I mean, it's like black and white. Look at the date is there and everything. You see, it's just so many people to be fighting in a mall. We're not a mall at a hotel. I mean, this place is huge, guys. It's like the MGM is no joke. If you've ever been there, look, everybody's rushing out. It got pretty serious. Hold up, y'all. See, you see Tupac, there's Suge. You can't miss Suge Knight in that video. Suge Knight is huge. There he is, man. Not very long after that. You remember that very well when he bit that ear? I was a kid, you guys. When I heard somebody's ear got bit off, I mean, it was just like, what? How do you bite somebody's ear? He truly bit the guy's ear. Okay, look at that. You see Tupac right there. And then there's Suge right behind him. And there's everybody else behind him. I mean, it's so hard not to miss them. Man, they got a lot of them in there. Look at that. His entourage was I mean, he has what? And this is in Vegas. I guess he had enough money to take everybody from the Pyru to Vegas. I mean, look at how deep they were running. Look at that. Everybody's running too. They're probably like, what the hell's going on? And then when if you've ever been to the MGM, I mean, this thing is huge, okay? Like, it's all in one. I mean, it's loud. You got, all kinds of shit going on in the MGM. Look at all those people. A lot of people died. Yeah, I would agree. Okay. It's crazy work. And the cameras are still going. Still going, still going. You said his entourage was deep. Hold up. Oh, the Courtney Clement. I didn't even follow. MGM Casino. Yes, it was a 97. Tyson bit Holyfield on the ear, and I remember that very well. Yeah, that was crazy work. I remember that. Okay. All right. It's like you cannot miss Suge Knight. Like, he's all over. You know when he's walking through. He's a pretty big guy. Yeah, the video cameras back then was horrible, right? You saw a mullet in there? Like, we just here for the fight. We trying to figure out what was going on. Look at that. But it just shows you how packed it was, guys. I mean, I get claustrophobia now, that place is packed. Look at this. There's Orlando. There you go. There's Orlando Baby Lane Anderson. There you go. And he was wearing a Dan Marino jersey. You truly can't pick them all out. Like you could tell where they're at. There it is. Even though the cameras are pretty bad now, you could still see it. That's what I'm saying. It's like you really could see it. Dan Marino is wild. You remember Dan Marino? Dan Marino was very popular back then. But you could tell. I mean, they're all there. They're all... I know, right? Before the internet and time to wait for someone to care to upload, right? Yeah. So, I mean, that just gives you an idea. So this was, again, September 7th, 1996, y'all. I swear, it's like a time machine, right? To a certain degree. Going back to just kind of remembering all this. So, all right, let's get back to the reading real quick, right? I give you guys the video for context of what they're talking about, right? Because it's important. So then, let's see. So, okay, so after the fight, Lane identified Anderson in the lobby of the MGM Grand as one of the individuals involved in the Lakewood Mall incident. Tupac, Suge Knight, Lane, and others confronted Anderson in the lobby, resulting in a widely publicized and recorded brawl. Y'all saw that, okay? You said that's why I can't go to concerts, right? It's stuff like that. It's just crazy work. Yeah. After the fight, Tupac and his entourage regrouped at the nearby Luxor Hotel, where he and others affiliated with Death Row Records were staying. The group planned to attend a charity concert for a youth boxing program at Club 662. Now, 662. You know what's very telling about the number 662? Back in the day, you know, like, if you look at your phone, you could spell mob by dialing 662. So the club already was owned by Suge Knight. Suge Knight affiliation with Mob Piru. Mob 662. If you look at your keypad, 662. Okay. So they knew where he was going and they knew where he was at, numbers and letters. Now, this is, of course, a lot of the young people don't understand that, how numbers and letters and everything. And, every time you hear a number, you kind of have to wonder, does it stand for Crip, blood? What does it stand for? Yeah, look at your keypad. So this Club 662 is owned by who? Suge Knight. Okay, he owned that club. And Tupac and the Outlaws. Okay, so the group planned to attend a charity concert for a youth boxing program at Club 662, which Suge Knight owned. Yeah, it takes me back to T9. I was thinking about T9, right? Tupac and the Outlaws, a rap group Tupac founded, were scheduled to perform during the event. Upon information and belief, members of the Southside Crips were aware of the event and Tupac's scheduled performance. After the fight, Keefe D and others armed themselves, traveled to the Club 662. So now you got, after the fight, Keefe D and others armed themselves. Okay. And they were planning they were going to the club, right? Where they knew they were going to find them. After the fight, Keefe D and others armed themselves, traveled to Club 662 parking lot in 3 vehicles with 3 to 4 people in each and waited for over an hour. Keefe D concealed in his vehicle a black 40 caliber Glock semi-automatic pistol that he received from Eric Von Zip Martin. Okay. So again, the guy up there in the picture, that's his affiliation. Look at this. He got the weapon from Zip. And who is Zip? Well, Zip knows who, Diddy. And that's how they knew Keefe D. This is how the connection is there, okay? So people are aware. After waiting for, hold on. All right. After waiting, excuse me. So after waiting for over an hour, Keefe D concealed in his vehicle a black 40 Glock semi-automatic weapon that he got from Zip. After waiting for over an hour without seeing Suge Knight or Tupac, Anderson, Keefe D, and their associates left Club 226. Okay. Let's see. Thank you guys. Upon information and belief, Tupac, Suge Knight, and others got into several cars and began driving to Club 226. Suge Knight and Tupac were in the first vehicle. Suge Knight's black 1996 BMW 750. Give me 1 second, guys. Hold up. Give me 1 second, guys. One second. Sorry, guys. I'm doing something real quick. Give me 1 minute. Sorry about that. I had to said something. You said never trust anybody who drives a BMW. Well, he was driving a BMW, all right? He had a Suge Knight black 1996 BMW 750, the BMW. Suge Knight drove with Tupac in the front passenger seat. Tupac's security, Frank Alexander, and his childhood friends and members of the Outlaws. Okay, so we have Idi Amin, and then we have Castro, and then we have Yaki. Were in the car immediately behind the BMW. All right, so capture this. All right, people were behind the vehicle. All right, just keep that in mind. So this is the last photo. This photo right here that a lot of people have seen is said to have been the last one to have been taken. Okay. Photo taken by Leonard Jefferson moments before the shooting. And then you kind of see what Tupac is wearing. You see what Keefe D is wearing and everything. Excuse me, not Keefe D. Suge Knight is wearing. At approximately 11 p.m., Suge Knight and Tupac were stopped by local police for not properly displaying their license plate as the convoy made it. I can't even read, y'all. Sorry. As the convoy made its way down Las Vegas Boulevard towards Club 662, the strip was congested with post-fight traffic. Leonard Jefferson, who was a casual acquaintance with Tupac, recognized Tupac and Suge Knight in the BMW while they stopped at the red light near Harmon Avenue. Jefferson spoke briefly to Tupac, who invited him to follow the group to Club 226. Jefferson then grabbed a camera from his center console and snapped a photograph of Tupac seated in the passenger seat of the BMW. The photograph is the last known image of Tupac alive. Can you imagine if back in the day we had, if there were like, what's it called, phones? Back then, if we had these phones, these iPhones and stuff like that, you know that literally there would have been like phones, iPhone pictures taken of Tupac if there were, pictures back then of that. But, clearly different time frame. But that was the last picture. Okay, so he just grabbed a camera and he took it. All right. And he says, a short time later, Tupac and Suge Knight spoke to two women driving a Chrysler Sebring at a red light at the intersection at East Flamingo Road and Colville Lane. And upon information and belief, invited the women to join them at Club 662. Okay? Soon after the brief encounter and leaving Club 662, the white Cadillac with Keefe D and others inside crossed paths with Tupac's group. So that's what I thought it was. It was a Sebring, right? Upon information and belief, the occupants of the white Cadillac included Terrence Bubble Up Brown, the driver, Keefe D in the front passenger seat, Orlando Anderson in the rear right seat, and Andre Smith in the rear driver's seat. Okay. So we have that, just a little bit of a picture so y'all know. Okay. So Bubble Up, the driver. Then you have who? Not Zip. I'm sorry. Who? Was it Zip? Who did I say? Sorry about that. Bubble Up. That's right. Orlando. Okay. And then, thank you, Andre Smith, not Zip. Zip wasn't in the car. That's right. So it was only these four individuals. So you had Terrence Brown, Andre Smith, Keefe D, and Orlando in the car. All right. Give you guys an idea. They got the gun from Zip, but Zip wasn't in the car. So grand jury trial volume 1. Okay, and we have this transcript. Upon information and belief, the Cadillac's rear driver window side lowered and the individuals opened fired, emptying 5 shots into Suge Knight's BMW. Tupac was shot 4 times in the right chest, in the right chest, right thigh, and right hand. Suge suffered only minor injuries to his head. Crazy work. How he only suffered like minor injuries, right? Tupac was taken to the University Medical Center of Southern Nevada immediately after the shooting and admitted to the Regional Trauma Center. Okay. Surgeons removed Tupac's right lung in an attempt to stop the internal bleeding. No amount of surgical intervention, however, could save Tupac's life. 6 days later, on September 13, 1996, Tupac died from his injuries. After the shooting, Keefe D reportedly told Anderson not to tell anybody what happened, not even your mama. He also called a meeting of his crew and told the youngsters to handle the young N-words from the rival gang, from the rival neighborhood. We, the older dudes, would deal with the big mother effers. This led to what has been called the 10-day war between Mob Piru and the Southside Crips, during which approximately 10 people were killed. A lot of people were killed. Okay? 10. 6 months after Tupac's death, his former rival Biggie was murdered in a drive-by shooting in Los Angeles, California. For nearly 30 years, the truth surrounding Tupac's death has been difficult to ascertain. Numerous states and federal law enforcement agencies have, at various points, investigated his murder. But for decades, for decades, no charges were ever brought in the intervening years. Witnesses and suspects were killed. Some of those still living previously provided inconsistent accounts or no accounts at all. Now, let me stop right here because we're going to go right into the murder, not the murder rap. I'm sorry, the Compton Street Legends real quick because I need to check on something, but I'm not going to leave you guys quiet. I'm actually going to play that right over here. Okay. Now, some of this we've already heard on our side. I'm doing the split screen here so that we can check. Here we go. What has been going on outside the courtroom, but it's like there's nothing going on. Nothing going on yet. Top stories. Nope. Okay, we could play some of this, but this will be muted. And of course, there's going to be ads here because I don't have the membership here. But this is hopefully you guys can hear this. Let me know. I'm going to go back a little bit because this is where Keefe D kind of, in his book that he says he didn't write, but did write. And please note, I have to play music on it because of the copyright. Listen to what he says. And then he gets into Sean Diddy Combs and everybody.
Baby Lane had gotten jumped. Now y'all know, I calmly asked. Them been on the radio out here for weeks talking about a death.
Hold up. Then they talk about Baby Lane here. Give me 1 second. Normal. And we might even slow it down just to make it easier.
Pull your pants up. There's a difference between gangbangers and gangsters. We were gangsters.
Here we go.
One year, we went to Ice-T's New Year's Eve party.
Can you guys hear it?
Fresh, smelling so good. We had our bottles in our hands. Ice-T was like, those are some real players right there. That night, I was wearing a $2,500 cashmere overcoat over my suit. Fight night finally arrived. I sat on the second row, not far from some of the celebrities that were in the house. Since I had purchased the fight tickets from a scalper buddy, our seats were spread out all around the arena. We had decided before we went in that when the fight was over, we would all meet at the cafe inside the MGM. Once the fight started, it didn't take long for Iron Mike to put Bruce Seldon's lights out. Mike put him down on the cameras for the first time with about 1 minute 40 seconds left in the first round. Then less than 20 seconds later, the fight was over. TKO. After the match, we headed to the prearranged meeting place where we waited for about 15 minutes. Little by little, everybody started showing up, except my nephew. Then, some 118 East Coast Crips came and told us that they saw some death row jump on my nephew down by the casino. We came to find out later that the same dude from the Lakewood Mall that got his chain snatched was walking with Tupac when they saw Baby Lane in the lobby of the MGM. We rushed up out of the cafe and went to find Baby Lane. We saw him inside the MGM minutes after they had jumped him. By the time we got there, Suge, Pac, and their crew had already left. Baby Lane's shoulder was a little messed up, but other than that, he was all right. When I asked him what happened, he said, "Some death rushed me. One of them from the Lakewood Mall was running with that boy that started that shit. A few East Coast Crips came over and asked if we wanted them to go with us. Nah, we're good. We'll handle our shit. We're good looking out." We appreciated their offer, but this was a matter we were determined to handle ourselves. We couldn't let no record company studio gangsters do us like that. Had they lost their fucking rapping ass minds? On top of that, Puffy had already talked to me about helping him out with the problem he was having with them. That was a double whammy. Then you add on top of that the fact that we helped Suge with the money to get his record business going and gonna bite the hands that fed him. Add insult to injury because Suge still hadn't paid Boss Man his money back. Got too big for his britches and stopped taking Boss Man's calls. Strike 3, homie. You're out. Fuck that big homie. We know what I'm gonna be. They're gonna be at Club 662. Their rage was evident, ignited upon learning that my nephew Baby Lane had gotten jumped. Now y'all know, I calmly asked. Them been on the radio out here for weeks talking about a death row after fight party at Club 662. That nigga Pac's supposed to be there. Club 662 was a Las Vegas nightclub owned by Death Row CEO Suge Knight. The intelligence was from reliable sources, as some of the younger homies from our set have been stationed in Vegas selling dope, a satellite operation of sorts. All right, homies, I commanded. That's where we're going then, Club 662, as we headed to our vehicles. Southside had not gone down to Vegas thinking about marrying Suge Knight or Tupac Shakur. We were out there to do what we have been doing in Vegas for years. Eat, drink, and be merry. When conversations would come up about $1 million bounty on the heads of Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur, that was business. But after Tupac, Suge, and them death rows jumped on my nephew Baby Lane, the shit became honestly personal. While we were waiting for the valet to bring out our cars, Zip seized the opportunity and called me over to his Benz. Zip was a big-time New York player, pimp, and hustler. He used to come out to California to handle his business and kick it with us sometimes. As I walked up to the driver's side window, I noticed that the rapper Foxy Brown was in the car with Zip. So he instructed her to step out of the car and motioned for me to jump in. Zip had a hidden compartment that he opened up, reached in, and pulled the black 40 Glock out. He turned to me and said, "It's time to get the money." Zip handed me the 17-shot pistol, which I promptly put down the back waist of my pants. I hopped out of the car, held the door open for Foxy.
Now, remember, Foxy Brown is here. And I believe Foxy Brown, allegedly, it's been said that she was underage. So I'm like, dang, this is crazy work. And she was with Zip, I think, if I remember correctly. So this is just telling you guys like some backstory. It's like, it goes deep. So for Keefe D to now say, well, I didn't write this, it wasn't me, you have to kind of wonder, well, was. I mean, these are very specific details that match to what other people have said too. I don't know.
Foxy Brown to get back in, closed the door, and they pulled off. "Get in the car you came in. Let's roll," I shouted as our cars came out from the valet. We left immediately from the MGM parking lot and headed directly to Club 662. I was still appropriately dressed in my Ray Luca crime story suit, since there was about to be a real-life crime story. We pulled into the back parking lot of Club 662, where the talent and VIPs entered. In front of the club, there was a long line of excited, drunk people.
He said it's about to be a real-life crime story. And by the way, this book came out in 2019, correct? Pretty sure Compton Street Legends was 2019. Yeah. So it's like, are you confessing? Or maybe he felt like he was allowed to say this because of the proffer, right? He's like, well, I'm good, I'm good. Everybody can make money off of this. Okay.
People waiting to enter the club. I planned to confront Suge. "Hey, why the fuck y'all jump on my nephew?" The ironic thing is, I had just seen Suge in Vegas the night before the fight. He and members of his death row crew were rolling in their Rolls Royces. We greeted each other and everything. "What's up, big dog? What's up?" We were both major players in the same game. Suge had the music industry, I had the streets. We both had the same boss. If you had a beef with something Southside had done, Suge could have said something to me when he stormed me that night. Instead, Suge and his boys committed the ultimate disrespect when they kicked and beat down my nephew, Baby Lane, in a video broadcast on news stations seen around the world. In case my diplomatic approach to resolving the situation didn't work, we had 3 vehicles, 3 to 4 people in each, ready to burn their asses up. My crew was do or die. All my young homies had already been shot at least once, so their street experience turned them into some stone cold killers. They had the mentality of, it's either them or me, and it ain't gonna be me. With solemn faces, we waited in complete silence in the back parking lot of Club 662 for more than an hour. Inside our vehicles, nobody took a drink. There was no weed, no music, not a peep. We were as grave as a heart attack. The only thing audible was breathing and tense, throbbing heartbeats. There was no need for words. We all understood while we were.
Wait. Patrick said, Patrick, he said, Foxy just turned 16 the day before this, September 6th, 1978. Wait. So how old was she when this went down? I mean, 18 or 16? So she was 17 when this happened? See, I'm thinking like, I didn't even. So she turned 18 the following, the day it happened, right? Oh my. So she was running around. It's like she was running around with these people and she was just a child, guys. I didn't know. So technically she was 17. I mean, still though, I'm like, Lord have mercy, still. All right, let's keep going.
We were there. We waited for an hour and a half, which felt more like 4 hours. I decided for us to get the fuck out of there. I called the homies on their phones. They're taking too damn long. Let's get fucked up. Move out. One by one, the drivers started their engines and slowly crept out of the back parking lot. Lucky for them, they never showed up, because it would have been like Al Capone's Valentine's Day Massacre if they had. One thing about our crew, when it was time to handle business, we handled it with the best of them. And when it was time to have fun, we did that too. It's not that we were over what had happened to Baby Lane. It's just we couldn't control when them were going to show up. Waiting so long was stopping us from doing what we had gone to Vegas to do in the first place. Have a good time. Our next destination was the Carriage House, a Las Vegas hotel where we had rented a few rooms as a kickback spot. On the way to the Carriage House, we stopped by the liquor barn. Dom Perignon Rose and Cristal. As we were driving to the liquor barn, it became evident that the guys in the van with me were worried that Suge would get some of his police hitmen to come back and try to kill us if we went after them. The police do hits for that, one of them said. I remember thinking to myself, y'all shouldn't have jumped y'all punk asses in here if you're scared. Y'all know what we came here to do. C-Ray was one of my top salesmen and later became the first one to start snitching on us in the van with me. along with his cousin Trey and BMF's Big Meech out of Detroit.
Ooh.
As we were loading to leave the liquor barn, I took advantage of the chance to get away from them scary in the van.
Big Meech. Okay. All right. So giving you guys a little bit of an idea. Let's go back. And by the way, when I have my appointment, I am going to step out, but I'm going to let that recording play so you guys can hear it, because it's like 2 full hours of it. It'll be good. So you guys can maybe, if you don't know the story, it'll kind of refresh your memory to a certain degree, right? Or at least help you out in that. Let me remove this real quick, but let's finish this real quick because we're almost done here. And by the way, like I said, I have the transcripts for the first day of grand jury where a lot is detailed, and it's just one of those things where it's like you can't really. I think Keefe D is going to have a hard time on this one, walking a lot of this back, because you have witnesses that are pointing him to a lot of this. Okay, and again, you only have 2 surviving people at this point. Keefe D and Suge Knight. So, answers concerning Tupac's death remains elusive. So, for nearly 30 years, the truth surrounding Tupac's death has been difficult to ascertain. And this is again Mopreme sues Keefe D, and this was a new lawsuit. Numerous states and federal law enforcement agencies have at various points investigated his murder, but for decades, no charges were ever brought. In the intervening years, witnesses and suspects were killed. Some of those still living previously provided inconsistent accounts or no accounts at all. So you have to kind of wonder, right, about like no surviving witnesses. There was a car that was following Tupac around that night. We don't know what happened, right? The outlaws, we don't know what happened there, right? Some of these people don't want to talk, and I guess they would have a target on their back if they did, right? During the immediate aftermath of the shooting, the LVMPD opened a criminal investigation. Now that's the Las Vegas PD. Though Suge Knight was sitting next to Tupac when he was shot, he reportedly told the investigators he heard something but saw nothing. The man that wasn't injured, very minor injuries, right? Like literally these bullets, I think they just maybe grazed his scalp or something. He heard something but saw nothing. All of that is code. Right? Of course he did. That's what I'm saying. It's like, good luck trying to get Suge Knight up on that stand. Good luck with that. Because that'll be your first hostile witness right there. Suge Knight is about Suge Knight. That's who he is about. That's it. That's all. He will spell the 5th and plead the 5th. That's what he's going to do. You think it's a coincidence? I think it's just potentially, I don't know. And Suge Knight say he ain't no snitch, LOL. He'll probably just plead the 5th. Yeah. Okay, so that's what Suge Knight said. Let's see. And in or around September 12, 1996, the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department purportedly informed Las Vegas PD that an informant identified Anderson as the trigger man. Okay. In or around October 1996, the Compton Police Department raided 39 locations in connection with the shooting, including the residence of DeAndre Smith, Terrence Brown, Keefe D, and Orlando Anderson. Compton PD detectives Ladd testified that we arrested many of them. Grand jury transcript volume 4. Upon information and belief, Anderson was questioned by the Compton Police Department at that time, though he was never arrested or charged with Tupac's murder. Law enforcement considered Fula to be a viable witness. Is it Yefeo Fula to be a viable witness? This is one of the outlaws. To be a viable witness, potentially capable of identifying Tupac's assailant, because he was traveling in the car directly behind Tupac. These people traveling behind Tupac. They disappear. Nothing. Tupac is Alice? Are you sure? I think Tupac is Tupac, not Alice. Thank you. You said You got one of them. Listen, maybe you guys believe that Tupac lives in Cuba. He's out there vacationing. Yeah, let me know when that happened. I've heard so many people say that. I'm like, yeah, he's on the other side of the world. He's in Cuba or something with Epstein. I'm like, what the hell? Y'all take that shit somewhere else. You said a whole convoy and nobody saw nothing. Nobody saw nothing. Yes. Nobody saw nothing. And it further goes. Law enforcement considered, okay, that, people in the back, unfortunately, Fula was fatally shot in an apartment building in New Jersey in November of 1996 when he was never interviewed. Before he was ever interviewed. Yeah, he was never interviewed. So he was shot. So you got one witness shot and killed, November of 1996. How convenient. Okay. And then by the late 1990s, the investigation was on a standstill, and members of the Las Vegas PD considered the case cold. Las Vegas PD claimed witnesses were unable to cooperate. New evidence was scarce. Indeed, Las Vegas PD's homicide detective Kevin Manning was quoted by Las Vegas Sun as saying Tupac's murder may never be solved. Oh my goodness. In May of 1998, Anderson, then considered to be the prime suspect, was murdered in an alleged gang-related shooting in Compton. He died, if I remember correctly from the book, the same day that his grandmother died, like hours from each other. Hours from each other. Okay? Former LAPD detective Russell Poole investigation into the murder of Biggie, as reported by the Los Angeles Times, revealed connections between the LAPD and Death Row Records. Oh, no way. How? Who? In 2002, Mrs. Wallace, okay, Biggie's mother, Faith Evans, and others filed suit against the LAPD chief Bernard Parks and the city of Los Angeles for a wrongful death suit and a civil rights violation in connection with the failed investigation into Biggie's murder. Now, that investigation is like, what happened to that? In or around July 2006, in response to Wallace's and Evans' wrongful death suit, the LAPD created a joint task force to reinvestigate Biggie's murder. That task force included detectives from the LAPD and agents from the Drug Enforcement Agency and FBI. Greg Kading, some of y'all think this guy's a hero. I don't. Something about that guy, just something about him, was appointed to lead the task force. After officers on the task force determined that the deaths of Biggie and Tupac were related, they broadened its focus to include Tupac's murder as well. When Mrs. Wallace's lawsuit was dismissed in 2010, the task force was disbanded. No arrests were made. The decades following Tupac's murder saw an endless stream of conspiracy theories. Some suggested that Biggie called for Tupac's death and that his own murder was an act of retaliation. Related theories suggested that Combs commissioned Tupac's murder. I'm more inclined to believe that. Others claim that Tupac was planning to leave Death Row Records to start his own label, and Suge Knight orchestrated the killing in response. I've believed that before. I'll own that. I believe that. But again, I could, I don't know. Planning to leave Death Row Records to start his own label, and Suge Knight orchestrated the killing in response. Still others theorize that Suge Knight's ex-wife, Sharita Golden, and his former head of security, Reggie Wright, Jr., conspired to kill Suge Knight, and Tupac was caught in the crossfires. And most distressingly, some have popularized the theory that Tupac is still alive. Who's the clown that I just blocked in my chat that said that Tupac is alive? Where'd he go? He had like the Pikachu avatar. Where'd you go? Shout out to Pikachu. No shade to Pikachu, but like, Lord have mercy. Where'd he go? I just blocked him. He had a little Pikachu avatar. Man, I shouldn't have blocked him. Where'd he go? Dang it. Oh, well. Pikachu, where did you go? He said Tupac's alive. I said, no. This is what Mo Preem said in his lawsuit. He's like, people have theorized that he's still alive. Living in Cuba. That's what they said. But I don't know where Pikachu went. I think I blocked him. Oh well. Sorry, y'all. He he had like some Dragon Ball Z Pikachu, something. So you did too? Here you go. There you go. I thought I put him on timeout. I said, damn, I have an opinion. Well, Mo Priest, look. And most distressingly, it's distressingly for the family for you to think that Tupac is alive. It says right here, some have popularized the theory that Tupac is still alive. It's okay. Oh, excuse me. It's not Pokemon. My bad. I thought it was Pikachu, and I thought it was Dragon Ball Z. I don't know my comments. Okay, I came back. My claim. I'm not just saying that. Gotcha. All right then. Well, let me know because Mo Preem says that this has been a hurtful theory for his family. So, Dragon Ball Z, can you tell me? Wait, what is your name? Super something snack. Can you tell me what had happened? Why do you believe that Tupac is alive? No. Tell me why you think. I'm just letting you know that this is a hurtful theory, though. You back from the block. Shout out to y'all. Look, I'm just saying, can I call in? I'll give you 5 minutes. You got 5 minutes. Can you give me your theory in 5 minutes? Y'all want him to call in? And am I call this? I don't know the anime stuff. I'm not trying to be okay. I'll let you call in. You know what? Hit the link. You got 5 minutes to tell me why you think this man is still alive. I'll give you 5 minutes. You got 5 minutes to back it up. And the link is in the chat. You just gotta accept it and everything. Let me know. Now you better not come over here with your OnlyFans because then I'm gonna block you. Okay, because we don't want to see no ping, no nothing like that. No. He resurrected from the block. Yo, throw the banner up, Rabbit. I got it, man. I'm waiting for him. You got 5 minutes. Hurry up, because I gotta go soon. And I'm gonna leave the book running while I handle this appointment. I got an appointment to handle. Tupac couldn't keep quiet for this long. You said, ooh. Yeah, we want to know. You go hit the link. I'm giving you 5 minutes. Hurry up. I'm happy that he wants to come up. He wants to give his theory. Yeah, that's right. That's right, Suits and Stilettos. That's right. You said, so how does it go that I think that if you are thinking, okay, ooh, all right, hold up. Now, give me 1 second because I gotta put a little banner. Now, I just want to make sure no OnlyFans, no, nothing like that, all right? Let me put a little banner. Give me 1 second because I have to caution you, because we do got people that while out when they come up here. Give me 1 sec. Hi there, how are you?
How you doing?
Good. Now I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but it's not Dragon Ball Z that you have as an avatar. What is that?
That is Dragon Ball Z.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Yeah.
My bad. All right.
It's not that serious, though.
Okay. Oh, well, thank you. I was like, I don't know if you're, because, we have people that troll us, but if you have a really good backing to why you feel like Tupac is still alive, and is he in Cuba? Is that what you're going to say?
Okay, so I actually, when I was growing up, my mom was the one that actually told me Tupac was alive. And the reason she said that was because there's people in my family that work in private investigating and all of that.
Okay.
And a lot of the autopsy stuff is very weird, very unfinished. And then there's really weird. Okay, so you brought up the car behind him, right?
Yeah, the witnesses behind him.
If you Google Frank Alexander, who was Tupac's personal bodyguard, he in one interview said he was with Tupac that night. And in another interview, he said he was at home watching. Right? Then there was also a woman on the news, and you can find this clip online. And this woman said that Tupac was airlifted in a helicopter.
Oh.
So the same woman, Frank Alexander, the bodyguard, went to go find that woman because he wanted to ask her what she saw. Do you know that he ended up dead after trying to find that woman?
No. So you think that they took her out?
Well, no, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it's very odd whenever someone
Gotcha.
tries to connect the dots of that night, they end up disappearing. They end up changing their
Gotcha.
story. It's just very odd.
So your mom was a Tupac fan, or was she? Is
Yeah,
that how
she
you
was.
learned about Tupac?
Yeah, she was a huge Tupac fan.
Ah, okay. So how do you
Now,
mind if I
yeah,
ask you how old you are? You sound pretty young. Are you in your 20s?
I'm 28.
Oh, you're 28. Okay, so how old
Yeah.
were you when Tupac died?
I was I was born in 1996.
There. Okay,
So
so you weren't around quite yet.
yeah, I wasn't even around. No,
I
nope.
got you. I got you. So your mom. So you believe what your mom is saying though, that this is what she carried, and you know.
Yeah, because I mean, not to like sound arrogant, but I
Mhm.
just feel like of all the celebrities, he's the most relevant. He's the one that's brung up all the time. And on top of that, Suge Knight. This is
Mhm.
something I researched and even did a paper on in college. Suge
Okay.
Knight said that he was shot 7 times, and they
Mhm.
tried to take out the bullet in Suge Knight because Suge Knight claims he has a bullet in his head, right?
That's what he said. Yeah.
And they offered to take it out for him, and he doesn't want it taken out. I believe he didn't really get shot because if you look at how small that car was, it wouldn't make sense that only Tupac got shot on his side and Suge didn't get shot. That doesn't make any sense
Mm.
if you really think
Interesting.
about it. Um, but the reason my mom thinks he's alive is because the autopsy photo that was released to the internet when the internet was like in its younger days,
Yeah.
he had the death row chain on in his autopsy, which
Mm.
they would not keep your jewelry on when they do that, and they would not leak or put out an autopsy photo. They never do that.
Gotcha. Yeah. Wow. Wow. I mean,
And
you're.
yeah,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
and then the Cuba thing, I think the Cuba thing is silly. But the reason people
Okay.
say Cuba is because he had an aunt that was in the Black Panthers, that was
Yes.
on the FBI's most wanted list, and she
Hmm.
went there. And that's the only family really, besides I think his brother, that's still living.
Yeah. Wow.
Oh yeah.
Well, I mean, and I did give you because I was like, I don't know if you're trolling. I got people here. Some of us believe that Tupac died when he died. We're not going to always see eye to eye, but
Of
if
course.
that's what your mom believe, respectfully, I don't know your mom, but shout out to her, and I get it.
My dad thinks
Um,
that we're both crazy. So I mean, there you
I
go.
think I'm with your dad. I really do. But shout out to your dad too. And no shade. You just sound very young. So I mean, I get it. And I mean, if that's what you believe, maybe mom saw something that we didn't see. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
everybody's entitled to their opinion, respectfully. You
And
know.
something
Uh
else too, if you
uh-huh.
want to look it up, um, his music video, I Wonder If Heaven's Got a Ghetto.
Mm-hmm.
In that music video, it shows his point of view, and it's him getting out of a helicopter and him shot, and the date is 7 days after, and then he stayed in the hospital 7 days. So that's where all the theories come from, because it's all
Oh.
sevens. All the coincidences lead to seven.
So if Tupac is alive right now, where is he? Where do you think? I mean, where is he?
I mean, I can't take up all your I can't
Well, you
take up
got
all
one
your
more minute.
time.
All right. Okay.
There's a guy that people think is him. He's
Yeah.
in a group called Jurassic 5, and he's a
Oh.
rapper named Akil the MC. And this is a
Oh, we're gonna
rap
have to
group
pull
that's
him up.
only in the UK. And this
Mm-hmm.
guy's never been over here, but he's like a millionaire. So
Gotcha.
yeah,
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, but the thing is like one thing about Tupac. I mean, I just don't think that he would have been the type to just stay in hiding for so many years. I mean, that's one
yeah.
thing he never did. He kind of stood on the things that he said. I just don't see that. But I don't know, man. I don't know.
But you
You know.
brung up that what you was just reading, that
Mm-hmm.
Suge wanted, to kind of tie him down because he wanted to leave death row. You faking your
Well,
death because you have this debt and you have all these people coming at you is not really a bad idea.
that's been a theory, and that was what Tupac's brother said in the lawsuit. That's been a theory that's been said that and that's what we just read. So we don't even know. Now, do I find it maybe it's street code and I don't understand it because I'm not, but that Suge would never testify even for someone who was his artist and everything. But, maybe everybody's got a theory, but not everybody's going to believe the theory, My thing is that I just don't see Tupac being quiet for so many years.
Yeah,
that just
and a
wasn't
lot
his
of people
character.
say that. And you're right to say that, but even Suge, and I don't know if people think Suge is crazy, but if you go look up right after Tupac died, Suge was on interview saying that Tupac was alive. And that's what started it too. He was the person that said that.
Interesting. That's interesting.
I don't know why he said that, but yeah.
Yeah, mommy. I mean, he said a lot of things, and some of it you just kind of have to wonder what's up, You said the 2 security guards were given different instructions at night. Gotcha. It's a really the whole situation is off, right? And then you have people that have passed away, and you have witnesses that are no longer here that have been killed as well. So I get where you're coming from with that theory, but everybody's gonna believe something different. For us, I believe he died, when he died, and it's kind of where we're at. But thank you so much for at least sharing your theory. But not everybody's going to believe you. But, you sound very nice. You sound very young. And shout out to you. Okay. And thank you for telling me that that's Dragon Ball Z. I thought it was Pikachu or I don't know my anime. I really don't. I just assume.
No, it's not a big deal. I mean, everyone makes mistakes.
All right. Well, thank you. And what is your name? Super what?
Is it Super Saiyan Snack?
Super Saiyan Snack?
Yeah, it's okay. I didn't make the name. It's a name that a girl gave to me because I was streaming on Twitch. And that's the name they gave me.
Okay. Well, shout out to you. All right. Well, I will talk to you. Thank you so much for hitting the link.
Of course. I appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
You too. Thank you. Y'all be nice in the chat. Thank you. He sounds very young. He was respectful. Okay. Be nice in the chat. Let him know, I like it when it's like a young person because it's like you get to learn. But his mom said that this was a theory. He believed the theory. And then he said the dad, thinks that they're crazy. I mean, shout out to the dad too. Shout out to both the parents, Shout out to them, guys. Shout out to them. Shout out to the young people. We don't really know what we learn from the young people. It's always good to hear young people out. You know what? I didn't even probe, and that's okay. I don't want if nobody wants to give me their direct age, I'm okay with that. I don't want your social. I don't want nothing. You don't have to give me your date of birth. I was just like, it's fairly young, That's cool. Okay. Shout out to everybody in the chat. It said mom needs to show him some proof. I'm sure that's what dad said, though. I'm sure that's what dad said. You know what I mean? All right. So hold up, y'all, because I got a couple minutes before I have to head out, and I'm going to leave the book running, and y'all can hang out in the chat, behave in the chat. But let me do some shout outs because I have not done shout outs. First of all, shout out to Poetically Speaking. Thank you, love, for gifting 5 memberships. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Rudy and Son, thank you. I plead the fifth. Thank you. Tiffany, thank you. Thank you so much, Jay, for the jewels. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Nebby. Naturally Thick. Thank you so much for the UNC alert. Mel, thank you so much for the jewels. Nebby, thank you so much for this. Thank you for the flower. This too shall pass. Thank you for becoming a member. Shout out to you. Patrick, thank you so much for the super chat. You said calling BS on the J5 being a UK-based group. They were all out of LA, and is it Akil was dreadlocks? Or dreadlocks? Nothing like Tupac. He must be confusing with someone else. I don't know, man. I mean, we could look at some pictures. Thank you so much, Patrick. Y'all don't be nice in the chat and don't fight in the chat. Texas woman, thank you so much for the floating heart. Y'all are so great. Okay. Got to get that child something. Thank you, guys. Thank you. All right, hold up. Let me close some of these because it'll help me refresh. Thank you. Again. All right, close that. All right. So I'm not mad at wishful thinking. Y'all are so funny. Okay. Thank you. Super Saiyan Snack. Okay. That's how you say that. That's cute. Have you seen Suge? Is he refusing to testify? Yeah, Marie. I mean, I'm not surprised at all. At all. All right. Here we go, y'all. Here we go. So then, the decades following the Tupac's murder. Okay, so Mo Preem is saying there's been a lot of theories out there. This is his stance, okay? None of these theories, however, were asserted by a single credible source or independently corroborated. Where fingers were pointed, denial followed. Mrs. Wallace denied. Mrs. Wallace denied Biggie's involvement in Tupac's death. Combs has repeatedly professed to knowing nothing about Tupac's murder and has claimed that accusations he commissioned the murder were pure fiction. Suge Knight strongly denied theories that he had Tupac killed. Wright, too, has denied any involvement in Tupac's murder, calling that day one of the worst days of his life. Reggie Wright apparently denied it too, okay? And it further goes. Unsurprisingly, Tupac's family was unable to start a meaningful investigation, let alone discover the true identities of the perpetrators. But for the first time in nearly 30 years, threads are starting to come together. Before his death, this is a footnote, Tupac fired, look at this. Before his death, Tupac fired Wright as a member of Death Row's security team. That is a footnote. Before, look at that. Was that a theory? Before his death, Tupac fired Wright as a member of Death Row's security team. So Tupac had the ability to fire people even though he was just the artist. Ain't that some interesting stuff, okay? So then on September 29, 2023, Keefe D was arrested and indicted for... Oh, we gonna need to... Thank you. All right, sorry. And indicted for Tupac's murder. On or around June 25th, 2024, during the pretrial proceedings, the CCD relied heavily on the investigation files compiled by Greg Kading during his work on the task force to oppose Keefe D's bail application, citing them as evidence that Keefe D posed a threat to the community. In subsequent hearings and on or about July 23rd of 2024, Keefe D's defense counsel complained that the prosecution was relying on Kading's files, but withholding them from the discovery. In response, the prosecution argued that Kading's files were not subject to disclosure because prosecution did not intend to use them as evidence during their case in chief. Ain't that some ish? They'll use it for entertainment, documentary purposes, but they're not going to use it for discovery. I'm confusional because there's a lot that I don't think everything has been disclosed, okay? Further goes. In or around October 23rd, 2023, October 2023, grand jury transcripts from Keefe D's criminal case, the transcripts were made public. The transcripts confirm a number of details surrounding Tupac's murder, though numerous questions remain unanswered. The transcripts confirm that in 2008, while the task force was still operational, Keefe D sat for a proffer session with the LAPD and the FBI. The proffer session was subject to a confidentiality agreement, and full contents of Keefe D's statements were not previously made public. Following the release of the transcripts, members of Tupac's family made significant efforts to conduct their own investigation into Tupac's murder before filing this lawsuit. The family sought to speak with individuals who were close with Suge Knight, Ma Piru, Keefe D, the Southside Crips, Bad Boy Records, including various recording artists who they believe possess valuable information about individuals involved in Tupac's murder. Their efforts were unsuccessful. Most of the individuals and the family contacted were unwilling to even confirm whether they had knowledge about the events surrounding Tupac's death. And of those who did agree to speak, most only provided secondhand accounts of what happened, not credible, actionable information. Upon information believed, those believed to possess credible information declined to speak to plaintiff in anticipation of the release of the Netflix documentary, Sean Combs' The Reckoning. Tupac's family has also contacted Greg Kading in or around 2024. Though Kading was retired from the LAPD, members of Tupac's family understood that he retained copies of of his case files related to his work on the task force, which were also in the hands of the CCD. The family requested access to those files, and Kading declined. Kading. This is why Kading is trash. This is why the LAPD, it's officers like Greg Kading that give the LAPD such a bad name. This is why I don't like Greg Kading. He's out here. He's willing to get paid for all these documentaries, write books, but he's not willing to help. And he's over here purporting to be, well, guys, I went to Keefe D's house and I asked Keefe D, hey, I'm going to tell you, I'm leaving. I'm going to disclose and really, tell the people what happened, the investigation and the proffer agreement. But you're not willing to give the information to Tupac's family, who is seeking justice for their murdered loved one. How does that happen? This is why the LAPD has a bad rap. And y'all keep giving this man a platform to spew this shit. It's like, but what about, why isn't it primary to Mopreme and the Shakur family? I don't get it. These officers are the kinds of officers that he's willing to write books. He's willing to be photographed and go to red carpets and yada, yada, yada and get paid. But he's not willing to help in putting a closure to this. Why? Because it closes his pockets, in my opinion. Because he stops making money, in my opinion. He has profited from all of this for years. For years. I don't get it, but okay. On or about May 24, 2024, counsel for Tupac's family had a call with representatives of the CCD to discuss developments in Keefe D's criminal trial. During the call, CCDA representatives confirmed that the office had no plans to bring in additional criminal charges against anyone else in connection with Tupac's murder. Though prosecutors stated that they would consider naming additional defendants if new information were disclosed, they confirmed that Keefe D was their only viable target. Okay? So people are aware. Things began to change December 2nd, 2025. Things began to change in December 2nd of 2025 when Netflix released its documentary Sean Combs: The Reckoning, created and produced by Curtis Jackson, 50 Cent, and Alex Stapleton. The Netflix documentary. That documentary revealed for the first time information from individuals close to Combs during the 1990s that was not previously available to Tupac's family. Okay, so, and he did highlight earlier on in this lawsuit what he felt like was revealed, okay, just so people are aware. The Netflix documentary and the transcripts collectively revealed evidence. Hold up. Suggests that Keefe D and Combs involved in Tupac's murder and others were involved as well. Now, let's read this footnote. In 2019, Keefe D self-published a book entitled Compton Street Legends, Notorious Keefe D street-level account of Tupac and Biggie murders, Death Row Origins, Suge Knight, Puffy Combs, and Crooked Cops. And you know when he talks about, Keefe D talks about Crooked Cops, you know what he's talking about? The very end of the book, which I did leave, he is talking about Greg Kading. He's cursing the F out of Greg Kading, okay? So my question to the audience who's been following this for many years, what was released first? Greg Kading's recordings or the book, Keefe D's book? What was released first? Greg Kading's recordings or Keefe D's books? Go check. My understanding is that this proffer agreement, that information, those recordings where you hear Keefe D talking, that was released in 2008 or 9? The book didn't come out till 10 years later? So I'm thinking in my mind that when Keefe D, as much of a liar that he is, but when Keefe D put out there at the very end of the book, the Crooked Cop part, and he specifically talked about Greg Kading, is that Keefe D thought, well, shit, if this Crooked Cop is going to leak information about this proffer agreement, well, maybe I can now then talk about what happened and, write a book about it. And then call call him out in the book. And that he did. That's my theory, is that he felt like he was safe because you had a crooked cop doing the same. Just a thought. Just a theory. And then it says, some of the information revealed in the grand jury transcripts was discussed in Keefe D's book. And at least one witness read portion of Keefe D's book into the record during this grand jury testimony. In the absence of any arrest by law enforcement, the stories contained in Keefe D's book read as a cash grab written by an unreliable witness and notorious criminals rather than a confession. After all, the police went decades without a single arrest and no law enforcement agency brought charges against him, at least until 3 years ago. And after his arrest, Keefe D retracted many of the statements he made in the book, including Combs' involvement in Tupac's murder. Okay. There you go. So here it says that Combs, during the 1990s, that was not previously available to Tupac's family, suggested Keefe D and Combs' involvement in Tupac's murder and that others were involved as well. Okay, so then it gives an example. All right, so I'm going to stop right here. I'm going to highlight this. But I'm going to, just so I don't lose my spot, I'm going to leave. Let's remove this. We're going to leave. I'll be back. I got to handle some business. But I'm going to leave this here. It's going to be streaming, guys. So you guys will get like some visuals here and whatnot. Got it. We're going to play the book. For those that don't know, the music is playing in the background for copyright purposes. Of course, we have to transform it. All of this is transformed under fair use. Of course, my friends. And y'all let me know what you guys think in the comments. Yep. All right. Hold up, y'all. Let's go.
I jumped in the front passenger seat of the Cadillac because I knew that the caddy wasn't with that bullshit. I pulled out the Glock that Zip gave me and tossed it in the back seat. Bubble Up did the driving. Baby Lane and Freaky were riding in the back. After our pit stop at the liquor barn, we continued towards the carriage house. As we were driving, the two vehicles that were with us got caught at the traffic light. We kept rolling. A few blocks down, we were sitting at the light, and who the fuck did we see? The Death Row Caravan hit the corner with Tupac hanging out of the window of a black luxury BMW waving to his fans. People on the streets were screaming, Tupac, we love you, Tupac. In unison, all of our heads turned. There them motherfuckers go right there. If Pac had not been hanging out of the window, we would have never seen him. Buster you. Bubble Up busted a U-turn and hit the gutter lane on their asses. As they sat in traffic, we slowly rolled past the long line of luxury cars they had in their caravan. We were on a mission, looking into each one, until we pulled up to the front vehicle and found who we were seeking. Like two rams locking horns, Suge and I looked each other dead in the eye, our eyes locked. The terrified expression on Suge's face read, damn, them no words exchanged, the time for talking had passed. The shit was about to go down. The next few seconds all happened so quickly. The shit was on. Tupac made an erratic move and began to reach down beneath his seat. It was the first and only time in my life that I could relate to the police command, keep your hands where I can see you. Instead, Pop pulled out a strap, and that's when the fireworks started. One of my guys from the back seat grabbed a Glock and started busting back. The first shot skinned Suge in his head. I thought the motherfucker was dead. I heard stories that Suge supposedly used Tupac as a shield when the bullets started flying. But that's some bullshit. Suge was already wounded. He was the first one that got touched. As the rounds continued flying, I dug down so that I wouldn't get hit. When the shooting stopped, we boned out, and a white Chrysler C-Ring full of young ladies was following us. Their window quickly got shot out, so they stopped. The interesting thing to me was, with all them rough-ass they were supposed to have with them, none of them did a damn thing and tried to come after us. There were a lot of shots let off in both directions. I don't know why the Vegas police didn't check Tupac's hands for powder burns to see if he was shooting, because the car we were in was shot the fuck up. I don't understand why people act like Tupac was an angel. Shit, they had busted on some off-duty cops in Atlanta a few years earlier, so he wasn't scared to bust. On top of that, by the time we rolled up, he had to know the person they jumped on in the casino was a Southside Crip, so they had to be on high alert. When the shot settled, a couple of people in our car had fragments and glass in their hair, but none of us had been hit. The strip was in an uproar as police cars and ambulances raced to the scene. Somehow, Suge, instead of driving straight to Memorial Hospital, he did some studio gangster shit. He made a U-turn back onto the Las Vegas Strip. Confident the death row crew and the police would be looking for the car that we were driving, we abandoned the car and got away from it quickly. In some shit you see on the Twilight Zone, we scurried to get to the other side of Las Vegas Boulevard. When we got to the middle divider, the light changed to red, and we had to wait on the median. As we were standing on the median, waiting to cross Las Vegas Boulevard, 2 ambulances passed by right in front of where we were standing with their sirens blaring. The first ambulance passed by with Tupac in it, and the medics working frantically to provide medical attention. The second one, not too far behind, had Sugar. There we were, looking right into the ambulances, transporting Tupac and Suge to Memorial Hospital. Everyone knows the rest of the story, as 6 days later, Tupac died as a result of his injuries. The moral of the story, real gangsters are nothing to fuck with. It's a ruthless way of life, one that I lived for the majority of my life. Some gangster rappers have glamorized and glorified the life like it's cool and something to strive for. They have a lot of people's minds twisted. The truth of the matter is, gangbanging and acting like a thug ain't no joke. These street wars taking place in urban communities around the country are as real as the wars that U.S. troops are engaged in around the world. In some cases, the streets' body counts are even higher. For us, Vegas was another day at the office. It may sound cold-hearted, but from a street perspective, the killings of Tupac Shakur and Biggie Smalls will be considered nothing more than collateral damage. As a result, the hip-hop world has lost 2 of its most talented and revered musical artists and icons. At this point in my life, I can say that I have a deep sense of remorse for what happened to Tupac. He was a talented artist with tons of potential to impact the world. I hate that Tupac's family, friends, and fans, especially his mother, Afeni Shakur, had to go through the pain of losing her son. It's terrible losing people like that. I know that pain too well. However, I stand firm on the point that Tupac, Suge Knight, and the rest of those didn't have any business putting their hands on my beloved nephew, Baby Lane, period. Them jumping on my nephew gave us the ultimate green light to do something to their ass. Tupac chose the wrong game to play. Suge and them should have done a better job of protecting that dude, because they knew who the fuck we were and the kind of shit we were capable of. Tupac may not have known, but Suge and his peeps definitely knew. Tupac was a guppy that got swallowed up by some ferocious sharks. He should have ever got involved in that bullshit of trying to be a thug. Southside Crips earned some strokes on college from the street to the Tupac shooting, but it generated too much attention and put us under a microscope by law enforcement that would not cease and eventually brought us down. It was a big-time loss for everybody involved. Aftermath. When we made it back to the hotel, we popped our bottles and partied like it was any other night. Of course, someone suggested that we pour out a little for Tupac, which we did, and smoked our weed like we had planned to do in the first place. Instead of being with us, C-Ray was still out partying at the MGM Hotel Club. Someone from another Crip set pulled his coat. Hey, you better get the fuck up out of here. You ain't heard what your homeboys just did? C-Ray left the club and came over to the carriage house once he found out something went down. What happened, y'all? We don't know nothing, I was thinking. We know you're gonna snitch, and I was right. They eventually did snitch. After partying most of the night in Vegas, we left the next morning. We rolled by and scooped up the Cadillac from where we had ditched it the night before. The night of the shooting, the gun was placed on one of the tires of the Cadillac. But when we went back with the car the next morning, the gun wasn't there. We jumped on the freeway and headed back home to Compton. I rode back with my wife and nephew in the same rental car. One of the homies drove the caddy, and we were following on their tail the whole time. At one point, when we got around the rest area in Barstow, a white San Bernardino sheriff car followed us for about 10 miles before turning off. During the drive home, I laced Baby Lane with the game. Don't tell nobody what happened. Not even your mama. Don't say a motherfucking thing. Sure enough, when we made it home, the streets were spooked. Inquiring minds wanted to know, what happened in Vegas? Nothing was our only reply. Once we got back to Compton, the caddy sat for a couple of days. Then we took it to the car place. But then it was too late for any forensics to be accurate and reliable. The Sunday we returned was one busy day. When we got home, we watched some of the news reports. My uncle, who was a stone-hard gangster, came over early that morning with the newspaper and some coffee. I was in my back house. He stormed in. Nephew, this done told on 2 at one time. Ooh, man, you read this shit Suge said in this article? He read part of the article out loud. Keefe D's nephew. My uncle concluded, if that ain't dry snitching, I don't know what is. He's trying to take down 2 motherfuckers at the same time. With that first newspaper article, Suge was essentially telling on Baby Lane and me. Suge could have said my little brother's nephew, but instead he used my name, Keefe D's nephew. I've seen Suge a few times once I got out of the pen. The first time was when the Lakers were playing the New Jersey Nets, and my older brother had bought some tickets. The halfway house I was staying at permitted me to go with my brother to the game. While I was there getting hot dogs, I saw Suge with 3 or 4 white guys and 3 brothers. When the motherfucker saw me, he looked like he was scared straight. He came over to where I was. What's up, homie? I'm glad you stayed strong for me, man. All in from my neighborhood. I wanted to say, you the first one, bitch. I started to hate watching MTV during that time because it seemed like every hour on the hour, MTV would report. Rapper Tupac Shakur is in critical condition. Reports indicate that Crips out of California, Keefe D's nephew. I was like, God damn, why they keep using my name? That fucked me up with some of the early reports for using my name. That information had to come from Suge, since he was the only one who could have known. That same day, my new Colombian plug, JC's little brother, called. He was usually really laid back, but this time, there was urgency in his voice. Meet me at the Chevron, over at El Segundo in Sepulveda, he said. When I pulled into the gas station, he walked up to my car, faster than usual, with this scared look on his face, and asked, "Man, is that y'all?" "Yeah." "Come on, homie. You're supposed to be smarter than that. We have a multi-million-dollar business. You're tripping." His words of disappointment were piercing, mainly because he was right. I was tripping. I did the same dumbass shit I said Suge shouldn't have been doing. I had risen out of gangbanging and elevated to the level where I was running a multi-million-dollar business. Suge did his with the record company. I did mine illegally in the streets. Little JC continued, "I'm out of here. I'm not going down with y'all. Y'all are going to jail." He was a smart dude, and the next day, he was on an airplane on his way back to Colombia. At the time Little JC left, I was balling, getting 300 kilos a month from him at $10,000 a piece, selling them locally for $13,000 to $14,000, and selling them out of town for $25,000. Little JC, leaving the country, put me out the dope game for a while. At about 3 o'clock Monday afternoon, the action picked up when one of the leaders of the gangbanger section of the hood got shot 7 times in the stomach in front of the neighborhood liquor store. Somebody from the other side did the shooting. That first Monday afternoon shooting raised the alarm in our hood. I threw a meeting after it happened and told the youngsters to handle the young from the rival neighborhood. We, the old dudes, would deal with the big motherfuckers. After that, a brutal month-long gang war broke out between our two factions. Them young from our set went crazy on the Bloods. Their side lost about 6 people, and we lost 1. We had a couple of homies get wounded. Suge's hands weren't clean. He participated in beating the shit out of my nephew, so we went after Suge after the war broke out too. Suge spared his own life by not staying at his spot in the valley. Once the war broke out, he left and stayed out of town for a while. I know because we were on his bumper. He was unaware that we were staking out his house. We had a little hideaway spot out in Studio City, and we were going out there every night looking for him. We knew where he lived because we had people who worked with the phone company, with the DMV, and females who worked at the courthouse. So it was easy for us to get an address. Southside had homies who were Samoan, Mexican, and white. We were not just blacks. My next door neighbors were 2 white boys, gangsters that would blow the noodles out your head. We had one of the white boys dressed up in a UPS uniform, knocking at the door of Suge's studio. We gave another white boy a buzz cut and dressed him up so that he looked like a cop. If Suge had answered that door, his ass was ours. By 4 p.m., the soldiers was on my street, strapped up and ready to begin our search and destroy mission. By 4:10 p.m., Reggie Wright Sr., who was the captain of the 4 o'clock shift for the Compton Police Department, was at my house. I guess he finished his orientation with his officers real quick, and that must have jumped in his squad car and came straight over to my house. His son, Reggie Wright Jr., was the head of death row security. With the battle that was going down in the streets of Compton, Reggie Sr. was concerned about his son's safety. He came flying down the street in a Compton police car, ran the stop sign, pulled up on the wrong side of the road, and hit the brakes. He jumped out of his car and left the door wide open. Then he started screaming, "Let me tell you something, Keefe D. If you motherfuckers kill my son, it's gonna be hell to pay." I just looked at him like he was stupid. "You kill my son and the gloves are coming off." "What the fuck is you talking about? Please." He yelled back, "I'm just telling you, motherfucker." Then he jumped back in his police car and sped off. Once he left, I had to let a few of the homies know. We might have to crack some police heads. They would kill for that. The proof was in the pudding when Captain Wright came over with that threat. He made it clear whose side he was on. Now, both Reggie Wright Sr. and his son, Reggie Jr., have been charged with federal drug trafficking and money laundering charges. Them have been dirty for years, and it finally caught up with them. About an hour later, some of Compton's 30s, Sergeant Reynolds and his crew, came and raided our houses. During the 92 riots, there was a Crip set that broke into an Army surplus store and took all of their guns. They sold me 2 crates of guns for $3,600 per crate. There were 90 guns in each crate. Max, Flats, AK-47s. We put in a lot of work with those guns. My homies used them motherfuckers up, wearing people's ass out. During the raids, they took a large amount of our guns, attempting to leave us butt naked. I sent word with Zip to tell Puffy to send us some cash so we could get us some more guns. But that never happened. Luckily, because of my Colombian connection, we had a new crate of firearms the next fucking day. The streets were hot. The third day after getting back from Vegas, a few of us met with Zip at LA Hot Wings near 3rd Street and La Brea. While we were meeting with Zip, Biggie's wife, Faith, called him. Then a little after that, Puffy called Zip and asked, "Was that us?" I didn't say a motherfucking thing. A few weeks later, C-Ray's next door neighbor got killed. The dude wasn't from Southside, but he grew up in our neighborhood. He worked as a Compton Unified School police officer and also volunteered with the Compton Police. The guy was on his way to work and to drop his daughter off at school. He He put his daughter in the car, and when he walked around to get in the vehicle, a red car came around the corner. They shot him 35 times with an AK-47. That hit was meant for C-Ray, but they got the wrong person. After that failed hit, C-Ray decided to start working with the police and became a confidential informant. One day, I was over in the Jordan Downs projects chilling, and C-Ray came over and said, "Keefe D, still got a hit out on you, me, and Little Dog." I could hear the nervousness in his voice. "Me, you, and Little Dog? Yeah, for 100,000. How you know that?" "I'm just telling you, dog." C-Ray pissed me off for what he said. So I told him, "Wherever you got that shit from, you tell that I'll hit Suge for free, motherfucker. Wouldn't cost a dime to hit his punk ass." Those knew I wasn't any joke. I'm from the streets for real. Remember with that record company shit. We were crippin' for real. We were not faking. Meanwhile, I was wondering, where did C-Ray get that information? The FBI came and raided our houses 2 days later and threw everybody in jail. Again, I just missed getting caught. The person who saved my ass this time was a man that lived in the neighborhood and collected old cooking grease from restaurants. He happened to be on his way home from work at 3 a.m. and saw loads of FBI and police setting up at the Winchell's Donut Shop in our neighborhood. He came and knocked on my door. "Keefe D, I don't know what the fuck is going on. There's a whole lot of police, buses, and news people at the Winchell's Donut Shop." "You bullshitting." I could tell from his facial expression that he was serious. "Hold on." I ran and grabbed my shit, put on some clothes, and jumped in the truck with him. He took me to the Metro Rail station, and I caught the Metro Rail to Watts and disappeared into the projects. I watched the shit on the news in the morning. They came and raided my house, but I got up out of there about 5 minutes before they arrived. Lucky for me, the grease man saw their asses. Otherwise, I would have been caught up in that raid. Around 7 a.m, about 1 week after Vegas, boss man's auntie came and knocked on my door. "My nephew wants you to be at my house at 7 o'clock tonight so he can talk to you." I went around there and talked to boss man, and he told me, "Man, your boy C-Ray wants me to get in contact with Big CEO." "He wants you to get in contact with Big CEO?" I repeated what I heard to make sure I had it right. "Yeah." "What that doing?" "He's trying to say he ain't in that shit. He's trying to sell y'all out." I don't know what's wrong with that. C-Ray was one of the guys in the van in Vegas. In fact, he was the main one in Vegas in the van acting like a bitch. That pissed me the fuck off. I guess when his neighbor got killed, that shook his boots. A few days later, my nephew and I went to IHOP for breakfast over on Alameda and Compton Boulevard. We were there eating breakfast, and the mayor of Compton, Omar Bradley, and Councilman Green came in there mad dogging us, acting like they were tough. I said, "Man, you tripping, dude. What the fuck is wrong with you? You better leave us the fuck alone." They were on Suge's team also. Then I made a crucial mistake. I threw a big meeting for our neighborhood at a park in Cerritos. All the homies showed up. I did all the talking, and the feds knew everything that I said to them because there was some informants among us. I should have never done that. That's where they got the idea that I had a leadership role within the set, which caused the feds to start following me around everywhere I went. Agent Holliday was the head of the major crime unit for the FBI Central District of LA. Holliday and his crew was on my ass from that day on. As time passed, they raided everything and everybody. They raided Southsiders and Suge's death row mob Pyru people. Right before Suge was about to go to court for violating his parole for his part in the casino beating of my nephew, I received a call from Baby Lane, who was up in our lawyer Edie Fall's office. Come up here, bring 2 guns. Edie Fall is from Gambia, made a lot of money off of our family from dealing with my nephew and me. Bring 2 guns? Yeah, come up here as soon as you can. The Reaper and I rushed up to Edie Fall's office. When we arrived and entered the office, we saw Compton Police Captain Reggie Wright Sr. and Compton Police Sergeant Reynolds sitting in the waiting area with Suge Knight. That was an incredibly uncomfortable and awkward couple of minutes while we all occupied the same small space. That was the reason Baby Lane told me to bring 2 guns, just in case. The 3 of them were there to meet with Baby Lane before Suge's probation violation hearing in an attempt to keep Suge from going to jail. They offered to pay Baby Lane $60,000 for him to appear in court and say that Suge didn't kick him in the casino. Baby Lane went to court and said that shit too. He got paid the $60,000. But the judge in the case ruled that Suge was an active participant in the attack anyway. Once Baby Lane received that payment, the war between our 2 functions chilled. The thing that fucked me up was to see both the captain and the sergeant from the Compton Police Department in there with Suge. That just confirmed what we already knew. Suge had crooked-ass police on his payroll. We weren't competing against regular street niggas like us. Suge's hitmen were the police. Those niggas carried badges and guns and could pull us over and were licensed to blow our brains out. From the Compton PD, Suge had Captain Reggie Wright Sr., Reggie Wright Jr., and Sergeant Reynolds. From LAPD's scandalous Rampart Division, he had Rafael Perez and David Mack, both of whom were Suge's homeboys, blood niggas. Almost all of them have been in the newspapers for being rogue cops and connected to Suge. What most people don't know is that they were putting hits down for that. Over the years, they bumped off a few of our people. I have strong reason to believe my buddy FL was one of their victims. I'm lucky to be alive. Even though the beef between our two factions quieted down, the funk wasn't over. Retaliation from the other side was a necessity. It was just a matter of who they were going to go after. They chose Bad Boy. An eye for an eye. The night before Biggie got killed, me and two of my homies, Bubble Up and Uchi, went to the House of Blues on Sunset Boulevard to see our Southside homie, Davey Wavy, who was Mac 10's manager. That night, they were having a posthumous album release party for Eazy-E, who had passed away the year before. Davey Wavy was up in the VIP section and screamed down when he saw us. Yo, Keefe D, your boy Puffy up here. We went up in the VIP section and saw Snoop Dogg, Willie McGinnis, and Little Blue. They were all from the 20s, or Insanes, down in Long Beach. Biggie and Puffy had come to town to promote Biggie's new album, Life After Death. Puffy came over. We greeted each other, and he said, "What's up, dog?" Just chilling. There were too many people inside to talk, and we had a lot we needed to talk about. Puffy told me to meet him the next night at a party they were having at the Peterson Automotive Museum. Once the House of Blues party was over, my homies Bubble Up, Uchi, and I were sitting in front of the venue in a rental car, trying to get some bitches. I was sitting in the passenger seat, Uchi was in the back. Hey, that Puffy go right there, one of the homies observed. Who's that he's walking with? Is that Vivica Fox? Yeah, that's her. If it wasn't, it must have been her identical twin. They were all walking out of the House of Blues together. I yelled out, "What's up, homie?" Puffy turned his head in our direction to see who was calling, and when he saw it was me, he strolled over to the car and came up to the window. Puffy's eyes got wide, and his heart had to be racing. When he got to the car, he saw all three of us sitting in the car with some high-powered straps in our laps. We were strapped up because our hood was at war with each other. It had gotten dangerous in our hood. 5 of the homies had already lost their lives. You could hit the corner and die. It was that thick. Baby Lane had a bullet stuck in his head and got shot with an AK between both knees during that internal neighborhood feud. It hurt me to see us going against each other like that. Puffy was unaware of all the drama that was going on in our neighborhood, so he was visibly shaken by our menacing presence. Puffy still hadn't paid us any money, so it was probable he thought the straps we were carrying was for him, but they weren't. We had them for our own protection. Puffy bent down to the car window and shared the activities they had planned for the next couple of days. Man, tomorrow afternoon we're giving a basketball game at Cal State Dominguez Hills. I already told you about the party tomorrow night we're giving at the Peterson Automotive Museum. Then we're gonna have a picnic at Spelling's daddy house the following day. Y'all need to come through. When he finished, he nervously backed up out of there. He didn't pay attention to the beautiful women he walked out with. He wisely made sure to keep an extremely watchful eye on us. The next day, a few of us showed up to the basketball game at Cal State Dominguez. Puffy was up there with Missy Elliott. We ran into Corrupt and Daz Dillinger from the Dog Pound, and Snoop Dogg was also there. The only one that was acting like he was a super crip, too good to fuck with us, was Daz. When I went to federal prison, Daz made a song that had subliminal messages in it that I didn't like. As luck would have it, my boy Bubble Up and ran into them in Compton at one of my homies' weed spots, not long after I got out of the fed. You know who we are? Nah, he responded. Nigga, I'm Keefe D from Southside. His eyes lit up like silver dollars. He was ready to shit his pants. What's all that shit you talking? And you a rapper, don't get your ass beat the fuck up. I heard real bad talking shit, stupid ass. Man, I was just brainwashed by Suge. That's why I was eating. And you were eating with the wrong people, bitch. He was scared to death, shaking like Don Knotts. I could look into his eyes and tell he wasn't hard. Another case of a rapper who wasn't really about that life, claiming it like he was. After the basketball game, we arranged to meet Zip at the bar next to the rooftop pool of the Hyatt Hotel on Sunset Boulevard. When we arrived, Zip was already up there with Keyshawn Johnson, the wide receiver for the New York Jets. We met them at the hotel, got fresh, then headed out to the Peterson Museum. There was about 15 Southsiders in the party that night, having us some fun. Puffy and Biggie were both sitting on thrones and wearing black bebop hats, surrounded by buckets of bottles. They were doing it big by then. We had been in the party for about 15 minutes when my phone rang. What up? It was my people from Blake Street. What up, big dog? We down here out front trying to get in. How many you got with you? Hold up. There's 9 of us. All right, hold tight. Let me see what I can do. I told one of the bad boy bodyguards we needed 9 more tickets, but he was only able to get us 6. When the 6 dudes from Great Street came in, one of them came over and told me, "The blood are out there." They deep? I asked. Not as deep as us. I decided to go back outside to see if I could get the 3 other dudes from Great Street who were still waiting outside. When I got down there, just like the homie stated, I saw DJ Quick, Theo, Asian on-air radio personality that used to work for the radio station The Beat, and they were out there with about 8 other bloods that I recognized. Somebody must have told Puffy that we were in the building because he came over to where we were and whispered, "Man, the FBI is in the building. They've been following me ever since I've been out here. I don't want y'all catching my heat, so stand down." There was no way I was going to talk to him about anything serious after he told me that. Puffy handed me 2 bottles of Dom P and 1 bottle of Cristal and said, "Y'all have a good time." As Puffy started to turn and walk away, I motioned for Puffy to come in closer. I told him, "Y'all be careful. Some blood are in here." In particular, there were 2 broads from Death Row that were inside that party that should not have been in there. Their only purpose in that party was to set Puffy and Biggie up. I saw it coming, but the bad boy crew couldn't see it. Puffy told me that the FBI had been following them around, so I guess he thought they were going to be protected by them motherfuckers. After Puffy gave us the bottles, we went to one of the corners of the room and threw our own little party. Once we started burning that Cali weed, people began gravitating over to where we were. Janet Jackson, Aaliyah, all kinds of people came over to where we were because they could smell that weed. Ricky Bell from Bell Biv DeVoe followed us around the whole night like he was from Southside. We had a ball that night. Every superstar football player you can name was at that motherfucker. It was the baddest party I've ever been to in my life. And we were up in there looking fly. People couldn't look at us and tell we were Crips because we didn't dress like the stereotypical street thugs. I would buy expensive suits, crocodile shoes, all kinds of fly shit. I might fly to New York, have dinner, and on my way back to LA, stop in Cleveland to check on my money. Those black credit cards that celebrities carry cut off after you spend too much money. I know from hanging out with Eazy-E. This shit used to cut off. Meanwhile, I would have 30 to 40,000 cash in my pockets. My shit wasn't cutting off. And I'd have 2 to 3 million sitting at home in the closet. Back in the late 80s, early 90s, our crew used to be on the Sunset Strip having a ball damn near every night for 10 years straight. Life on the Strip was popping. The club scene, the Comedy Store, the Century Club on Sunday night, Paradise on Thursday. Britney Spears and them would be up in some of them spots. I believe that if the Kardashian sisters, Kim, Courtney, and Khloe, and Paris Hilton and them were on the Sunset Strip back in the day, when we were balling, them bitches would have been with us, because we knew how to ball. Bitches love gangsters. In fact, they're addicted. I'm not talking about gang bangers. I'm talking about gangsters. I would drink Remy Martin XO in the daytime and Louis XIII, which back then was $1,300 a bottle at night. I had a connect that would bring me cases of it at a discount. I remember one day my wife drunk up my Louis and put some VSOP in the bottle. They're supposed to drink Louis XIII warm, so I poured a little out and put it in the microwave for 30 seconds so it would go down nice and smooth. After I warmed it up and started drinking it with my little pinky out, she said, "You drinking VSOP." One thing I never did get involved with was trying to supply none of them celebrities that used to be on the strip partying. You go to jail quick fucking with them. That Sunset shit would get your ass hot with the feds. They'd be up in those clubs. Plus, I was bigger than that. I was selling kilos. I didn't even touch shit. I'd go do the negotiations at the breakfast table, but I never touched shit once the negotiations were done. I wait on the money to come in. You couldn't even talk to me because my crew had me protected. Before long, the fire marshals came and closed the motherfucker down because there were too many people inside. The valet started bringing people their cars. We were still standing there waiting for our vehicles, and Biggie came up first. He saw us and rolled down his window. "Man, we at the Beverly Hilton. Y'all come up there with some of that California weed, big dog." Biggie was a cool brother. He liked smoking that California orange weed. Then Puff came up. We gave each other dap, and he said, "Don't forget, tomorrow we're giving that barbecue at Aaron Spelling's house on Doheny Drive." Biggie pulled off first, and Puff pulled off right behind him and made a right turn. About 3 or 4 minutes later, somebody came running back in our direction screaming, "They shot Biggie! They shot Biggie!" I didn't hear any shots because we were under the parking structure. Then my boy Uchi came running back up in there. "Yo, they just smoked Biggie." "What?" "Yeah, they just killed Biggie." Fuck. Biggie was dead 10 minutes later. Officers from LAPD came and started escorting people out of there. Not long after Biggie's killing, rumors started swirling that Southside had killed Biggie. That's when Puffy began distancing himself from us. He was likely scared to death, thinking we were going to go after him next. The big squeeze. A few days after the Biggie shooting, Suge's boys, led by Sergeant Crooked Ass Reynolds, pulled my nephew Baby Lane over and said, "You motherfuckers done killed Biggie too, because they didn't pay you the money for Tupac." Reynolds had part of the story right. We hadn't been paid yet, but he was completely wrong about us killing Biggie. That was some bullshit. Why would Southside kill Biggie? We used to hang, smoke, and break bread with them. The crooked cops from Compton, Suge's boys, were the ones that started the rumors and put the idea in the heads of the police higher-ups downtown that Southside was responsible for killing Biggie, to distract and deflect the heat up off of their asses, because they know their side did that shit. They were cops, but they were trying to be bloods at the same time, moonlighting as part of Suge's hit squad. They didn't know what side of the fence they wanted to be on, so the dirty motherfuckers were playing both. It was a wickedly wise move on their part to make it look like it was me on both of them. If I was getting pressure, I could only imagine the pressure Suge and Puffy were getting. It made sense. With all of the attention on me, they wouldn't be looking at Puffy or Suge. They were like, "We got to get this off of us. Let's put it all on Keefe." About a month after Biggie's killing, the police raided my house and impounded my SS Impala and alleged that it was the car used in the Biggie murder. There were reports that the vehicle used in the Biggie shooting was a dark-colored Impala, and I did have a dark-colored Impala, but I didn't even drive the thing. Every week when I would receive a shipment of kilos, I would rent another vehicle to keep the feds off of me. The night Biggie got killed, I was in a rental car. My Impala sat in my backyard. They did all kinds of forensic tests on my Impala, and it all came back clean. About 3 weeks later, the FBI raided a whole bunch of our houses and took all of our guns. Sergeant Reynolds' punk ass came to my house with the FBI and told my wife, "You know, you can get a $250,000 reward for information leading to Keefe D's arrest." Before he took off, he said, "Tell Keefe D he can turn himself up to me." I would never turn myself into that punk motherfucker. Sergeant Reynolds went all the way back when I got out of Tracy in 1990. My brother had been gunned down in the streets by some blood. January 23rd, 1990 is when we buried him. That night, after the funeral, we went to a spot called the Red Onion to celebrate his life. Sergeant Reynolds was in the club drinking. He was a cop, so he didn't have any business in there dealing with gangsters. Reynolds had a few broads that he was buying drinks for. Then the broad that he had eyes for ended up leaving the club with Keefe D that night. I could sense the jealousy he had in his heart from that night on. It just so happened that he ended up being a player on Suge's team. Suge bought Reynolds a red Acura Legend. In fact, Suge bought all the police he had working for him red cars. I had zero trust in dealing with Compton police in general, and definitely not Sergeant Reynolds. During this chaotic period, on top of everything else that was going on, my wife's father died. So we went to Austin, Texas to bury him. Her family still had their 40 acres and a mule. They had a church on their property and everything. While the funeral was going on, my Colombian boy called me. I have the chickens ready. I arranged to have one of my lieutenants, an older gentleman named Cy, to go pick them up. I stayed in Texas for a few more days. Then on Tuesday morning, the Colombian called again. Where you at? I'm still out here in Texas. Come on home and take care of your business. All right, I'll be there tomorrow. I flew home the next day and made plans to dispatch the kilos. I was gonna send my boy Feet, who was positioned in another city, 60 keys, and my brother, 75 keys. Everybody had the same instructions to let me know when the kilos arrived at their destination. I didn't have anyone reliable to deliver Feet's kilos, so he suggested my uncle would take them. Cool. I gave Feet's uncle the 60 kilos to transport, but didn't leave immediately with them. Everybody else called back by Thursday, telling me that they had landed. I kept calling Feet, but he didn't answer. I had my boy Bubba pass by Feet's house, and he called to tell me, man, that mobile home is still in the driveway. We had to move the inside of the mobile home and take the kilos inside. You bullshit. I swear, Double Up responded. The next evening, about 6 p.m., Feet called me. Man, they done pulled over the mobile home. Where y'all at? Central Ave and the 91 freeway. I jumped in my ride and drove by Central and the 91. As I was about to exit the freeway, I could see the Compton PD and DEA agents had the mobile home pulled over to the side of the road. Come to find out, it was Compton Police Sergeant Reynolds who had pulled over the kilos. Money wasn't an issue for me before they busted my 60 kilos. But the police were weakening us by hitting us from all sides. We were fighting against a double-edged sword. The battle with the street was on and expected. But more devastating was the dirty cops we were up against. The police were taking our shit, so Puffy needed to bring the money. We were still waiting to get our paycheck. That's when I sent Puffy a few messages through people that could get to them. Send us 10,000, we need guns. The police would cripple us by taking our shit. The big squeeze was on. Since the drug bust of the mobile home was on all of the news channels, the Colombian plug called me later that night. Is that us in Compton? Nah, we good. The Colombian must have had a tingly feeling because at 7 a.m. the next morning, I heard someone knocking on my back door. I looked out the peephole, and it was him. I opened the door. Before I could say anything, he asked, that was us, huh? Yeah, dog. Damn, what are we gonna do? We sat there and came up with a plan. We added up all the figures, how much we lost, and how much we would need to make to get it back. We figured we would need to sell 126 kilos so that neither of us would have to pay anything out of our pockets. I'm gonna get us 126 more, he said. 2 weeks went by, and the Colombian called me. Man, I have the kilos. I went and met him for breakfast, picked up the El Camino, and called my boy C-Ray. Man, it's going down today. Figure out a spot where we can make this happen. C-Ray had a client named George and his wife out here from Cleveland. We can go to my cousin's house out in Corona, C-Ray suggested. Cool, set it up. I had 2 older dudes drive the El Camino with the kilos. My cousin and this guy named Taco were in the van with the out-of-towners. We intentionally got on the 91 freeway about 5 o'clock during the height of commuter traffic hours. When we got by Cerritos, a white man pulled up and started waving at us with this big old smile on his face. The cop sucked his dick was so hard because he wanted us so bad that he blew their little operation. Otherwise, they would have had us. C-Ray and I looked at the white man, then looked at each other, and at about the same time said, that's 5-0. We pulled up the freeway and waited about 5 minutes. We were in a hot, brand new Z28 SS Mountain. We got back on the freeway to catch up with the others. By that time, there were about 5 more cars on the freeway, just like the one the Fed was in that pulled up beside us. I couldn't lose the load because I had just lost the 60 kilos 2 weeks prior. Not being overly dramatic, but my life and my family's life was on the line. I had to do some fast thinking. We pulled up on the side of the El Camino and yelled out the window, don't turn your head, don't turn your head. Go home, go home. The driver of the El Camino got our message, pulled off the freeway, and went back home. I asked C-Ray, where's the spot in Riverside we can use? That little Comfort Inn on La Sierra. We pulled up beside the van and yelled out the window to them. Just wait there until further notice. C-Ray and I sped off. A mile or so down the road, I pulled off to the side of the freeway. The and we saw about 20 cars and 3 or 4 motorcycles following the van, ready to take our asses down. They would not let that van out of their sight. I had to make sure the 126 kilos was safe, so we jumped off the freeway and went on the other side to chase down the El Camino. When we caught up with them, I told them to park the El Camino by my brother's house. C-Ray and I went on to one of our safe houses. I left the people in the van waiting for about 4 hours. As long as the kilos were safe, I was cool with that. The dudes from out of town called. What's going on? Man, there's a change of plans. It ain't going down today. Y'all come on back. Where y'all at? At the safe house. A few hours later, they showed up at the safe house. When they arrived, I said, man, we had to change plans. We're going to try it another day. C-Ray convinced me that the police on the freeway following us was from a task force that was assigned to follow ballers home from the casinos. I told George and his wife to get a room and call me once they got settled. A few hours later, George paged me. When I looked at the number, I recognized that it was from the Holiday Inn on Vermont Avenue and 190th. I knew the number because I used to rent rooms there a lot myself. Instead of calling them back, we drove up there. When we hit the parking lot, I saw the same undercover Fed cars that were following us on the freeway set up right next to the van. I couldn't understand that for anything in the world. I didn't say anything. I just looked at C-Ray, and he had a deer in the headlights look. I asked him, you've been up here for the last 2 weeks entertaining these and taking them to the mall, clubs, eating. You done took this everywhere. The feds didn't run in the room on you? No, dog. I just looked at him like, I know what's up. They had apparently gotten into some trouble with the police, but they didn't tell me. If I had gone into that hotel room, I would have probably been walking into a room with the two-way door and mirror, and they would have run in on us. I know they had gotten into some trouble and started talking to the police. That's why the white dude's dick was so hard on the freeway. We had a safe house out of town, so with all the heat that was on us, I flew out immediately and stayed there for 3 to 4 weeks. I was catching all that heat behind a jealous-ass cop, Sergeant Reynolds. The feds were on me so hard, I told the Colombian that I needed to take a break for 4 to 5 months. I gave him back the 126 kilos he had given me. I had 700,000 saved up, plus the profit I was going to make off of the other 240 kilos I had out on the streets. The money from the 240 kilos came back. It took me another 2 to 3 weeks to give him the 700,000, all in $100 bills. Then I took a break for 5 months. In 2007, I ran Puffy's former stylist and Howard University roommate, Defendant. He told me that Puffy's homeboy, Zip, got the money from Puffy that he was supposed to pay us. That's how Zip bought the New York nightclub he owned and started his clothing line. We'll never know. Since dead men tell no tales. What I do know is we never got a dime from the Puffy. Fucking around with him turned me into adversaries with Suge and the crooked cops he had on his team, which cost me severely financially. Takedown. A federal inmate from Metropolitan Detention Center. When I heard that shit, I knew something terrible had gone down. I accepted the call and heard my brother Little Dog's voice. That dude Papinard set me up to get busted. The anger in his voice, unmistakable. Man, how you know? They told me. That motherfucker. Pat Bernard was a youngster I used to work with who helped me to supply the PCP I'd send to Richie Rich and Zip in New York. I met Pat Bernard one night in the early 90s. The Southside Lowrider Club was coasting down Crenshaw Boulevard with about 35 cars. We saw this youngster pulled over to the side of the road with his car hood up. We decided to stop and help him out. Once we started talking, he seemed like a pretty cool youngster, and he asked me about the business. I gave him a number to call so we could talk some more. Pat Bernard started buying half a kilo from me on a daily basis. One day he came to buy from me while I was receiving a load of kilos from my Colombian plug. That was a big mistake because he got a chance to see my Colombian plug. That day, I decided to cut down on the number of transactions with him. I told him, keep your money, and gave him 5 kilos so he could come back and see me weekly instead of daily. Pat Bernard was a regular customer of mine for a few years until he went to Minnesota and got caught with 9 kilos of crack. To get out of his legal troubles, he used every little piece of information he had. He told the Minnesota police and the FBI about my brother Duane, who had been on the run from the U.S. Marshals for 3.5 years. He told them about my business. He has a Colombian connection. But the most damaging thing he told law enforcement was that he knew who killed Tupac and Biggie, and the suckers bit. Soon after that, Pat Bernard started working as an informant with the major task force. Early one morning when Pat Bernard returned from Minnesota, but unknown to me and the homies, now he was a fully employed confidential informant for the feds. Pat Bernard went over to the projects and saw my brother. Hey, little dog, I need 2 kilos. My brother had to pick up his kids and my son from school that day. So little dog pulled up in the project's parking lot about 3 o'clock that afternoon. My brother showed up but didn't bring the kilos with him. For real. Once he pulled up in the projects, the U.S. Marshals and FBI vans surrounded his car and ran out from everywhere with their guns drawn. Get out of the car, get out of the car. As I pulled up in the projects to meet Little Dog, I saw all those police out there and was like, oh, fuck. When my brother called me that night, he informed me that the police had told him about Pat Bernard. About 3 weeks later, the major crime unit, led by Special Agent in Charge Ted Holliday, parked around the corner from my house. Holiday trained Papinard what to say, wired him up, and sent him to knock on my door wearing a wire. I was in the shower at the time, so my wife Paula came and got me. Hey, Keith, Pat is at the door. I thought it was my little homeboy from the hood named Pat. I got out of the shower, dried off, put my boxers on, and went to the door. If you don't get your punk ass away from my motherfucking door, I'm gonna do something to your bitch ass. I know you're working with the police. Get your bitch ass out of here. Their plan was for him to come set me up. But when they heard my reaction, they saw that I wasn't playing with the son of a bitch. So they had to change course. Hell no. We're gonna get this man killed. Papinard left my house and went around the corner where C-Ray and my cousin GB were getting their cars washed. Pulled up and said to them, hey, Keefe D thinks I'm snitching. My cousin GB said, man, I ain't seen no paperwork. That was his jailhouse way of saying he didn't believe that Papinard was a snitch. I took my brother's word that he was snitching, but my cousin chose not to. Who has the birds? Your cousin Keefe had a kilos? My cousin GB responded, yeah, but you don't want that shit. It's brown. And that charging too much. I found out what my cousin GB said later on through the discovery process once they took us down. From that day in November of 1996, the FBI's major crime unit went to work on my cousin and started their investigation on us.
Ooh-wee.
By getting those closest to me to cooperate with them.
How is everybody doing? Oh, hold up. I got a call. Give me 1 second, guys.
Like C-Ray, they were able to take a little snowball and turn it into a massive avalanche. Ultimately, what they wanted to know with certainty was who killed Tupac and Biggie. I was on the run for 4 months after they raided my house on the Biggie murder investigation when I received a call from my attorney, Edie File. I just talked to Detectives Poole and Hooper from LAPD. They say they aren't going to arrest you. They just want to talk to you, Edie said. Yeah? Edie is a smart man, so I'm sure he could hear the hesitation in my voice when I responded. He reassured me. They gave me their word that they just want to talk. All right, cool. Set it up there. Edie and I met them down at Parker Center, the LAPD headquarters at the time. Edie schooled me before we went into the room. Don't say anything. Just let them talk. Give me the signal when you're ready to leave. They took me upstairs and started questioning me. As agents from the FBI and LAPD continued to talk, I realized all of what they were saying had to have come from one person, C-Ray. They already knew about how Puffy and I met. They knew the zip connection. They knew who was in the car in Vegas and where everybody was sitting in the car. Everything. I know for a fact C-Ray had to give them that information because he was the only person that got arrested on the Biggie murder raids and knew our private business like that. All of the other people that were picked up as part of the Biggie raids were gangbangers that I wouldn't allow around me like that. So you couldn't know that type of information. I happened to be in Chicago when they raided our houses on the Biggie raids. When I finally got back from Chicago, I asked C-Ray, what they asked you about? And they was asking about that Tupac and that Biggie stuff. You sure wasn't there? You don't know nothing, do you? Nah, was his response. As the agents continued talking, I was steady thinking, that son of a bitch. That fucked me up because C-Ray is from my generation and was my right-hand man. Back then, I would have died for that dude because he was my number one moneymaker. We came up from scratch together and he sold me out. I didn't know the brother was so fucking weak. Learning that C-Ray flipped on me broke my heart and pissed me the fuck off at the same time.
Sorry,
First,
y'all.
I found out from Boss Man that C-Ray was trying to get...
Okay, sorry, because my appointment got canceled, so anyways, I might have to go leave and pick up baby bunny and everything, but it's all good, y'all. It's all good. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Yo, so did anybody catch up to the book? Let me know. I got 20 minutes before I have to go pick her up. I got to get a little Starbucks because I need a little picker-upper, caffeine thingy. But did anybody pick up anything from the book? Because if Keefe D didn't write this book, he didn't co-author it, he didn't do nothing. What book? What book? What Tupac? What 2PAC? That's what he's saying now. He's like, what 2PAC? Who's 2PAC who? If he didn't do any of this ish, y'all, like what? You notice the details? Like you would have to give the ghostwriter so many details. How did he think he'd be okay admitting to all these killings in the drug dealer? Because you know what? He ain't read it. He ain't write it. He just gave some pictures and got some money. That's all he got. Because I honestly think it goes back to what Mopreem said. Mopreem said, Greg Kading wouldn't give the recordings, right? He wouldn't do that. He wouldn't give the recordings. Okay, cool. Wouldn't give the recordings. But I find it so interesting because when Greg Kading, and let me pull the dates. I asked you guys a question, when was the proffer agreement recordings of Keefe D released to the public? I feel like it was 2008, 2009. So this is what I think happened. That pissed Keefe D off that he did that. And he says it in the book. I honestly think that there's portions of his book that do make sense to me. He got so mad at Keefe D. We haven't even gone to that part. And you know what? I might even show you what he says to Keefe D in this recording, because he curses Keefe D. Where do we stop? 1 hour and 32 minutes. Look, I'll take it back over there. But look, I'm going to go right here where he talks about Greg Kading. And you guys are going to see Greg Kading. Look what he says to Greg Kading. Oh, that's not how you spell Greg. Greg. Here it is. When I came down to the garage, they made sure that I saw them removing the tracking device of all the family members' cars. Greg Kading and another agent named Jeff and a black agent named D. The way in the garage, the agent Jeff was speaking to me. He handed me this car, Greg Kading. Okay, let me tell you what he says. Where is it at? Here it is. Look at what he says about Greg Kading.
Greg Kading, the redheaded, faced dude, sat there licking his chops, and the session started. Keefe, if you lie to us, we already know everything. If you lie to us, all deals are off. My attorney, Wayne Higgins, told me before we got in there, don't get in there and lie, because that's perjury against the government. I kept that in mind as I began to speak. It was something I needed to get off my chest from the start. Let me tell you motherfuckers something. If y'all think I'm gonna run around here buying kilos or setting up my peers and all that old shit, you can lock me the fuck up right now, because I'm not doing that shit. That's gonna get somebody fucking killed. Their initial questions were primarily about Biggie's murder. They were saying, y'all killed Biggie too, because they didn't pay you the money for Tupac. It appeared the Biggie case was the only one they were really trying to solve, because Biggie's mother had the LAPD tied up.
Look at this. Hold up, y'all.
The LA Weekly article reads, a 3-hour recording of Keefe D's admissions, lifted from LAPD archives by ex-detective Greg Kading. Not sure about you, but where I come from, the word lifted means to steal something. Point blank, period. Even the Merriam-Webster dictionary agrees that lifted means to steal. Former detective Greg Kading admitted to secretly recording me during an investigation while he was an employee of the Los Angeles Police Department. Then he takes the recording and releases it to the public for his personal financial gain, and nobody checks his ass for it. What Greg Kading did was blatantly unethical. And if it's not illegal, the shit definitely should be. Releasing the tape of our confidential session, which I never agreed to be recorded in the first place, jeopardized my life and also put my family's life in jeopardy. Kading is still out here profiting from his books, interviews, contributing to documentaries, executive producing docuseries, and making movies. Shit. Professionals who work in education, hospitals, lawyers, and priests all have standards that protect people's sensitive information from being released to the public. But rogue cops can publish confidential details with impunity? That's some bullshit. Law enforcement officials often complain about the difficulty they have in solving cases in Black and brown communities because no one wants to talk to the police, usually out of fear that they will be labeled a snitch and the target of retaliation. In my situation, I spoke to the police, not giving a fuck about what people would say because I know the real, and they offered me a sweeter deal than Sammy the Bull Gravano. My point is, with people in the hood already harboring feelings of distrust against law enforcement, when they learn about what a former detective did with my confidential communication and put my family and me in harm's way like that, it's going to make things even worse.
Yep.
My saving grace is the shit I talked about in the session was the shit that I did. Not one person went to jail behind any of the shit I said in my interview. In fact, I saved a lot of motherfuckers from going to jail for extremely long sentences with my cooperation. They were poised to take down 48 different people, some with life sentences. I think about the harm that would have done to the families, the kids and grandkids, the community, and it allows me to rest a little more peacefully at night. It kills me on the inside to know that I told them anything. I'm a soldier. I was the face of the game. I was one of the first guys in Compton to do this shit at that level. Some days, I wish I would have gone on in and took it like the soldier that I am. I did something that wasn't me. Epilogue. Where is the love? My last words are reserved for those of you who have been hiding under rocks, thinking you've gotten away with the dirty shit you've done to me. I need to include this section because there are people out there trying to make me look like a fucked up dude. I'm here to expose you. You know who you are. When I got involved in the drug game, my goal was for all of us to have homes, money, and nice things in life. To have fun like a family. I made sure your kids were fed, went to school looking nice, all that. But you guys allowed the white man to come in and divide us. Just because they have the little FBI shit on their back doesn't mean anything. They're the same as us. They're human, just like us. The white man has been doing us like this for 400 years. And y'all let them come in and divide us like that? Y'all are wrong. Sold me out for chicken change. Which leads me to my first target. Greg Kading. Kading, you're a snake. You seriously jeopardized the lives and safety of myself and my family so you could be seen as the super cop who solved the Tupac and Biggie murders? You ain't did shit, bitch.
Ooh.
If it wasn't for the FBI and the U.S. attorney, they sick on my ass, I wouldn't have told you a motherfucking thing.
That was a direct quote to Greg Kading in the Keefe D book that he said he didn't write now, but he wrote then, but he didn't write now, but he profited and he didn't write anymore. Look, that was a direct quote. Okay, so when Keefe D, when Greg Kading released those audios, it was in the 2000s, 2009. Keefe D wrote this book in 2019. So what Keefe D did, he said, well, fuck, I got this officer right here who's profiting off of all this. Why don't I also profit off of all this? And that's why. I mean, they sat on this for many years. I don't know how Keefe didn't think that, I mean, the proffer agreement is still valid, even if the officer that was making the recordings with you is shit, is crooked.
The weak ass shit. You wasn't nothing but a little LAPD detective. If truth is your defense, then you should have told the whole truth. Instead, you just put my name and identity out in the public and concealed the identities of all the other motherfuckers underneath me that flipped. You used them in order to get to me. I've been to the federal prison system, so I know all the codes and everything about the system. Anyone who has been to the feds knows there are sentencing guidelines. And if you have a federal case, you have to be sentenced under those guidelines. I received a 70-month sentence from a fucking 7-second phone call based on the sentencing guidelines. They gave me 10 months per second. They didn't catch me with anything, just an ambiguous phone call, and I did 70 months. If you get caught, do your fucking time, homie. I got caught, didn't lie. When I reviewed the paperwork surrounding my case from the Freedom of Information Act, it fucked me up. Most of the names and sensitive information have been redacted, but it's easy for me to know who and what they're talking about because I was there. The shit happened to me. The paperwork confirmed what I instinctively already knew. Some of those closest to me had flipped on me and put me in a fucked up predicament. Shit ain't right. A lot of the dudes I thought were true to this game weren't true at all. It seems like they envied me and wanted to take my place. I was good to everybody, and I hate that they put me in a mix like that. Put all that shit on me. Here were some of the major perpetrators, guys who got caught with way worse shit than me. And based on the sentencing guidelines, they should have been sentenced to considerable prison time. Take a look at the sentencing table and controlled substance schedules and decide for yourself.
Yep. So, I think it's interesting. This is why, and it's Greg Kading is also, I believe, a witness as well. At least it was in the witness list. Yes. All right, y'all. So I got a couple minutes before I got to run and get baby Bunny. And then I promised the sitter that I was going to get her some Starbucks. So if anybody wants to, hit the Cash App for the Starbucks, I won't be mad at you. I won't be mad at you. Okay. All right. So let's go back. We're reading the lawsuit for Mo Preem, right? And we're going to pause that. If I have to go back again, which we'll go back, I think we were an hour and 30 when I stopped it. An hour and 35. Here it is. An hour and 34. We'll leave it at that. And then I'll play it so you guys can hear the book. Yes, that is the book. That is the book that was written by, well, he says he didn't write it, but that's being used by the DA to basically go and prosecute Keefe D. Okay? Now, some of you guys are like, well, why is this so important? Like I said, there's just so many moving parts to this case that it's like you cannot just it's like you got to talk about all things as it pertains to this. It's not just a one thing situation, right? There's so much to this. I'm so ready for this, and I'm listening back on thank you. Yes, you said then that he was going over to Vlad and talking freely, Maria. But that's what I'm saying. It's like he probably thought, oh, well, Greg Kading, who's LAPD, is like doing, what's it called? Leaking recordings. He's not getting in trouble, so why don't I make a pretty coin out of it? He's taking money from Vlad and everything. He screwed himself. He really did. Now, Greg Kading is a shit-ass person. He just is. Mo Preem is telling you in this lawsuit, stepbrother to Tupac Shakur, they're trying to find some closure to this situation. And you can't get the LAPD person who was head of that task force when they reopened it. You can't get the person to disclose all the files. Why not? Because Greg Kading can't profit from them anymore. This is why I've always side-eyed Greg Kading. Every interview that he's done, he says, he goes up there, he's like, I know that, Keefe D's upset with me, yada, 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 because of this and that and the other. It's not even that, bro. Like, these officers that tie themselves to these prolific and historic cases, they're not in it for justice. They're in it for profit. At some point, they retire from the force, their pension gets a little low, and then they want to hit the freaking red carpet. That happens. It's one thing to write a book about your experience and whatnot. I'm all here for it. You write your book or whatever. But if you're going to deny, because you were an officer, right? If you're going to deny someone getting justice for profit, then bitch, I don't got any respect for you. This is why the LAPD has the reputation that it has. This is why nobody fucks with the LAPD. And let me tell, I'm from Cali, so I know how crazy the shit can get over there with the LAPD. I don't ever really say it. You know, I keep it cute because I've worked in government and I know how top heavy some of the stuff can get. Okay? 7 layers, 25 layers removed from the people that pay your salary. Okay? I'm speaking from experience when I say that. That being said, though, that's why I can't stand it, and I feel like that person needs to be called out profusely. But people are still giving him a platform as somebody who was like the first person who knew everything. Now, I don't agree with, Keefe D did what he did, and he should face trial. But you got to give the people who have been hurt by this the closure that they deserve. It's been almost 30 years now. 30 years, what, next month? There's a lot of shit that these people, like, I don't know. It's like you got to wait till somebody dies for things to happen. It's like when the government is uncovering the JFK thing, finally, or the MLK thing, or whatever, insert whatever controversy. The CIA gets involved, this agency gets involved, and it takes like 60 years for files to get released. Same shit that I was saying about Epstein. Why does it take so many years for things to get released and solved? When we have the potential, we're smart individuals. We can, work in tangent. Like, it just doesn't make sense to me. It's all about money. That's all. That's it. I had to learn that the hard way, man, but it's the truth, you know? James, thank you so much for this super chat. Thank you, James. I appreciate it. And shout out to everybody. If there is something that y'all don't understand, or a character or a person, like, I don't know everything. I've read a lot into this. I've done my videos a couple years ago. Before this, again, I was a Tupac and Biggie. I was a fan of both, right? I grew up in the, environment and the music. I grew up, I was raised in some of this music and the Mexican music. But some of this stuff, this gang stuff, goes in every industry. I mean, you have the narco corridos, for example, all the cartel, the music industry in the Mexican genre. They're impacted by narco corridos, just like you can have the hip hop impacted by gangs. It's the same deal, man. It's the same story, just a different chapter, I guess. I don't know. Marie, thank you so much for the jewels, love. Thank you, thank you, thank you. James, thank you so much for the jewels. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, my love. Thank you. Pika, thank you. Shout out to my mod, Pika, who's been hanging here. Thank you, love. Thank you. Amanda, thank you so much for the flower. Clearly, Shelly, thank you for the sparkle, sparkle. Thank you. Mags, thank you so much. Y'all are amazing. Thank you. Y'all have been so patient with me. I asked the chat, the foundation, it's a foundation of knowledge. Yeah, the chat here, this is what I'm saying is like, if you may not know, I may not know. Like, sometimes I get shit wrong. Who is so and so? You have to kind of learn. There's like a lore behind the stories that are told. It's very interesting. The people like behind all of this. That's why I just find it fascinating. Part of it is because when you grow up to, like, next to it, you don't realize how dark some of this industry shit really is, right? And you're listening to this music and you're like, oh damn, it really is that deep. There's so many people who need to be taken down, starting from the top. Corrupt, says Nancy. Shout out to Nancy. Okay, let's keep going, all right? Because the sitter, we got a couple minutes, and I told her I was going to get her some Starbucks. All right. So, where do we go? So, for example, and Mo Preem, this is his lawsuit, right? He talks about some of the reckoning. He goes into the 50 Cent Curtis Jackson documentary. You got all these individuals doing interviews and whatnot, right? And so then we go to 110, line 110. He says, for example, the transcripts turned a prevailing theory that Orlando Anderson was the triggerman on its head. Since 1995, Anderson has been widely considered as the primary suspect in Tupac's murder. He got into an altercation with Tupac earlier on the evening of Tupac's shooting, right? The MGM, we all saw it, right? Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, love. Thank you, Sarah Lynn. Thank you, appreciate it. Okay, hold up. And then it goes. The Los Angeles Sheriff's Department identified him as a trigger man based on information from an informant. And an LAPD detective identified Anderson as the primary suspect following his detention is in questioning in connection with LAPD's gang unit raid in October of that year. For the first time in decades, a contradictory story was told to the grand jury. Okay, so Devonte Dirt Rock Lee. Look at this. So we have those grand jury transcripts, which we're going to read today, y'all. I told you we're going to be on it. Okay, then we're going to talk about the grand jury. We're going to see who's going to get selected. We're not even there yet. It is what, 10:19 Vegas time? We're going to get there. But we're working our way so that people can understand the story. Look, this is Dirt Rock right here. This was the grand jury witness. This is what Mo Preem is quoting in the transcripts. Okay. Here are all these individuals. For the longest time, they say that Orlando Baby Lane Anderson, okay, Orlando's up there, Keefe D's nephew, was the shooter. And I remember hearing that. He was the shooter. There were so many theories, but the reality is that none of that was really proven. It took forever to people to find out where the gun actually came from back then. Okay. Keep that in mind. So this is what Mo Preem is telling us. And by the way, the weapon was never found, just so people are aware. It was never found. So, for the first time in decades, a contradictory story was told to the grand jury. Dirt Rock, a former member of the Southside Crips, testified under oath that he had known DeAndre Big Dre Smith since childhood. Okay. Lee and Smith were roommates in Hearthrow at the time of Tupac's murder. After the shooting, Smith told Lee what had happened. According to Lee, Keefe D passed the firearm to Anderson, look at this, in the back seat, giving Anderson the chance to redeem himself for the MGM beating. But Anderson didn't have a clear shot because Smith, who Lee described as 6'6", and 370 and 400 pounds, was seated on the driver's seat of the back seat directly next to the window facing the BMW. Lee testified, "You're not going to be able to lean over a big guy like that and get a shot because shells would have been popping all in Big Dre's face and all kinds of stuff. He can't bend over or anything. He's too big." Look at how big Dre was. He's the one, DeAndre Smith. He's gone now. He passed away. Okay. He's right next to Terrence Brown. Pretty big guy. Okay. Then it says, let's see. 370, 400 pounds was seated on the back driver's seat of the back seat directly next to the window facing the BMW. All right. So you're not going to be able to lean over a big guy like that and get a shot because shells would have been popping all in Big Dre's face and all kinds of stuff. He can't bend down or anything. He's too big. Smith then took the gun and fired the shot at 57 to 58. Okay, that's the chapter markering of the book. When asked directly, Lee confirmed, "Dre told you he did the shooting?" He did the shooting. Lee further testified that Smith did not seek credit for the shooting, allowing Anderson to maintain his reputation in the gang. That is so important, right? Lee further testified that DeAndre Smith, didn't take credit for the shooting, allowing who? Anderson, Baby Lane, to take credit for the shooting, to maintain his reputation in the gang. Okay? The Netflix documentary contained interviews from high executives within Bad Boy that lent credibility to a theory that had been repeatedly denied. Combs was involved in Tupac's murder. Now here comes, enter the chat, Kirk Burroughs. According to Burroughs, in early September of 1996, Combs requested that they rent cars to drive from New York to Las Vegas and hire drivers to go to the Tyson-Sheldon match. Okay? Sean Combs, The Reckoning, Episode 2, Netflix 2025. Burroughs arranged for the car rentals and hired drivers from Harlem. Burroughs has notebooks recording the car rentals. Following the success of Tupac's single, Hit 'Em Up, Combs was purportedly nervous. In or around the summer of 1996, Combs took a trip to California with Zip. Okay, don't forget Zip, that guy up there. Apparently, shout out to Kadisha Lynn. She said he died with his secrets, guys. He died with his secrets. Here we go. At Combs' request, Keefe D met with him and Zip at Greenbelt. Is it Greenbelt? 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 Something. Greenbelt Delis. That's how you say that. At Combs' request, he's asking to meet with Keefe D, to meet with him and Zip at this deli on the Sun Strip in California. During the meeting, Combs, Diddy, Puffy, Puff Daddy, told Keefe D that he had a couple of problems. I need to be handled. And if you watch that documentary, that's aired as well in there. Big CEO, Suge Knight, and Pac were his big problems. Keefe D confirmed he and his crew were up to the task, telling Combs that he could make it happen. Keefe D told his crew, the N-word Puffy wants us to take care of big CEO, Suge Knight, and Tupac. I bet the N would give us $1 million for those N's heads. Grand Jury Transcripts, Volume 1, we got those. Upon information and belief, Combs agreed to pay that amount. And that's what Keefe D said in the proffer as well. You know, he even mentioned that music video. When Usher made his new music video, who was in the music video? What did Suge Knight say? If you don't want your artist coming into the music videos and dancing, well, Diddy was also in Usher's music video when he was just starting out, the very first one, right? That car that they're driving, I think it was an Impala. Very nice car, brown. That's Keefe D's car. So Diddy could have said, I wanted to walk away from this. No. Diddy can't deny that he knew Keefe D. And there's multiple people that say that it was Diddy, just like Suge was asking for help with Mob Piru, right? Diddy was asking for help with these scripts as well. Yes, he was all up in the video. Thank you, Storm. He said he was all up dancing in the videos, doing all the most in the videos. Yes, my friends. Sure was. So, crazy work, right? Hold up, y'all. Thank you. All right. So big CEO Suge Knight and Pac, Keefe D confirmed that he and his crew were up to the task. Okay, we read that part. And upon information belief, Combs agreed to pay. All right. September 8th, 1996, Keefe D reportedly returned to Los Angeles where he met with Zip. Sean Combs' The Reckoning, Episode 2. Here we go. And by the way, finally, you know, I can't think of another documentary that actually puts a name. Okay, I've watched many documentaries regarding this topic. If you have watched a lot of documentaries regarding this, can you guys remind me, out of all the documentaries, when did we start hearing about Zip? Because I feel like out of all the Tupac Shakur, Biggie Smalls, all the out there, when did we first? Because a lot of us did not know about Zip. Clearly not right away. And what I mean by that, Zip isn't an industry person. You guys have to understand, like, these are, gangsters. What did Keefe D say in the book? He said, we weren't, gang members, bangers. We were gangsters, right? He said that if at the time the Kardashians were out there at the Sunset Strip, he could get those B words too. This is what he said. So Zip, to me, was not a name that was known right away, right? Not right away. It wasn't something that was like, I think that kind of came afterwards, and it wasn't through like documentaries. It slowly started coming about through the investigation when things were being leaked and things were being said, okay? And it might have even been through the proffer agreement that we started hearing Zip's name initially, all right? I'm talking about when this first happened. When this was first reported, yeah, it came out a lot later. Zip's name in connection to Diddy, it came out a lot later. It didn't come out right away. not to the public. Of course, those that are close to the situation, they probably knew. A lot of us weren't close, right? We just, the stuff that we heard, right? Yeah, and Suge was talking about Jermaine Dupri. I mean, Suge was dropping names all over the place, you know? So when I think about Zip and what people are saying now that it's been disclosed, now that you got the proffer agreement and all these recordings from Greg Kading, now that we have this, right? Now that we're able to pull a face to, you know, that connection between Diddy and Keefe D, and we know it's Zip. A lot of these individuals are not industry people. They're literally just people running with the record label. And instead of hiring security, no, they're hiring the people that they know, family, right? They had no clue. Yeah, a lot of us had no clue. If you told me back when the shooting happened about Zip, I'd have been like, who the hell is that? Because he wasn't an industry person, right? A lot of the drug dealers might have been around the industry people. But just like Keefe said in his book, he's like, you know, this is just how we run. You know, this is the thing. You knew where to go and you knew where not to go. But people knew people. And so then you start, you know, how you get your drugs and how you get your stuff. I mean, you saw him drop, you heard him drop who? Foxy Brown, Missy Elliott, Aaliyah. He dropped Aaliyah's name in there. I don't know if you guys heard Aaliyah's name, but her name was dropped. Janet Jackson, he said that there was a party and they started, you know, lighting it up. And then Janet Jackson and Aaliyah were on one side of the room and they might have smelled the weed and that's why they came on the other side. I mean, he could have just dropped the names just for name brand. You know, he could have just dropped those names. But, I mean, think about the times. Look at who they were hanging out with. Tupac had already died. You know, Biggie had died, and then that's when everybody started distancing themselves from you know the Southside Crips. They didn't need to use them anymore, right? Anyways, so September 8th, Keefe D reportedly returned to Los Angeles where he met Zip. Sean Combs' The Reckoning, again quoting the documentary, Combs calls Zip and asks, "Was that us?" in reference to Tupac's killing. Keefe D confirmed that it was. Zip later reportedly received $500,000 payment, which was supposed to be forwarded to Keefe D for killing Tupac. Though Keefe D requested $1 million, Combs was only willing to pay half because Suge Knight survived the shooting. He wanted Suge Knight out. And the crazy part is that if you start this book from the beginning, from allegedly from Keefe D's own account, but not really because he's walking back the situation, he knew Suge Knight. I mean, they knew of each other. They knew of each other, but he was okay taking him out. Okay. Keefe D purportedly never received $500,000 payment from Zip. Never got the money. All right. Now, during an episode of the Netflix documentary Burroughs, the co-founder of Bad Boys Records said the following: "I think that Sean, now in my mature mind, had a lot to do with the death of Tupac." Sean Combs, The Reckoning. Okay. And I watched it. I saw a lot of that, so keep that in mind. I heard him say that too. Despite having access to at least Keefe D's statement, various law enforcement officials have claimed they did not consider Combs a suspect because they're stupid. Sorry, at least not all of them, but you know, like some of these people, I was like, I don't know. Like, I know that there's a task force and they're doing all this, but you know, sometimes you have to wonder that if they blindly look away to some of the stuff that happens, or if they're also getting paid, maybe because, you know, of what I've seen, you know, like you can pay off some cops and then they look away, right? Like, isn't it funny? Isn't it funny? And I'm going to call some stuff out. Some of y'all might not like me, but Mr. Reggie Wright, a cop who works for the label Death Row Records, who apparently is also associated with Mob Pyru. You got a cop that's doing security. So you got these connections, right, with cops. While Death Row Record was connected with what? Mob Pyru. I mean, Suge Knight never made it a mystery that he was affiliated. His club was called the 662. And unless you don't know what these numbers stand for, I mean, I just don't know what to tell you. It's like, you know, you kind of have to be in the area. The 662, you're like, okay. I'm definitely not going to go to that area. Definitely not going to go to that club if I'm from the other side of town. She's not going to go. You don't. You know where to go. You don't. That wouldn't be a club that you'd be invited to. No different than the mob, right? Or whatever. Think about it that way. You don't go to certain areas because you know who owns it and you know who runs it. And the guy wore red every day. I mean, I can't think of a picture where. I mean, now he's got these yellow jumpsuits and because it's prison uniform. But if they were red, he probably would wear them. You know where to go and not to go. Not a suspect in that though. Not a suspect in the murder doesn't mean he wasn't involved. Thank you, Patrick. Thank you. Conveniently not a suspect, right? But also think about Diddy's connections, okay? And I'm not trying to get into some conspiracy theories with Diddy. We did the RICO trial. We understood RICO. We understood all of this, right? We understood the ins and outs of everything, right? And how heavy and what. But what Diddy was charged for wasn't anything like that. Now, if you sat there and you heard the interviews from the people that were in Bad Boy, I mean, he had a certain way about running things. He had a certain way, and when he wanted something, he wanted it. What did Diddy do that one time? Everything I want, I get. And he looked like a little petulant child, as my friend would say. Like he was throwing a tantrum. Everything I want, I get. And I'm like, why you do that? Why? And he's throwing and he's breaking computers and everything, kind of like that. Kind of like that. Okay. Yes, he said, I don't try. I think he knows more than what he's saying, honestly. Maria. Listen. He knows more than what he's saying. But why would you self snitch? Why would you self snitch if you just got out of what? Being involved in anything? Why would you? And you standing on the side of what? Justice for Tupac, right? You're a witness. Why would you self snitch? Because isn't anybody asking? Anybody gonna ask why do you have a record label that's hiring, or at least is somehow you able to get Ma Pyru and a cop and their father, and they're all working together? Okay, all right, yeah. There's no ethical anything there, right? Yeah. Okay. Let's keep going. All right. So then you have, and during the episode of the Netflix, Burroughs, the co-founder of Bad Boy Records, said the following: I think that Sean, now in my mature age, had something to do with the death of Tupac. Okay, so then he says this: despite having access to at least Keefe D's statement, various law enforcement officials have claimed they did not consider Combs a suspect. Of course. In 1999, Combs released the song Muscle Game. Some of the lyrics state, F with me, I'll drop $1 million on your head. Erase you and your whole family, biatch. Come on. Now, that's muscle. Isn't that quite the specific number? Drop $1 million on your head. Biatch. That's what he said. At the time, the lyrics of Muscle Gang were just lines in a rap song. In the wake of the release of the transcripts in the Netflix documentary, they seem to have new meaning, an admission that Combs was involved in the murder of Tupac. Some of these people are not very smart, and I say that because they self-snitch. This is why Mr. Bruce Rivers tells you don't self-snitch. But you got all these people that either through music. Now I know we're kind of in this era where we're not going to hold books and lyrics and arts and everything against you. That's been like the law. You don't want things like this to be held against you, especially if there's an artistic spin. But I just don't understand why in your right mind, if you have been implicated, associated, or if you had issues with the person, why would you write a song or have lyrics out there that say something to the effect of what? Drop a milli? Or even, I mean, Biggie's song. What was the one up there? Oh man, Biggie's song was like, I said, no, this is like the definition of self snitching. And I know that it's like how people send the message. Who shot you? Separate the weak from the obsolete. And this is shortly after the Quad Studios shooting of Tupac. I mean, and even at the end, I'm Crooklyn's finest. You rewind this, bad boy behind this. Bad boy behind this. You can't make this stuff up, man. You cannot. Well, I guess, I don't know, man. Maybe you can. It's crazy work. Crazy work, you guys. Crazy work. Now, let's get into, before anything else, I want to get into, see, what do we have on the latest? Okay, what do we have on the latest as far as not transcripts, I'm sorry. Jury selection on Keefe D. Let's see. Do we have anything so far? What do we have? Oh, do we have people in the courtroom as they are reporting? Let's go. Let's see. Keefe D, jury selection. Hold up 1 minute. Because we need to find out. Pretty sure. Hold up. So we're going to find out. I'm going to try to pull, see what we have out there. Because I think we have some folks that are actually out there. All right. Give me 1 second. Do we have law and crime out there? Let's see. Do we have anything out here? Okay, 15 minutes. All right. Let me give you the latest on jury selection, guys. Just wanted to give you guys a little bit of a history of what is going on now. We do have the grand jury transcripts, which we will be reviewing. Okay. Let's get into this. So we have an individual, it looks like from Court TV out there. Let's start from right here. 15 minutes in. All right. So we got the first images of Keefe D in a tie. Is he there for the grand jury selection? Oh, not grand jury selection, jury selection. This is it right here. This is Mr. Guy right here. Look at this. Breaking news. Breaking news. And this is from Kathy Rudson. Let me quote this. Keefe D in a tie. Jury selection for the trial of the murder of Tupac. I don't know. Do people still use hashtags in Twitter anymore? I feel like they don't. Keefe D, but I have a feeling he's going to be trending. Let's put Tupac. Tupac. All right, here we go. So we make sure we follow up to date everything. You said Keefe D in a tie, he looks more proper than the lawyer. I know, right? I mean, this is the people behind him. He's got people behind him. All right. So that was here. Opening statements are set for next Monday, August 17th, even if they seat a jury before that. All right. Put this on your calendar. Where is my calendar? Put on your Palm Pilots. Where's your Palm Pilots, people? We have officially have a court date on the record. Let me write this on my note. Where's my Palm Pilot 2 and my sidekick? Here we go. August 17th. We have the first trial. We have trial already in place. Let me place this on the community wall for the people that might just be not knowing what is going on, because we got the latest over here so far for the people. Okay, here we go. Go to your channel. Yes, ma'am. Okay, here we go. Breaking news. Give me 1 second, y'all, because I got it. I'm doing the job of 50 people here, okay? If I was law and crime, TMZs and everything, we would have people doing this, okay? We would, but we don't. All right. Hashtag Keefe D. Breaking. Tupac trial. Here we go. Keefe D. What do they say? Opening statements set to start Monday. Even if they have, so they might choose the jury just this week and then kind of go ahead and start. Live now. Make sure we tag our thing right here, y'all, because guess what? We're live. Shout out to y'all. Here we go. Make sure you guys are hitting the like button, please, and thank you guys. I'd appreciate it. Okay. Here we go. All right. Post it on the community wall. So, and then they say, Here we go. Then they say, so opening statements are set for next Monday, August 17th, even if they seat a jury before that. Duane Keefe D sits at the defense table today on day one of jury selection. He's on trial again for the murder of Tupac. I mean, do they only got one photo and that's with his eyes closed? Come on now. Give the man the opportunity to open his eyes. Opening statements are set. Okay, this is all we have, and it's the only person. Okay, she's also covering another trial as we speak, but she doesn't have an update. That's the only person that we have there. Now, mind you, they can't really have a whole lot of media there because it's jury selection, right? So they have to be able to do this, kind of like, very quick photos and stuff like that, but they can't really have a whole lot going on. I need to follow these people just to make sure I'm there. But that's what we have so far. You said, this looks like a setup to you. Oh, Lord. Keefe looks asleep, and behind him looks like she's had too much coffee. He's like, you should have handed him some coffee because he does look a little sleepy there. Yes, he does. You said, why does a courtroom look empty? Because it's just jury selection. They don't want a lot of people there. You can't really have a lot of media there in jury selection. You're not supposed to. Because, typically what do they want to do? They want to take pictures of the media. But because the jury is what? Partially sequestered. Sequestration is like, if I remember the order, like they're going to have them, and we talked about this, a couple days ago here, that not everybody is going to be, what's the word? Like they'll be able to go home, but they're going to have them like leave. They won't be able to access their phones like during the trial and stuff like that. So it's just going to be there, but they'll be able to go home at night type of situation. So just so people are aware. You said sending light, love and light. I'm about to pass out. Ooh, you took Benadryl. I'm sure that puts you to sleep, girl. That puts me to sleep. So yeah, they got to be happy out here for today. Yeah, we don't have a lot. There's not a lot of action happening right now because there's no. Now, is this going to be televised? Absolutely. Absolutely. This will be televised and we'll be here live for it and everything every day. Every day. Bring everybody. Bring your mom. Bring everybody. Okay, we'll be watching and we'll be giving commentary. But I think this week is very important to focus on the things that we don't know. We get to ask the questions. Go over the grand jury transcripts. What doesn't make sense? What makes sense? What did we find out? Who was selected? Okay, they got to select the people. They'll be selecting the people. We got to know how many, people are going to be there. Who's going to be there? What are the people going to look like? Are they young people? I really do feel like you can get younger people that wouldn't know Keefe D or Tupac. Because a lot of the younger generation, I'm sorry, I hate to say it, a lot of young generation don't know. Typically, they would know if their parent, like myself and many of you guys out here, if you grew up in that music, then you kind of know who these characters are. You kind of know the backstory, right? Because then you tell, like I've told my kids about this, why this is a big deal, and the story behind this. They know, and it's crazy because it's like by the music that I've listened to in my car or something like that, and they're like, well, why? What does this mean? Or what is it? Yada yada yada. And then you get to tell your kids like what, how old you were when Tupac died, or how this happened, or what it meant, and stuff like that. So to me, it would make sense if they get somebody young that isn't really exposed to this kind of music. It might be a little bit different. They just wear a shirt, but don't really. That's what I'm saying. It's like they wear because they sell them for like $5 at Walmart. You know how many Tupac Walmart shirts are at $5? I mean, you can get them for cheap there. I like them, but if you don't know what you're wearing, if you don't know what then you don't know what you're wearing. I don't know a Little Nas X song. I don't listen to Little Nas X. So I wouldn't wear a Little Nas X, shirt at all. You wouldn't see me with that. But, typically if I wear a shirt that's an artist, I've listened to their song. I like their music. I grew up with their music, something like that. You say not exactly, but they don't know. They don't know the music. Yeah, okay. See, I've seen a lot of these young people don't even know what Nirvana is. They don't know. Thank you. This is what I'm saying is a lot of us that grew up with the music, we understand and we know, and we've told our kids, well, this is what this is, and this is what this is, this is what had happened and stuff like that. You said my 13-year-old and her friends know then the backstory, but probably not. That's what I'm saying. It's like some kids don't. Oh, my kids listen to our stuff. Well, there you go. He said, I was 27 when Tupac was unalive, grew up in the 70s. Some people, and so you kind of understand the story, understand the backstory. But some of the kids, and I would say the younger generation, they don't know. They don't know. Like I've seen people wear Aaliyah shirts. I'm like, well, do you know who she was? What had happened? They call it vintage. Listen, if vintage means cute, okay, cute. Whatever, Sorry, y'all. I'm taking a bite of my sandwich. I haven't even eaten all the way. Give me one sec. Pika says she's blocking everybody who's considering her vintage. You call me vintage, and I'm gonna block you. They know the artist, but they don't know the backstory. They might have heard the music. They might have heard the music, right? And I think about like back in those days when Tupac was, when all the rivalry was happening, right? I'll never forget. I used to watch America's Most Wanted, right? That was the show every Saturday, especially if you didn't have cable, because it was public, right? So it was kind of those things, and I'll never forget the crappy coverage that they did of it. It was really crappy, right? To bring justice. I mean, they even did a segment on Biggie too. Like it was just so weird. But again, it was just to keep ratings. They didn't really give a crap about finding justice or anything like that. I mean, this was quite the time, you guys. We were coming off of what? The DARE program. Think about the times. Some of these kids wear DARE shirts and they don't even understand the history behind DARE, right? McGruff, the crime dog. You said I'm vintage because like don't call me vintage. I'm blocking you. Vintage is classic, never gets old. We always seem to come back. That's right. Ooh, hold up, y'all. I might have to head out because I gotta go get a Starbucks for the sitter, y'all, and I gotta pick up baby bunny. But yeah, you said LA gear. I had the LA gears and I had the ones with the lights. I had the LA gear with the lights. Our dare cop was arrested for rugs. Womp, womp, womp. You're kidding, right? You're LA. US. Now that's interesting. Not, you know what? So, and then let me stop. Let me stop because I ain't trying to call people out. I don't want to get in trouble. It'd be the cops. It'd be the cops that get arrested for drugs and they're dare officers. And then it's like they're dealers. I can't, man. Cop was my drug dealer. Oh, man. Oh, yeah. He didn't care. Well, apparently not. Apparently not. They made the rug dealer in our Catholic school the dare play. That was the point. Oh, man. Anyways, yeah. Anyways, shout out to everybody in the chat. It just reminds me of that. Oh gosh, y'all are so funny. Okay, let me see what's going on outside of the jury selection. What are we at? Where are we at? Jury selection. Hold up. Here we go. Here we go. 19 minutes ago. Tupac Shakur murder. Jury selection begins in Las Vegas trial for suspect Duane Keefe D. Davis. All right. So jury selection began Monday in the murder trial of the accused killer. Well, at least the man that orchestrated it. Duane Keefe D. Davis trial is happening nearly 30 years after the deadly drive-by shooting in Las Vegas. So again, he's not dressed this way. There's an old picture. We kind of know what is happening. I'm wondering what these jurors are going to look like. They gotta, like, I just want to know, what do we have? What are these jurors? for Keefe D trial going to look like? I wonder. 15 minutes. But we don't got nothing out there, man. We don't have anything. It's a jury selection trial soon. Won't start until the 17th, guys. Just so people are aware. But yes, this is still considered technically part of the trial. So we probably will be live streaming 24 or no, all day when the trial actually starts. They might conclude jury selection today and tomorrow, but we'll be here. I hope they're vintage. Well, and I was telling him, Sylvia, I mean, they have a better chance of getting the younger crowds that didn't really, maybe have a lot of exposure to the music, or maybe their parents didn't listen to the music, because a lot of people know about Tupac through their parent, a lot of the younger people. Jury selection begins in Tupac Shakur trial. Hold up, y'all. Keefe D trial. Let's see. I'm trying to see what else we got out there. Yeah, and I'm thinking people are outside streaming. I don't see anybody. Hold up. CNN Live Tupac. This is going to be like something, man. Jury selection updates. See if we have to pay for the updates. Da-da-da. Nope. They're not yet. They're not ready yet. Nothing is up yet. This is 8 hours ago. We've already, I agree. 3 decades. Okay, an hour updated an hour and 7 minutes ago. Give me 1 second, y'all. I'm going to switch over here. After 3 decades, a murder trial brings focus back to the legacy of Tupac Shakur. So about 10,000 people were in the arena watching. One of them was Tupac Shakur, the number one selling rapper who had already become a hip-hop icon at the age of 25. So again, we know that a lot of this is from September 7th, the Mike Tyson fight. So let's see, let's go down. Jury selection starts today for Duane Keefe Davis, known as Keefe D, who was indicted in 2023 on 1 count of murder with a deadly weapon in Tupac Shakur's death. Davis, 63, has entered a non-guilty plea. Prosecutors do not claim he fired the fatal shots. They say Davis orchestrated the killing in retaliation for an assault on his nephew shortly after the Tyson fight. We read this part. Rewind the video if you've missed this, okay? Shakur's death and the similar drive-by murder of his rival Christopher Wallace, Biggie, again, better known as Biggie Smalls, or Notorious B.I.G., less than a year later, put an uncomfortable light on the increasingly angry rivalry between East Coast and West Coast rap, whether the artistic disputes were turning into violent real-world battles. Excuse me. Now that Keefe D's case is exposing just how deeply gang culture had become embedded in the industry's embrace of the gangsta lifestyle, embodied in an artist whose work both lamented the violence and cut many young black lives short, while also glorifying it. Okay. He was working through his trauma in his art, in his music, and his poetry, said the former MTV journalist who interviewed Tupac Shakur in 1994. And yes, the anger comes out in real life through violence. Wow. Flavor Flav. Now, you guys know who Flavor Flav is. Shout out to Flavor Flav. That show was crazy, wasn't it, back in the day? Shout out to everybody, guys. Make sure you guys are hitting the like button. Oh, is my volume going out? Let me know. Thank you. Anyone having volume issues? Commercials are super loud, but having trouble hearing Rabbit. Hopefully you hear me now. Can you hear me now? Good. Y'all drop some Dory drops some clocks. She dropped some clocks in the chat. Clock that. All right. Okay. Tupac Shakur wasn't just about the beats and the rhymes. Coming up with a rough childhood, absent father, and addicted mother, Vanity Fair reported, Shakur combined a love of hip-hop and other performing arts with classical poetry and Shakespeare. Okay, so let me go down a little bit. I'm going to see, do they have any of the... You can't... I mean, the man was eye candy. This is why it's like the fallout here between him and Biggie, it doesn't quite make sense. It must have been fueled by other things, and I wonder if it was fueled by The man, the executive producer that likes to dance in the music videos, that guy? Yeah, that guy. I just have to wonder because it had to have been fueled by that. There's nothing else. They were fine with each other and then suddenly they weren't. It was kind of like, okay. And a lot of people in that circle said the same thing too. All right. And then here you go. You have Dr. Dre here too. Okay. And you guys know what music video this is. California Love, course classic, okay? So at death row especially, there was no question about gang affiliations. That's what I'm saying. It's like if you signed with death row, you knew who you what you were affiliated with. And so I don't know, man. It's crazy. Look at they got pictures of the intersection of East Flamingo Road and Cobo Lane in Las Vegas where Tupac was shot in 1996. Damn, it's like it never aged. Look at these cars. Look how, oh my gosh, just seeing this. A chain of events leading to the murder started at a mall. Okay, remember, they went to Lakewood Mall and there was a fight that ensued there. Okay, so a lot of this self-disclose. I mean, the story has just been told over and over. Here he says, Davis, in his 2018 documentary Death Row Chronicles on BET, the shots came from the back of his vehicle. In a later interview with YouTube content creator DJ Vlad, Davis said he had a sense of remorse for what happened. Yeah, do you notice how Keefe D talks about the murders? He kind of like, of course we lost two people, but if he hadn't done this and he hadn't done, and Tupac isn't innocent. Tupac, that's what I was like, oh, no, book, no. Prosecutors say Davis gave information to investigators in a pair of recorded interviews. Lawyers called a proffer. Suspects shared that they know privately, usually to see whether a deal can be worked out for a lesser charge or lighter sentence. If there's no deal, prosecutors usually can use the information against them. Okay. So he went into a proffer, did the interview, and so then after that, we talked about this Keefe D's trial, but after Davis's arrest, the Clark County judge ruled the proffer interviews are admissible. Look at this. They're going to use the very same thing that Greg Kading used to leak. They're going to use those in Keefe D's trial because Davis made many of the same statements in his book and media blitz that he had previously told police. Ultimately, he just talked himself right into jail. And this is what I'm saying is like Greg Kading said. I told you all. I just like this is what he said. Because somebody asked Greg Kading, how come he's not helping the Shakur family with releasing this information? Why doesn't he do that? Isn't he done making money off of this, or is he still trying to collect? Let me know. In his book, Keefe D acknowledged speaking to police and breaking the gangster code in the process. Yes, he does. He does. It's true. The feds had followed me around for 15 years, and it was finally time to get this ish off my chest and over with. The book says everybody else from my neighborhood was getting off the shit, so why not get off my shit? I sang because they promised I would not be prosecuted. Well, damn. This is the car, for those that are wondering, the car that was shot at. Okay? You know, you said, I'm waiting to see if Jack... You got to bring that shit up, don't you? You got to bring that shit. Yeah, man, she was sitting right in the back of the car. What the lady said, she was right there. Right there. Let me see. Can I get my pointer? Hold up. We're going to have to... We're going to put her face right there, right in that... Hold on. Y'all can see my mouse, right? Hold up. She was right there when he got shot. Right there. Look at y'all can see my mouth. She was right there. Somebody grab her face and crop it right there. Can you block yourself for 5 minutes, please? Go block yourself. Somebody needs to block the mod. Oh my God. You think this is the case that J-Oma needs to take? You know, this case would probably make J-Oma famous at this point. What is J-Oma going to say? J-Oma wasn't even born when Tupac was shot. I think I'm older. I think we're older than J-Oma. How old is J-Oma? J-Oma wouldn't even know. He'd be like, Well, I don't know who this belongs to. There wasn't even. Mm-mm. Why you always gotta bring Jayoma? He's 37. He was born though, right? He would have been a kid when he would have been what, like 2, 5, 6 years old. That's the best place though. You could be a stripper lawyer in Vegas. It works. It really, really works. You could. I mean, like that would be allowed. You could be. He was 7. Morris is like, let me do the math for you, Rabbit. He was 7 years old. Lord have mercy. He would have been great at this. He would have pissed a lot of people off. That's the problem. He would have pissed a lot of people. My client. Well, I mean, actually, this would have been a pretty fairly. This would have been a case that he could probably do very well. I would think if I was in the defense. But I could see him clashing with Keefe D because Keefe D. I mean, who's gonna tell Keefe D to shut up? I mean, the lawyer even himself, he's like he gets mad. He can't defend himself. Like he's just pretty. Keefe D is so old school. Did you not hear what Keefe D said? He said that they don't have the people in the DA's office. They don't have. They have. What did he say? They have. They don't have Mexicans. They don't have blacks. They don't have Mormons, Asians. What was the other ones? Uh, uh, some other people. They don't have any of those people in the DA's office, is what he said. So I'm like, well, I just don't think that they would. I don't think that they would get along very well. I think that they would struggle. We were all kids when he got. Yeah, I remember watching Tyson bite off the. I remember that too. Yes, he did say. You said that there was no that. Yeah. Anyways, let me stop. I didn't say that. Keefe D said it in behind the jail. All right, that's what he said. Okay. I stand firm on the point that Tupac, Suge Knight, and the rest of those N-words didn't have any business putting their hands on my beloved nephew. He said that. We heard the recording. He said that. Then jumping off my nephew gave us the ultimate green light to do something to their ursas. Okay? Suge Knight, who was behind the wheel, was grazed in the head by a bullet, bleeding profusely as he continued driving. All right. And although gangster ties to Tupac killing had been suspected from the beginning, the search for the killer was long hampered by the refusal of potential eyewitnesses to testify. All the people seemed to be looking somewhere else. Okay, this is what Phil Rowland said shortly after Shakur's death. I mean, look at Suge Knight. This guy was a huge guy. I think he did play football in high school. I think that was part of his story. In particular, Keefe D claims shots came from his vehicle after Knight or Shakur raised their own weapons. So he said that they shot back. Investigators don't believe it. I don't believe it either. I mean, did they? I don't know. At no point during the investigation of the vehicles were cartridge cases inside of Knight's car or in any weapon. Retired Las Vegas officer Clifford Mogg told the grand jury in Davis's case. Okay, so guys, we have those things. He said, hold up. Ooh, look at this. Davis's decision to tell all the dramatic. Okay, look at this shit right here. Davis's decision to tell all was dramatically different from Shakur's legendary final words as he was bleeding out near Las Vegas Boulevard. Asked by Las Vegas police officer Chris Carroll if he could name who shot him, Shakur responded, F you. Carroll said years later. Investigators say they are not certain who shot Tupac, Anderson or Big Dre, who was sitting next to him in the back seat of the Cadillac. Keefe D was the front passenger seat, willingly put out his own theory. Orlando shot Tupac and Suge. Davis was asked in a 2021 interview. He did his thing, yeah. Davis responded. The indictment against Davis alleges he provided the gun used in the shooting. So there is that. You said, yeah, no, Suge Knight is a big guy. Big guy. I had LA Lights, the first kid in class, because my dad brought them back. Oh, the LA Lights, the shoes? Yeah, I had those. I got them at Payless. I thought I was the bee's knees. I know. I had the LA Lights too. Literally. They were pretty cool as we get them at Payless. I am at Payless back then. Okay, Anderson denied any involvement in the shooting, and Keefe D said Tupac was actually his nephew's favorite rapper. Add insult to injury. Tupac had those issues year before the road cop he shot, so I understand his response. You think so? Shout out to you, VSOP. You said In Gear was the ish. Yeah, it was. Suge played football. Yeah, he did before Death Row. Man, that guy, I mean, he's huge. He's a huge guy. No joke. Huge guy. I couldn't afford them. You know, they were pricey back then. I think it was it pay? I can't remember. I think it was pay. You know, back then it was definitely Nike, definitely LA Gear, Reebok. I think Fila was after that. It was kind of like, I'm just thinking of like the trends of how, because I remember, you know, being too broke to own some of those brands, but you know. The first time I ever had my first pair of Nike, this is how I remember because I was so excited when I got it. I'd never had a pair of Nike before, was in the 6th grade. My uncle got them for me. And matter of fact, I still have them. Believe it or not, I still have my first pair of Nike shoes. Do I wear them? No, because they're old. But I still have them. I still have my first pair of Nike shoes. Do. Yeah. British Knights. Oh, yeah. British Knights was another brand, too. That's right. BK. Adidas, too. Adidas was another one. Yep. Very, very true. Very true. You couldn't afford them. I mean, they were expensive, y'all. They were. All right, guys. So I got to go pick up Baby Bunny. I got to get a Starbucks from the sitter. I probably got to get her a Happy Meal, too. So I'm going to go do that. And then we're going to jump into the grand jury transcripts, day 1. I'm still checking social media to see who's out there to figure out what outside looks like, what everything looks like as far as who they've selected for, and they're not going to tell us clearly, and we're not supposed to know, but what the grand jury selection looks like and whatnot. Hold up, let me see. Airwalks was another one. Yes. Nike Cortez. Oh, Nike Cortez were nice. Yes. After this trial, we need more. We need to move to the next great mystery. How did Keefe D get so? Oh, stop. You know they give you nothing but starch in there, right? I mean, it's not like Suge Knight has lost weight either. The guy has always been built this way. I mean, if you look at his pictures when he's younger, he don't really look any different other than the gray hair. He's kind of, he's got the typical body, you know, and then they feed you nothing but starch in there, right? So they don't really help you out at all. All right. Thank you. Let me see who I got to thank. Thank you so much for the, Sarah, thank you so much for the Starbucks. I'm going to go get I need some caffeine push. So let me go do that. I'm going to leave this playing. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. Again, this is the book, the audio book, okay, out of all things, where Keefe D is admitting to things, dropping names, and saying a lot. He probably shouldn't be, but he does. I'll come back and give my shout outs and everything, but I'll be right back. Thank you. Hit the like button, guys. We'll be back because I'll be here, but you know, this is still be playing. All right, I got to pick up Baby Bunny. I'll be back.
On my way out the door, LAPD Detective Poole said, "You think you were hiding from us? We knew where you were the whole time. We're going to take these pictures to New York. If they identify you as the killer, we're coming to get your ass." Cool. I'm not worried about that because I know I ain't doing motherfucking thing. I ain't did shit. When Detective Poole said that they knew where I was the whole time, at the moment I realized they had to have tapped my cousin Speedo's phone. They had chased me out of the frying pan into the fire. In July, my cousin Speedo came by and said, "Yo, cuz, I need some work." "All right, meet me at my boy Sambo's over at Willowbrook Tracks." I jumped in my dad's car and went over to the location. Sambo and I were in front of his apartment building when Speedo pulled up in his van. I noticed as he pulled up that the van didn't have any side view mirrors. I pulled 2 briefcases full of money out of the van, $280,000 to be exact, and handed them to Sambo. Sambo said, "Come back in an hour and I'll have this shit ready. Let me count the money." All right, cool. I jumped in the van with Speedo. "Come on, man, let's go and get something to eat from that Taco Bell on Compton Boulevard." We went through the Taco Bell drive-thru line, ordered our food, and as we were pulling out, Speedo said, "The dude behind me didn't even pay them for his fucking food." "Yeah? Damn." As we continued out of the driveway, we saw 7 FBI-looking cars going in the opposite direction. Damn, they on somebody's ass. I said, fuck it, let's go. We went on and made the right turn. I told Speedo, go by my house and let's get some weed. By the time we finished eating, we got buzzed up. An hour had already passed, so it was time to go back and get to work. We drove up Alameda to Greenleaf and made a left turn headed into my hood. Then, my cousin Speedo said, damn, cousin Keefe, them same Fed cars that we saw going the other way, they're all behind us now. You bullshit. No, I ain't. In my mind, I was thinking, damn, them out New York gonna lie on me and identify me in that biggest shit. Fuck. I knew better than to look back. Then I calmly said to Speedo, cuz, give me a chance to run. Get me to the hood. I knew my hood like the back of my hand. I planned to jump out and run as soon as we hit the hood, because the FBI didn't know my hood. I knew my hood. All right, cuzzo. We went up the Burris Lane and made a left. And all of the feds were still following behind us. Speedo made a complete U-turn and got back on Greenleaf. By the time we got to Artesia and Long Beach Boulevard, the FBI agents were coming off the freeway and off of Artesia from everywhere. By then, the police car with the cherries on top was behind us and lit us up. My cousin Black was in the back of the van with Speedo's kids. They got us all out of the van and had us lay down in the middle of the street, handcuffed us, and threw us in the back of an LAPD car. They took all three of us, Speedo, Black, and myself, upstairs at the station on 108th Street and handcuffed us to a bench. They had us sitting there handcuffed to that bench for over an hour. So I yelled out, what the fuck y'all got us in here for? One of the officers responded, you guys are being detained. You're not under arrest. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, I was going crazy. This is against my civil rights. This shit is wrong. What the fuck? I need to talk to my attorney. I was going plumb ape in that motherfucker. We had been in there from 10 o'clock that morning to 4 o'clock in the afternoon. They had my phone and my beeper on their desk, and they both kept buzzing and going off. Eventually, this red-headed FBI agent came out and said, you want to know what you're in here for? Yeah, motherfucker. Y'all have been moving large quantities of cocaine out of Jordan Downs housing projects. He looked at Speedo, pointed at him, and said, you have 20 years coming, buddy. Then he looked at me and said, you have on a Rolex watch, Sperry boat shoes, $10,000 in your pocket. What, you have a yacht or something? Then he started laughing. We're still trying to figure out who you are. When he got to my cousin Black, he said, you ain't nothing but a gangbanger. You don't have anything to worry about. You'll be going home soon. Another hour passed and he finally came and took the handcuffs off and released us. When we got back to the van, we were rummaging through it, looking for the 45 Glock I had and the 40 Speedo had left inside. Shit, them bastards took my damn gun, I said. And Speedo said, them motherfuckers done took my shit too. Both of our guns and the weed we had left inside were gone. I called my wife and she answered, you all right? We were worried about y'all. Yeah, we good. Come pick me up at Speedo's house. Before we left, I told Speedo, we're gonna wait until tomorrow to go get that shit from Sambo. We need to let it cool off. Let them people go on about their business. I got home about 6:30 p.m. and my phone rang. It was cousin Speedo. Damn, cousin Keefe, I could have sold all that shit by now, cuz. Let's go get that shit. My shit is blowing off the hook. You sure? I asked. Hell yeah. Meet me at Sambo's house. I had to go over to Sambo's house anyway to get my dad's car that I had left over there. When I pulled up, Sambo was like, where the fuck y'all been? I didn't tell him that the police had us gapping like a motherfucker. A few minutes later, Speedo pulled the station wagon into Sambo's garage, where we loaded it up with the kilos. It was time to leave. I told Speedo, I'm going to follow you to the projects to make sure you make it home safe. We pulled off and headed up Willowbrook. By the time we crossed Rosecrans, here come those same FBI agents that had detained us earlier that day. They had some hot-ass cars and were flying to catch us. When we got to 131st and Willowbrook, Speedo made a left, and I was following closely behind, trying to make sure that the feds couldn't get around me so he could make it through the light. The light turned red, but all of them went straight through the light. Fuck it. Suddenly, one of the Fed cars sped right around me. We were all speeding up to an intersection where there were crossing gates for the Metro Rail, and luckily, the Metro Rail crossing gates started to come down. Speedo cut across just as they were coming down and made it through. The Fed didn't. I turned off and went to this dude named Pat's house, who was in the game for Corner Pocket Hood. Bro, can you give me a ride to the projects? I left my dad's car at his Pat and jumped into the truck with Pat. We drove down to the projects to make sure Speedo was safe. By the time we got there, the station wagon was already sitting in the parking lot. I called him. You cool? Yeah. Man, you sure they ain't got your ass kidnapped? No, man, I made it. But I see my co-pilot abandoned ship on my motherfucking ass. He started cracking up. I responded, cuz, you want both of us to go down? And started laughing with him. About a month later, Speedo came over to my house to bring me some money. I was standing in front of my house when he pulled up in that same van without the rear view mirrors, and there were 3 FBI agents following him. He jumped out the van and I said, Speedo, what the fuck, man? You don't let them know where I live. You need to get some rear view mirrors like that long ass tail following your ass. We laughed hard about that. Fuck them motherfuckers. I was joking with him because they already knew exactly who I was and where I lived the whole time. The same day the feds raided my house on the Biggie Smalls case, they knew I was going to the projects to my cousin's house. What I did not know was that they had already tapped my cousin's phone. While I was over at my cousin Speedo's house, this dude from Nutty Block called and asked for 2 kilos. The conversation was all in code. You got 2 for 2? He asked. Yeah, I got 2 for 2. Man, what color you got? I'm in a white van. All right, I'll be over there in 15 minutes. The feds were listening in on the conversation and interpreted what we said to mean we were talking about 2 kilos of cocaine, and I described it as being white. That simple 7-second coded conversation is how I caught my case and ended up receiving a 70-month sentence. What clinched the case against me was when the individual called back and said one of the kilos was 8 grams short. What type of person would call back on the phone and say a kilo was 8 grams short? I couldn't understand how they could convict us from talking on the phone without any pictures of us doing the transaction. They didn't get any dope, nothing. I figured that shit shouldn't have been a fucking crime. When I asked my attorney about it, he said, yeah, that's a crime. That's how I caught my case with the major crime unit. They had been investigating me for almost 2 years, but they couldn't get me because I was taught by the Colombians not to talk on the phone. I was strict in following that practice. The feds were able to record my conversation because the judge had ordered a 10-day wiretap and told them, bring me the evidence that this man is selling drugs, and we can continue the case. When they brought the 10 days worth of wiretaps, the judge said, this is not enough evidence. Terminate your wiretap. The cops defied the judge's order and kept the wiretap going for another 1.5 years. I could have gotten off on that case, but my lawyer explained, I can beat this case, but you're in here for those high-profile killings. All I could say was, yeah, I know what you're talking about. They took me to the feds for that. The major crime unit took down 68 rape streets, including practically all of my cousins and 2 dudes from Compton. They indicted us on May 20th. 28th, 1998, I got home about 3:30 a.m. My boy Taco saw me pulling in that night, so he came and asked me for some rocks. I ain't got no rocks, so I gave him some money instead. I went in my back house, and I wasn't in there for more than an hour when I heard a loud boom, boom, boom. I grabbed my strap and looked out the little peephole thinking it was some jackers. It was the real jackers, the FBI SWAT team wearing black ninja suits. I could see that they had already raided the front house, and by then, they were working on the door to the back house where I was. I took a big hit on my joint, since I knew it was the last one I'd be able to enjoy for a while, and put my pistol away. As soon as I opened me to the feds for that. The major crime unit took down 68 great streets, including practically all of my cousins and 2 dudes from Compton. They indicted us on May 20th. 28th, 1998, I got home about 3:30 a.m. My boy Taco saw me pulling in that night, so he came and asked me for some rocks. I ain't got no rocks, so I gave him some money instead. I went in my back house, and I wasn't in there for more than an hour when I heard a loud boom, boom, boom. I grabbed my strap and looked out the little peephole thinking it was some jackers. It was the real jackers, the FBI SWAT team wearing black ninja suits. I could see that they had already raided the front house, and by then, they were working on the door to the back house where I was. I took a big hit on my joint, since I knew it was the last one I'd be able to enjoy for a while, and put my pistol away. As soon as I opened the door, I heard, on your knees, motherfucker, on your knees. We have a federal arrest warrant for you. What the fuck? On your knees. I saw about 40 red dots on my chest and quickly dropped to my knees with my hands up. They handcuffed me while I was still in my boxers and walked me out of the front door onto the front porch. My mother-in-law, my wife, my 3 kids were in the front of the house, standing in the cold, crying. They brought me out some house shoes and pants to put on. There were 3 sheriff's Suburbans on the corner with the street blockaded off to prevent anyone from entering or leaving the street. By then, about 10 carloads of FBI with green jackets from the major task force arrived. Oh, I'm in some shit, I remember thinking. They called one of the sheriffs from the corner, and he threw me in the back seat of his car. On the way downtown to the station, there were 3 sheriffs in the car, one sitting in the passenger seat and one in the back with me. The driver looked back and said, hey man, your boy C-Ray out there in Columbus, Ohio shot the fuck up. And he started laughing. It was true. C-Ray had gotten shot the day before in Columbus, Ohio, but the man hadn't been shot for more than 24 hours. I wondered, how the fuck do they know that? Then the sheriff in the passenger seat was like, your boy the Reaper set you up for a robbery out there in Hawthorne. They were letting me know all the people that were against me on the ride down there. These were some of my closest homeboys. I'm like, for real? Yeah. Finally, I asked, man, what the fuck is this shit about? We've been told not to say anything to you. As we were pulling into the back of the station, I saw them taking my cousins Speedo and GB, Big Pete, Woody, a bunch of my homeboys into the station. They took me out of the police car and into the sheriff's station. Once I got into the station, there were about 70 FBI agents inside. We entered the police station from the back, and as soon as the door opened, I saw more of my cousins and homeboys in the holding thing. Oh, fuck. As I started walking through the hallway, all the FBI agents in rhythm let out a roar, Keefe D, Keefe D, Keefe D, like they had seen a celebrity. They placed me in a small cage, and a few of the agents came up to the cage to get a closer look. They wanted to see what the fuck I looked like. One cool FBI agent wearing a Rolex came up to me and said, How your little bitty ass I thought you were 6'2", 280 pounds. You're a little bitty dude. You got all these people scared of you. Man, fuck you, I shot back. Hold it, brother, hold it. I haven't done anything to you. Man, fuck you. Get your little punk ass out of here. I laughed and he cracked a little grin. As the morning wore on, they interviewed all 70 people that were in there and left me for last. You're the biggest fish here, the agent said. What? Yeah, you're the biggest fish here. We're going to charge y'all under the RICO Act, and you're going to be number one on the indictment. One of the agents asked, are you going to hire that high-priced attorney, Edie Fall? I just ignored his ass. You might as well keep your money, Keefe D. This is different. I continued to annoy him, but I did take a mental note. Another agent said, if you tell us what Sambo is, we'll let you go right now. Sambo was my secondary supplier from 7-Up. The same task force that was on us was also on Sambo and his crew. Sambo's team got taken down 2 months before us. They caught Sambo's brothers and his whole crew, but Sambo was still on the run. Motherfucker, didn't you have my street blockaded off with about 100 police? You think I can go home? Use your fucking brain. You know I can't go home, and I ain't fixing to tell nobody anyway. Fuck you. They took me to jail, and the assistant U.S. attorney for the Central District of California came in. We had developed the nickname Bluebeard for his ass because he was out for blood and he had a beard. He was on a roll. I'm charging all of these guys under the CCE, the Continuing Criminal Enterprise Statute. I recommend no bail for all of these co-defendants. They had no bail, all of us, and they told my attorney I was going to be number one in the indictment. The next morning, after we all got busted, the chaplain was at my cell. I'm sorry to inform you, Mr. Davis, that your grandmother passed away last night. Damn, his words rocked me. Would you like to call the family? I didn't respond. I couldn't answer, I was speechless. I just sat there stunned with my head in my hands. My grandmother was like a mother to us once my mother passed away. Grandma took Mom's place and helped raise us. That was a devastating blow for me because she was always there for me and had my back. Once I got myself together, I called my nephew, Baby Lane, to talk about Grandma passing, as well as some street shit I needed him to handle. I know where everything at. Don't worry about nothing. I know who got everything and all that. I got everything in line. There was still a lot of shit out on the streets. All right, nephew, be safe out there. Later on that same day, we were having our attorney visits. And at the 4 o'clock count, the same chaplain who broke the news to me about my grandmother showed up again during the count. I started to feel a little sad, recalling his earlier visit to me that morning, and figuring the chaplain had returned to break some awful news to someone else. My heart skipped a beat when he stopped in front of my cell a second time and started off the same fucked up. I'm sorry to inform you, Mr. Davis, that your nephew, Orlando Anderson, was just killed. What the fuck? 2 in 1 day? I asked in disbelief. Yes, I'm very sorry, the chaplain whispered. The 2 people closest to me passed away on the same cold, devastating day, May 29th, 1998. My grandmother died around 4 in the morning, and Baby Lane was killed around 4 the same afternoon. Baby Lane lived with my grandma and was raised by her at her house. So I guess she decided she was going to take her grandson with her. Even though I was 12 years older than Orlando, he and I were really close. Since day one, he was my dog. I used to take him to Children's University at Compton College. Every day, I made sure he was right, made sure his school clothes were fresh. He was like a son, a nephew, a brother, and a close friend. I later found out that Baby Lane got killed in a shootout at Bob's Compton Car Wash. In the shooting, 2 dudes, Michael Stone, the big-time Crip leader of the Corner Pocket Crips, and his nephew, Jerry, also killed. The Reaper was with Lane when the shootout happened. The Reaper told me later that when the shooting started, and they were backing up, trying to get out of there, it seemed like the whole car wash was shooting at them. Everybody. You bullshitting. Bob? Yeah, big homie. They were all shooting at the truck. Baby Lane and them pulled off and got about a half mile down the street, and Baby Lane was like, man, I can't feel my legs no more. They say he passed away right there in the blazer. After my grandmother and nephew passed, I went to a bail hearing the next morning to see if I could get released so that I could attend their funeral. When we went to the bail hearing, my attorney explained, his grandmother has been like a mother to him. The assistant U.S. attorney Bluebeard jumped in. Your Honor, this man here, as he pointed in my direction, no disrespect to your family, Mr. Davis, is the leader of the Southside Compton Crips. And his nephew killed 2 men and got killed in a gang-style shooting in Compton. The LA Times article is right here. He held up a copy of the LA Times newspaper. If you let him go, something is going to happen, Your Honor. He handed the LA Times article to the judge. The judge took a few minutes to read it and looked up over his glasses and said, Mr. Davis, I'm sorry, sir. I can't let you go. Come back in 3 weeks and we'll talk about it at another bail hearing. All I want to do is go to my grandmother's funeral, I pleaded. My lawyer, Edie, jumped up and said, Your Honor, when did the LA Times start prosecuting people? This man wants to go to his beloved grandmother's funeral. No, I can't let you go, the judge responded. Both funerals were held the same day. I missed them both. That's one thing I can say about Special Agent in Charge Holiday and U.S. Attorney Bluebeard. Those motherfuckers were on top of their games. Both of them were sharp. Those 2 were going to take all of those crooked-ass cops down, and they needed to be busted. It was about fucking time. Truthfully, all of us got lucky that Bluebeard ended up getting transferred because we were all going down, Southside, Grape Street, the crooked cops. Bluebeard and Holiday were on all of our asses. Holiday was special agent in charge of the major crime unit. That's one hell of a title. That means if John Gotti were in LA, it would have been Holiday and his people that went after them. Just from listening to his ass, I knew he was on it. I have to give it to him. That dude was sharp. I never bent for his ass. Never. A week later, we went to court on a case against 70 of us. We were sitting in the tank, and the marshal was getting ready to take us into court. The guy was sitting in the protective custody tank. And when we walked by, he started shouting, Keefe D, Keefe D. I looked at him like, who the fuck is you? When we got into court, the marshal whispered, you don't know who that guy is? No, who is it? It's David Mack. The infamous David Mack was one of Suge's hitmen and was included in the big LAPD Rampart scandal. He ended up getting 14 years in the federal pen for South Central bank robbery. All of those dirty cops knew who I was, but I didn't know who they were. It's not a good look when a PC tank is calling out your name like they know you. The whole time, it was that bitch-ass David Mack. Before we entered the courtroom, my attorney said, Keefe D, we can beat this case, but these people are not going to let you go. You know why you're in here. They want to know where you are at all times. Okay, I understand. I'll go in there and get the best deal I can. When sentencing day came, my attorney did his spiel. Your Honor, they offered him a deal for 5 years, which he has agreed to. It was nothing but a simple phone call. He didn't retrieve any drugs, and there are no pictures. There's nothing. Once again, Bluebeard was out for blood. Your Honor, the probation report came back recommending 188 months. The judge asked Bluebeard, did you offer him a deal for 5 years? Yes, Your Honor. The judge continued. I'm quite sure this man wouldn't plead guilty, knowing that he was going to get 188 months for a simple phone call. I'm going to make you stick to your deal. Then the judge looked at me. Mr. Davis, I'm going to give you the high end on it. I fell in the category from 60 to 72 months. So the judge sentenced me to 71 months and sentenced my co-defendant to 60 months. I went on and took the deal. Bluebeard and Holiday came out with over 700 years on our cases alone, but neither one of them were happy about the judge's decision on my sentence. I think this next one we should. Going to Disneyland. I was sent to the federal penitentiary in Stafford, Arizona. On Tuesday morning, the first week I got there, I heard over the loudspeaker, Davis, bed number, bring him out for a visit. When the officer showed up to my cell, I said, y'all tripping. Ain't nobody called here on a Tuesday to see me. We're out here in the boonies. Get dressed. You have a visit. Man, I ain't got no visitors. Davis, you have a visit. I reluctantly put on my shit, went up to the visiting room, and it was them. Holiday and some FBI agents, along with the warden, the SS lieutenant, and the captain. They sat me in a small room with the table. I don't know why y'all came all the way out here. You know I'm not fixing to tell you a motherfucking thing without my attorney present. Y'all wasted a lot of money. I ain't got shit to say. Fuck y'all. One of them lost his cool and shouted, you're not ever getting out of jail. He looked at the rest of his crew and said, he's a rapper killer. I don't know how he got on this yard in the first place. He's supposed to be in Terre Haute or Marion. Terre Haute and Marion are federal penitentiaries where more dangerous federal inmates were held. First of all, you're not the regent, I responded. The regent sent me here. My points got me here. A few minutes after they left, my name was called on the loudspeaker again, this time to go to the warden's office. They had told the warden that I was a serial killer. He doesn't belong in this yard. This man is a mass murderer. When I got to the warden's office, they strip searched me, took pictures. Then the warden said, nothing better happen on this yard. This is a Disneyland yard for you. He was right. The whole Fed system is like Disneyland compared to the California state system. It's a whole different breed of dudes in the California state prison system. Those inmates in the California state prison system will eat your ass up. Every month while I was locked up, the FBI came in and swept me behind that Tupac shit. It made my time miserable. I couldn't even sleep and do my time. One time when they came to visit me, the FBI agent said, that hit wasn't for Tupac. That hit was the shooter, the boss man. They have been doing some research. Punk ass Las Vegas cops didn't know shit. I ran circles around them. But the FBI knew everything. They were missing a few pieces of the puzzle. One thing about the FBI, they have their shit together. The feds don't come after you unless they have your ass. The dumbest mistake President Donald Trump can make is to go and testify before the special counsel investigation led by Robert Mueller. I know Trump is going to lie because that's what Trump does. It's like he's not capable of telling the truth. He can't testify with the feds like that. They're going to get his ass. It might take a year or two, but they're going to get him. When I was locked up in Stafford, the former owner of the National Hockey League's LA Kings, he was the guy that used a fake coin collection as collateral for his purchase of the LA Kings, and the feds took him down for that. Every 18 months in the Fed system, as long as you don't get in trouble, you can request a transfer, and it will move you down to lower levels. I made a request and got transferred to Nellis Prison Camp, which is the prime spot for all the feds. I was in there with a Mormon from Utah that owned the BFI Waste Company. I ran into Paul Jensen, the guy who owned banks in Texas, and Charles Keating, who also owned banks, and Lincoln Savings and Loan. All those dudes were tied in with George Bush, our 43rd president. I remember the night the 2004 presidential election went down, and some news media announced that Al Gore was projected to be the winner. The next morning when we woke up, they declared George Bush the winner. Paul Paul Jensen was in there mad because Bush was his homeboy, and he felt Bush should have been in jail with them. My time in there with them is what made me realize that unless you're at the Pablo Escobar level, drug dealers are some broke motherfuckers compared to the other dudes. I was locked up with billionaires, serious heavyweights. Their telemarketers have millions of dollars. In the feds, since it's regional, Crips and Bloods stick together. And since I had juice with the whole Kelly card, all those rich guys would come to me for protection. I ended up serving 5.5 years over that questionable 7-second phone call. That was a stressful time for me that took years off my life, with them coming to visit me monthly talking about I'm a serial killer. When I was locked up, Puffy didn't come through and help me with anything, not even a pair of Sean John socks or underwear. Once I served my 5.5 year bid in the feds, I came out looking for them. I heard that Puffy sent the dude from the Harlem 30 Sean John clothes every season, but I see he didn't call them niggas when Suge was on his ass. When he needed serious help, he called me. And after all the shit went down, he left me out there to fend for myself. Cold world. When you serve more than 5 years in the penitentiary, you don't get to go straight home when you're released. You have to do 6 months in a halfway house so you can slowly reintegrate back into society. Once you get a job, they release you about a month after you started work. Then you are allowed to do home confinement. The first day, the halfway house gave me a pass to go out. My little brother came and picked me up. As I was coming around to get into his truck, a small green car pulled up and shot at me about 8 times. He tried to kill my ass. I did that prison shit, tucked and rolled. By then, my nephew was coming up the street, saw what was going down and started busting at their car. I wasn't prepared for that type of shit, because I was fresh from jail. They almost got my ass. It just so happened that my homies had got into it with these guys from Stevens Village the night before, and the other side came through looking for somebody to shoot. I just happened to be there. I had already done 3.5 years on the street. I was tired of turning in my taxes every year and waking up every morning at 5 or 6 with that parole shit. I was tired of that shit. My little brother gave me some game that Los Angeles courts would let you off of parole if you get a dirty urine test from smoking weed. I had to go in and test once every 6 months. In June, when I went to get tested, they called me back right after the 4th of July and asked me for another sample. I knew I was going to be dirty, so I went to the GNC store and bought the kit to help pass the urine test. The officer of the day took the sample and did the test and came back clear. But before he put the top on it, he smelled it and then asked, "Yeah, sir. All right, sit down and eat a couple of those donuts." I was saying, sit down and eat a couple of donuts and piss again, because the yeast in donuts sucks up the blockage like a sponge. When I pissed the second time, my specimen came out dirty. Then he said, "I need you to check back into the DTR." I said, "Sir, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but you're not my parole officer, and I've already completed DTR. Let my parole officer tell me that." Then I said, "I'm not trusting that little $3 test kit anyway. Send my shit back to the lab." I knew it would take around 3 months to come back from the lab. My parole officer called me once I got back from the lab and said my sample was dirty. I told my parole officer, "Send my shit back to court." It cost over $100,000 to go to federal court, and they don't want to send you back to federal court for a dirty weed sample. When my parole officer called me back, he said, "The judge does not want to take the case." I went and seen Edie. He got on the speakerphone and called Bluebeard. Edie said, "My client, Duane Davis, got it dirty." And as he started to explain my situation, Bluebeard interrupted and said, "Who? Keefe D? Tell him I'm asking for the max." Once Edie got off the phone, I asked him, "How does he remember me after all those years?" Edie told me, "Your cousin Speedo beat him on a case. Speedo got the first case overturned in 20 years. That explained why Bluebeard had his dick out for us and kept talking about, lock them all up." Bluebeard was out for revenge. Instead of turning myself in, I went on a run for about 8 months. One night, my son and I had a little bet going while we were playing Madden when our game console froze. We were going to go to my brother's house to finish the game. I sent my nephew and my son over to my brother's house and told them I'd be on my way in a few. Paula went out to the garage first, and when she lifted the garage door, there stood a 6'7" white dude who looked like he played on an offensive line for the Raiders. When I came into the garage, he pointed his gun at me and shouted, "Keefe D, don't move, don't move." "What's up?" My wife asked, "What the fuck is this about?" He said, "Paula, you're on probation. You need to sit your ass down because I can embarrass y'all and take both y'all to jail." "Keefe D, you know what this is about." A couple more carloads of U.S. Marshals pulled up. They gaffled my ankles, threw me in the back of the van, and rushed me down to NDC. I went to court the next day, and Judge Ray came into court and gave me a 6-month violation and told me I was off for parole. The other deal was to let me go and start back over, an option I wasn't about to do. I preferred to go back and knock out for those 6 months and have my life back. We know. 2 days before Thanksgiving in 2009, my phone rang. I recognized the number, but still cautiously answered. "Who's this?" "Hey, Keefe, this is Wayne." Wayne Higgins was an attorney I had known for a long time. He was close with my mentor, FL, who had been murdered a few years prior, and somebody that I trusted. "Hey, Keefe, you have a minute to talk?" "Yeah, what's up?" "You have a major problem going down. I need to talk to you. Come have dinner with me at Benihana's." "All right, cool." We met at the Benihana in Beverly Hills on La Cienega Boulevard. Once we placed our orders, he said, "The FBI wants to talk to you." "What?" "Yeah, the FBI wants to talk to you. You have a serious problem. They got you." I cut him off. "You tell them to go fuck themselves. Keefe, they just want to talk to you." Just the mention of the name FBI got me agitated. I raised my voice. Man, I don't want to talk to them, so fuck them. The people at the tables next to us started to give us worried looks, but I didn't give a fuck. The FBI must have given Wayne some code words to use if I became upset, because he paused, took a deep breath, leaned in closer and asked softly, do you have a cousin named Diane in Texas that you've been sending PCP to? No, man, that's some bullshit. But deep down, I knew it was right. And there was no way he could have known that. Tell them I don't want to talk. This conversation is over. While the conversation was over, at least the part where we discussed speaking with the FBI, the rest of the night, I couldn't stop thinking about what the FBI wanted to talk to me about. How the fuck did they know about my cousin Diane in Texas? The federal task force had been trying all kinds of stunts to get me to talk. A few months prior, they had set up a paid office at Universal Studios and had a movie director call me. He wanted to talk because they were making a movie about Tupac and Biggie. I went down there and the guy said, I'm going to give you $500,000 if you help us as a consultant. That sounded like some police shit to me. So I called Wayne Higgins and he accompanied me to the follow-up meeting. While the guy was talking, Wayne interrupted him. He was staying and asked the motherfucker, who are you in bed with? That choked the guy up. So I knew something was wrong. I never went back down there after that. But the feds knew from the movie shit that Wayne and I were friends. So I guess they called him to try to get me to talk with them. I was like, hell no. Around 4:30 a.m. the morning after having dinner with Mr. Higgins, as my wife was getting ready to leave for work, she raised the garage, and there they were, the FBI. Tell Keefe D to come down. We want to talk to him. She tried to lie and said, Keefe D's not home. Paula, we just saw him take out the trash. We'll tear this house up, embarrass everybody, and put all of you on the streets right now. We want to talk to him. We're not here to arrest him. Paula came up and got me. When I came down into the garage, they made sure that I saw them removing the tracking devices off of all of my family members' cars. There were two white agents, Greg Kading and another agent named Jeff, and a black agent named D. But you better believe they had their goon squad nearby that would tear my shit up if I decided to act a fool. All I had to do was say, go fuck yourself. Do what you got to do, you son of bitches. And the goon squad would have been called. The three agents came into the garage. So I pulled out a few folding chairs, closed the garage, and we sat there and talked like men. They began. We just want to talk to you. After a few minutes, the timer caused the lights in the garage to go off, and it was pitch black inside. That shit scared them to death. They said they wanted to talk, so I let them say what they had to say. You were running a criminal enterprise with all of your family. Then they started naming some of my family members who were involved. They told me that one of my cousins was the best at cooking up cocaine in the United States. What they were saying was mostly accurate, but my job was to listen to what they had to say. We have numerous cases against you that will lead to a life sentence. You're 46 years old, and you're going to die in jail. Then they said, if you're planning to hire Edie Fall, we're going to arrest you right now. You can't hire Edie Fall. They knew I fuck with Edie because every time I would get a call, I would sick Edie Fall on her. Call him, Edie. That would back them up off of me because Edie is the king of getting people off for murder raps. You're going to go home messing with Edie. That's why law enforcement hated him. When Edie would come to visit me at the NBC, they'd be like, man, how you know him? I understood why they had that no Edie clause in the deal. Then the FBI agent Jeff pointed in the direction of the house across the street from mine and said, we've had that house right across the street from you the whole time. For real? Yeah. I owned a big house in the hills of Corona, so they had to spend a pretty penny to take over that house. They explained that they had a 146-man task force that had been following us around for the past 2 to 3 years. Keefe D, we got your ass. All of your friends have turned on you. Then they started naming the people who were going down with me if I didn't cooperate with them. Boss man, my Mexican plug out in the valley, they named them all. We got all y'all. Then D, the black agent, said, Keefe, we have some more stuff on you. It's gonna break your heart, dude. We also have you on numerous murders. There was an uncomfortable pause, and I responded, I ain't killed nobody. Nonchalantly, D said, we know. A cold-ass, matter-of-fact response put a chill down my spine. D's response had me thinking, who had they been talking to? On the way out of the garage, the agent Jeff was speaking to me. He handed me his card. Greg Kading saw and heard me talking with Jeff. So Kading got me alone. He said, if you call them, all deals are off. Kading and D were detectives with the Los Angeles Police Department. Deputized as special agents for that investigation as part of the task force. Jeff actually worked for the FBI. I guess Greg Kading didn't want me speaking to Jeff because he wanted everything to go through him so that he could become known as a super cop who solved the Tupac and Biggie murders. Before they left, their last comment was, you need to come downtown to our office before 5 o'clock p.m. to speak with us. My wife ended up not going to work that day, and I spent the next few hours telling my wife and kids to go fuck themselves because they were all encouraging me to go downtown to their offices and talk to them. I was adamant. I'm not doing that bullshit. I wasn't raised like that. I was going crazy. Fuck them. Junior, my oldest daughter, had tears in her eyes, and she said, Dad, you missed half of my life. I don't need you missing my kids' lives. At that point, I had spent close to 15 years of my life locked up behind bars. They don't give out chances like this. They're giving you a chance, Dad, and they don't usually do this. I was here. Go fuck yourself. They were all crying. Even my son-in-law, a snake-ass bitch Menace. He was in there crying because he was living with us at the time and was going to get 10 years too. My oldest daughter was like, Daddy, you're tripping. It was me against the whole family. I guess I'm the only one that ain't no punk. Y'all a bunch of bitches letting these people scare the shit out of you. You're going to get a life sentence. Motherfucker, you can't get no life sentence for a kilo of coke and a gallon of water. The most I could get is 10 years.
Ooh.
You've been to the feds before. That's an automatic double. I refuted that point. I played.
Oh my goodness, y'all. Thank you so much. Y'all listening? Do you want me to finish it? Y'all want to keep playing it? Okay, understand now. Thank you so much for responding back. No worries. What is it? I'm pretty sure it's the person that like the ghostwriter or whatever. Y'all, it is hot outside. I'm here, y'all. Thank you. Thank you. Shout out to the mods. How is the jury selection going? We're looking up. That's what we're going to do next. We're going to look at transcripts. I still have to order some food, so we're gonna do that. Thank you. I did get the sitter her Starbucks. Shout out to the sitter. Yes, I'm here. Eat the crowns, y'all. She'll never know who did it. Wait, did what? What did I do? There's no replay. Oh my God, y'all. It is hot outside. Welcome, guys. Welcome. Thank you guys for being so patient. Now, let me shout out some people while I was out. Actually, I think this was before. SJ, thank you so much for the gold coins. Bratty Moon Becca, thank you, love. Thank you for the jewels. Thank you for the jewels. Melf, thank you so much for the chili. Thank you so much for the gold coins. Melf, thank you so much for this. Thank you so much for the silver star, Melf. Thank you. Joe Mama, member for 9 months. Thank you, love. Shout out to y'all. Guys, thank you so much for supporting. I appreciate it. Okay. How long have we been? Oh my God, we've been live for almost 5 hours. We're getting there. Welcome. When in happened and Tupac's murder, I think that's a proffer covered Biggie's death and the drug charge, not Pac's murder. Oh, I don't know about that. Who knows? Welcome, everybody. Are y'all doing good? Let me know. Silver Star, thank you so much, Shannon, for this. Welcome. All right, y'all. I was outside. I had to run back, and I got to order some food, too. So we are back, but we're back, but we are still getting stuff into stuff, all right? Y'all, do me a favor. Hit the like button, please, and thank you. I'd appreciate it. Ooh, Kadisha Lynn says, Suge Knight sends a warning. Shout out to Kadisha Lynn. Let me see something.
Well,
shout out to Kadisha Lynn. Y'all make sure you check out her channel. But look, let me show y'all. Our girl just did a video here. Let me stop this and share it. Hold up. Here we go. She says, Tupac trial. Suge Knight sends a warning, calling him as a witness. Okay.
Suge Knight has made it very clear they better leave him off this witness list when it comes to the Tupac trial. Suge Knight says that the Tupac trial has absolutely nothing to do with him, and no matter who tries to bring him in, prosecutors or Keefe D, it'll end up bad for either one. Which is not very surprising because Suge Knight has made it very clear for the last 30 years he is not going to tell what happened that night. Suge Knight made it very clear he does not like Keefe D. He did not hide his disdain for him at all, saying that he would not be there to help him, but he also wouldn't be there to hurt him. Said getting on the stand and pointing somebody out and snitching on them is worse than actually getting. But Suge Knight saying he will not be the one responsible for sending another man to prison for the rest of their life. They talked to Suge Knight about David's defense in this Tupac trial, saying now that he was never in Vegas the night that Tupac was shot. Suge Knight said that Keefe D might as well go into court, punch his lawyer in the face because he's already put himself there a lot of different times in all of these interviews, the book, the proffer, which this part is pretty interesting because last night a prison call was leaked with Keefe D and a mistress where he was admitting to this mistress that he allegedly was the one that wrote the book.
And then what's the book they say you wrote?
Oh God.
Yeah, I did. After that dude did that, I didn't breach that contract. He did.
Okay.
For carry time. You know what I mean? Oh, bitch. He had my life up. I clawed up under a rock for 6 years. And I just got tired of it. You know what I'm saying? Let them know the motherfucking truth.
Oh my
bitch,
God.
you ain't just got me, motherfuckers around me got.
Keefe D has been arguing now in this Tupac trial that he didn't write the book. A ghostwriter did. And basically everything in there wasn't true. It was just for money. Suge Knight said that Keefe D is basically just grasping at straws at this point, trying to think of something for his alibi. Suge Knight went on to say that basically Keefe D felt untouchable, and all he kept doing is talking about Tupac until cops put the cuffs on him. Suge Knight went on to say that he doesn't even think it would matter if he testified in the Tupac trial because Keefe D himself has put him in this place multiple different times. Went on to say that Keefe D is the one that told on himself. What is he going to do? Try to erase all the interviews that he has done? And he ends on, there is not a day that goes by that he doesn't think about Tupac because that is his brother. And I can't say I'm surprised with Suge Knight making it very clear that if either side tries to bring him into this trial, it's going to be a disaster for either one of them. Because like I said, he's made it very clear for years now that that's not something he's actually willing to do. So I feel like this interview with Suge Knight was to get the warning out there to both Keefe D and prosecutors to not even try to get him on this witness stand. So it will be very interesting to see if either side still try to get him on this witness stand, and if they do, what in the world he's actually going to say. And they are currently picking the jury for Tupac's trial today, so we're not sure exactly how many days or how many hours that might last, but right after they have the jury selected, then this trial will actually begin. Y'all know I'm going to be following this whole trial, so y'all let me know what you guys think about all this in the comments.
Shout out to Kadisha Lynn. Shout out to Kadisha Lynn. I'm telling you, man. Oh my goodness. This is going to be very, very interesting. And she was like, if you involve me in here, I'm like, well, I mean, do you have a choice? If they have to fly you down there, then you get to say, I plead the fifth, or I deny, or I'm not going to speak. I mean, he's been very vocal about what he's willing to say or not say and everything, right? He's always said it. Jury selection. Here we go. I'm going to see if I can find some folks, see what the streets of the TikToks. We have anybody out there. And then we're going to get into the transcripts.
30 years after the legendary rapper was gunned down in Las Vegas. It's Lisa Schuler here with more on the trial of Duane Davis, the first person to ever be charged in Tupac's death.
Yeah, that's right, Chris. And good morning, Cindy. One question that's hung over hip-hop history: who killed Tupac Shakur? Part of why this case has been so hard to crack, though, is because the gun was never recovered. Neither was the getaway car, and most of the men believed to be key suspects are dead except for one. Going back to September 1996, Tupac Shakur was riding in a black BMW with Death Row Records boss Suge Knight along the Vegas Strip. A white Cadillac pulled up beside them and gunfire erupted. Tupac was shot multiple times.
Oh my gosh. Hold up, y'all. Y'all, and you're not even seeing what I'm seeing. Are you guys seeing what I'm seeing? No. Hold up. I thought it was up there. Is it not being shared? How come it's not being shared? There it is. My bad, guys. I thought you guys were seeing what I was seeing. Sorry about that.
Hung over hip-hop history: who killed Tupac Shakur? Part of why this case has been so hard to crack, though, is because the gun was never recovered. Neither was the getaway car, and most of the men believed to be key suspects are dead except for one. Let's rewind back to September 1996. Tupac Shakur was riding in a black BMW with Death Row Records boss Suge Knight along the Vegas Strip. A white Cadillac pulled up beside them and gunfire erupted. Tupac was shot multiple times. He died 6 days later. Now, 30 years later, the man accused of setting this killing in motion is going on trial. Duane Keefe D. Davis is charged with murder with a deadly weapon with the intent to promote or assist a criminal gang. But here's what makes this trial so unusual to some. Prosecutors are not saying Davis actually pulled the trigger. They say he got the gun, helped track down Tupac, and set the killing in motion. Davis previously told police his nephew, Orlando Anderson, was the shooter. Anderson is now dead. So are the other men who were inside that Cadillac. And up until now, investigators have struggled to gather enough evidence to bring charges against anyone. However, in this trial, prosecutors are expected to rely on Davis's own words in interviews, documentaries, podcasts, and a tell-all book talking about the night Tupac was killed. A judge has ruled those statements can be used against him at trial. And in a recent interview, Tupac's stepbrother says the family is cautiously optimistic, even after 30 years.
It has been rough, as it would be for anyone revisiting a situation like this. Over the years, we have found ways to cope with the trauma, with the drama, and try to still continue on and have a full life. These are strange days we're living in. So, we just being cautiously optimistic, let the process take its course and see where we land.
Well, prosecutors could call between 35 and 45 witnesses. That includes the man who took the last known photo of Tupac and possibly Suge Knight, who adamantly refuses to testify. Jury selection begins today in Las Vegas, and the trial is expected to last about a month. Davis faces up to life in prison if convicted. As we know, Tupac was born in New York City and spent some of his childhood living between Harlem and the Bronx, but notoriously claimed the West Coast throughout his career. Chris.
Wow. Hold up, y'all. Hold up. Someone says, this is kicking off now. Now, this is with his eyes open. Jury selection begins shortly. Judge Carly Kearney says Davis has waived his right to be sentenced by a jury if he is convicted by end of trial. He waived his right to be sentenced. Here it is. Make sure I look this up real quick. Hold up. Has waived his right to be sentenced by a jury if he's convicted by the trial. Hold up. Real quick, just so I understand. When you waive your right to be sentenced by a jury, it means that the judge alone will decide the punishment if the defendant is found guilty rather than leaving the decision for the jury. Okay, well, there's that. Let me know. You said y'all think that Goofy will take the stand? No, I don't think so. I don't know. What do you guys think? You said, you said you want people to have never heard of the case. That way they listen to the facts and don't have to preconceive idealizations. I think that would probably be his best way of a fair trial is if you get people that have never heard the case. I think that's a good idea. A jury might be harsher. Interesting choice. So he's no, he can't get his story straight. That's for sure. I think he'd be like a hostile witness. Honestly, I just don't. If you see his interviews, it's like I could see him losing his ish during like all of it. He'd just be losing it. Like he just wouldn't be able to contain himself. Honestly, but yeah. So now that he's got his eyes open right there. I mean, at least they let him wear like regular clothes, right? Now let me see. I want to see if we have any of the TikTokers out there. Oh, hold up, y'all. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Okay, here we go. Keefe D. What is this? Keefe D trial. Finally, the people. Let's see, do we have anybody live out there? Oh man. Okay, what is this? Hold on.
All right.
Oh, is this when his arrest happened?
Go ahead and have a seat. You need help or you got it?
Oh, I think I've seen some of this video. We should pull it too.
So what they got you for, man?
Oh man. Biggest case in Las Vegas history.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Like recent?
September 7th,
2 years ago.
1996.
Oh no. Wow. All right, sir.
Oh
Go
my
ahead and
God!
have a
Look at
seat. You need
this.
help or
Watch
you got
this.
it? All right.
This is the.
Hey, Keefe, Metro Police, come over here. Hey, Metro Police, come over here, all right? Thanks, buddy. Come on over here. Appreciate your cooperation, okay? I'll stand right here in front of the car. Yep. Yep, go and put it down. I know. Hang on. Put that down for a second, all right? You got nothing on your hooks.
It's always TMZ. TMZ got it. Oh, you said listening in the
You have anything on you,
background.
sir?
Thank you,
Thirsty?
Mar.
Okay,
Thank
yeah,
you
we'll get you a drink.
for
Hang
the
on, all right?
$4.99 love.
Make sure you got no weapons on you or anything, okay? Separate the two, sir. Thank you.
They're not playing, guys.
Put your palms together like you're clapping. I just want to make sure these cuffs can be all right on you.
Dang.
Yeah. I can do it. My person's clear. Right here. Huh?
Damn.
Anything on you, sir?
They were watching him for a while.
Phone and water.
Perfect. We're gonna put you in the car.
I need to drink some water, man. I'm thirsty.
Yeah, we'll let you get a drink, my man. You just going for a walk or what?
Yeah.
Okay. You do like a morning walk every day, or?
Yeah, good. Stay in shape.
Okay.
We'll get you some water, my man.
Gotta get it now.
Yeah, as soon as we get you in the car,
We'll get you in. Yeah, once we're in the car. All right. We appreciate it, sir. All right, let's walk over here, sir. Okay. You don't worry. Your water's gonna come.
You double walking all that?
Yep.
Okay.
That's good.
You got legs? I don't. You have legs? Yeah, I got some. Yep. Hold on before you put them.
Yep.
Snap, oh snap. They should send out messages of crime doesn't pay, so don't do it. Just
You gotta
saying.
put some leg shackles on you. It's just part of our policy.
Are you wearing double pants, sir? You wearing double pants?
Damn.
These are boxers. All right, I'm gonna pull these all the way up.
Where the fuck I need to go?
I'm gonna toss you down real quick, my man.
Cool. All right, sir. Go and have a seat right in here. I'm gonna help you out. Yep. Just kind of put your butt up against there. Kick that foot up.
Yeah,
You ready?
I'm a pro, dude. I got it.
Oh, you got it. All right.
He said,
I'm a pro. He said I'm a pro. All right.
Thank you. No, we're done.
So what they got you for, man?
Biggest case in Las Vegas history.
Oh yeah?
Oh shit.
Like recent?
September the 7th, 1996.
Oh no shit. Wow.
He said
That's a long
1996.
time. That's a long time away.
You know what I'm talking about,
He said 1996, and the officer's like, "Oh shit, he probably wasn't even born then when this went down."
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Not a detective quite yet, but yeah. Yeah, that's a long time
We got
away,
footage.
Man. What was that?
We got
Like
footage.
20 some years? No, more than that. Yeah, shit. Sure took him a while, huh?
Yeah. I ain't worried about it. I ain't doing shit, so.
Well, I mean, that's what court's for, right?
Lord have mercy. He said, "Should it took him a while, didn't it, huh?"
Oh, so they raided your house and stuff, huh? That was like
2 months ago.
Yeah.
Then they, I'm walking around the corner this morning, walking through my walk.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit.
Wow.
They didn't make no big ass scene like they did last time.
They didn't make a scene like last time?
They made a big ass scene.
Oh, they did? Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah, they had 3 SWAT units. I'm in my back. There are a bunch of walkie-talkies in the house behind me. So I peeped over the gate. Me and the SWAT dude peeped over the gate at the same time, dude.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Walking the house. Shit, they had my whole house was lit up. This is Las Vegas Metropolitan SWAT team.
Oh, they weren't very subtle then, huh?
He said they didn't do that this shit this time. I was walking down the street and this dude just jumped out. Come on, motherfucker. The apprehension team or some shit like that.
I gotta show you guys something. Thank you, Mar, for the $4.99 listening. The background rabbit, you talking way back. Thank you. I hope that means that you can hear me though, at least. Thank you for that. Shannon, thank you so much for the jewels. Thank you. Nebby, thank you so much for the flower. Guys, do me a favor, hit the like button, please, and thank you. I know we got a lot of streams going on. I need to show you guys this. Look at this. We got footage. This is actual footage, not just a picture. Listen to what the judge says.
If there's an enhancement in any case, if there's an enhancement, and in this case there are 2 enhancements, there's both the gang enhancement as well as the deadly weapon enhancement, that is left up to the judge. In this case, if it's a first-degree murder, that has to be an equal and consecutive 20 to life sentence or life without the possibility, 20 to 50 sentence, 20 to life, or life without the possibility of parole. So that would be up to the judge sentencing, no matter what the jury found. I'll give you a moment to consult with Mr. Seldon.
I have a question while they're talking. Because you intend to panel in panel 36, is that 8 and 2 instead of 8 and 1?
Yes.
So it's 10 total.
Yeah, so I'll go over that. The general guidelines at this point. Once I finish with the canvas.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Davis, you understand then what we've gone over?
Yes.
Any other questions that I can answer at this time?
All good.
Okay, and you wish to waive your right to have the jury sentence you on the first-degree murder if that is their verdict?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I will have this stipulation and waiver of penalty phase or penalty hearing filed. That should cut down the potential for how long this trial will last. Previous discussions had been 4 to 5 weeks. Is that still accurate state to qualify the jury for?
Yes.
Mr. Stamp, do you think that sounds reasonable, or do you
No,
suggest
yeah,
a longer?
I believe that's reasonable. I do have one concern that's popped up that I wasn't anticipating. I might be asking the court for a day to depose.
A day?
A day to depose Steve Wilson on August 19th. So apparently my office had submitted a deposition subpoena for Mr. Wilson to make an appearance on a separate issue that's not related.
Unrelated to this case, you have a legal matter.
Correct,
that
Your
may
Honor.
have to occur.
And that would be on the 19th.
Okay, and let me look.
Now, my concern is, of course, I would have moved it, but the problem is, though, that particular
And it would be in the
issue-
afternoon?
It-
Well, so here's why I'm saying that. I had gone dark on several of my civil days, but I was going every other day so I could keep my civil cases on track.
Yes.
So the 19th, we are starting at 1.
Okay.
So if it's able to be in the morning, let me know. If it's something that has to be in the afternoon, let me know as soon as that happens.
I guess it just depends on how long we talk in that deposition, Your Honor. It might go a little longer. I'm hoping to get it done as quickly as possible. I just want to let the court know that we may get a little chatty in that one. And I'm anticipating that there will be a motion filed by the state anyways on that one to stay that particular deposition date because of some type of privilege that might be asserted. So as a result, I think there might be some technical things. We just have not received any notice so far.
So I guess if that's something that comes up, we can address it as it comes up. I will definitely try to work around your schedule as I can. I understand it's hard to block out an entire month for trial. So just keep us up in the loop.
I will.
And then if possible, do it in the morning, but if not, I completely understand.
It's going to start in the morning. I just don't know if it's going to traipse into the afternoon.
Okay.
She seems nice. I like the
Anything to add
judge.
on that? Looks like nothing from the state. Let's go over our jury selection protocols real quick, just so I have them on record, and then we'll bring our jury in.
Here we go.
So this is going to be just sort of a special selection process. We're going to start with a panel for the hardship challenge, the hardship issues, and then for the second half of the hardship challenges, as well as the individual questioning, we're going to move into individual sequester. That's the agreement between the parties, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So it sounds like you guys know what's going to happen a little better than I do because you proposed it. So I'm going to sit back and watch, and I've got kind of the idea of what's going to happen there. The alternates in this case, we are going to do 4 alternates given the length of the case. And so we are going to then they're going to be in seats 13, 14, 15, and 16 once in panels. Preempts, like usual, we're going to exercise using the paper pass back and forth method. As we've already discussed, we will be bringing the jurors back for the peremptory challenges. So I anticipate having this full box filled on that day, which will be Thursday at 1 p.m. Do we anticipate once we get into the sequestered voir dire doing cause challenges up here at the bench?
Whatever court's preference is.
Let's try to do it that way and see how that works.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
So then after every juror, we'll have everyone approach, say pass or challenge. Okay, perfect. If you exercise all your preempts, you must use one on the alternate chairs. Mr. DiGiacomo brought up a very good point because we have extra peremptory or extra alternates here. You are getting an extra peremptory challenge. So you're going to get 10 total. Your last 2 have to be used on those alternate chairs. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Waiver of 1 challenge is not a waiver of all. And then, like we just talked about, the challenges for cause will be up the bench after each side is finished with their questioning. If it happens earlier, you just don't think this is a suitable person, and it becomes very apparent, and you just guys want to approach in the middle. Let's do it.
Wow, this is some
We
footage,
don't have as
man.
many issues ultimately with other jurors being tainted by answers, so we can do a deeper dive than usual, given the individual sequestered nature.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring in the jury. In any
So this was released an hour ago, for those that don't know, and I think that we got some footage coming through, y'all. We have some footage coming through now. I'm here for it. Let's see what this one is. Hopefully it's not the same. Is this at the beginning?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Davis, do you understand then what we've gone over?
This must have been at the beginning.
Any other questions that I can answer at this time?
All good.
Okay. And you wish to waive your right to have the jury sentence you on the first-degree murder if that is their verdict.
This is what we already watched. I'm going to see if there's any other clips because I'm like, why aren't we live stream? But I guess they don't want to live stream when the jury is there. I guess they're not supposed to. So let me just double check because that was a pretty lengthy clip. That was pretty good. So it kind of tells you the judge looks kind of nice. I think she seems kind of cool. She's we've seen judges and she seems kind of cool.
Okay, perfect. I will have this stipulation and waiver of penalty phase or penalty hearing filed. That should cut down the potential for how long this trial will last. Previous discussions had been 4 to 5 weeks. Is that still accurate state to qualify the jury for?
Yes.
Mr. Stamp, do you think that sounds reasonable, or do you
No, Your
suggest a
Honor,
longer?
I believe that's reasonable. I do have one concern that's popped up
Hold
that
up,
I
y'all.
wasn't
See
anticipating.
if I find anything else.
I might be asking the court for a day to depose.
A day?
A day to depose Steve Wilson on August 19th. So apparently my office had submitted a deposition subpoena for Mr. Wilson to make an appearance on a separate issue that's not related.
Unrelated to this case, you have a legal matter.
Correct,
That
Your
may
Honor.
have to occur.
And that would be on the 19th.
Okay, and let me look.
Now, my concern is, of course, I would have moved it, but the problem is, though, that particular
And it would be in the
issue-
afternoon?
it-
Well, so here's why I'm saying that. I had gone dark on several of my civil days, but I was going every other day so I could keep my civil cases on track. So the 19th, we are starting at 1.
Okay.
So if it's able to be in the morning, let me know. If it's something that has to be in the afternoon, let me know as soon as that happens.
I guess it just depends on how long we talk in that deposition, Your Honor.
Wait a minute. You said what now? You said that should cut down the potential for how long this trial will last. Why would she say that if she didn't think he was guilty? That's what the judge said. He said, he's so funny, I can't picture arguing with Kenny G or Michael. So I'm so glad we have cams. And I know, this is what I'm like, hey, shout out to Vegas. Because not only do we have cameras, I said earlier, man, they did it right. They got overflow rooms and cameras in the courtroom. You can't have it any, like literally, this is great.
It might go a little longer. I'm hoping to get it done as quickly as possible. I just want to let the court know that we may get a little chatty in that one. And I'm anticipating that there will be a motion filed by the state anyways on that one to stay that particular deposition date because of some type of privilege that might be asserted. So as a result, I think there might be some technical things. We just have not received any notice so far.
So I guess If that's something that comes up, we can address it as it comes up. I will definitely try to work around your schedule as I can. I understand it's hard to block out an entire month for trial. So if just keep us up in the loop.
I will.
And then if possible, do it in the morning. But if not, I completely understand.
It's going to start in the morning. I just don't know.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if there's any clips, guys.
Okay, cool. Anything to add on that? Looks like nothing from the state. Let's go over our jury selection protocols real quick, just so I have them on record, then we'll bring our jury in. So this is going to be just sort of a special selection process. We're going to start with a panel for the hardship challenge, the hardship issues, and then for the second half of the hardship challenges, as well as the individual questioning, we're going to move into individual sequester. That's the agreement between the parties, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So it sounds like you guys know what's going to happen a little better than I do because you proposed it. So I'm going to sit back and watch, and I've got kind of the idea of what's going to happen there. The alternates in this case, we're going to do 4 alternates given the length of the case. And so we are going to then they're going to be in seats 13, 14, 15, and 16 once in panels. Preempts, like usual, we're going to exercise using the paper pass back and forth method. As we've already discussed, we will be bringing the jurors back for the peremptory challenges. So I anticipate having this full box filled on that day.
We got something over here. Hold up, y'all. Let me see one new clip here. Because here, might be a different take.
Method. As we've already discussed, we will be bringing the jurors back for the peremptory challenges. So I anticipate having this full box filled on that day, which will be Thursday at 1 p.m. Do we anticipate once we get into the sequester board, you're doing cause challenges up here at the bench?
Whatever court's preference.
Let's try to do it that way and see how that works.
Yes,
okay. So then after every juror, we'll have everyone approach, say pass or challenge. Okay, perfect. If you exercise all your preempts, you must use one on the alternate chairs. Mr. DiGiacomo brought up a very good point because we have extra peremptory or extra alternates here. You are getting an extra peremptory challenge. So you're going to get 10 total. Your last 2 have to be used on those alternate chairs. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Waiver of 1 challenge is not a waiver of all. And then let
me stop. I don't want to keep replaying the same clip over and over. We've already played this. I thought it was a new one. So I think now they're finally getting, because what time is it in Vegas? It's 12:15 p.m. in Vegas right now. So we're, like I said, I don't think there's going to be footage of the jury. They might have footage that plays facing the judge and everybody else, but that's what I want. I want to hear the questions that they ask. I want to hear who they eliminate. Like, this is all too exciting for me, y'all. Like, I'm like, I love jury duty, believe it or not. Jury, hold up. Tupac trial. Let's see if we have any footage there because I don't see anything yet. And if we don't, we might have to head over to the transcripts for grand jury for day 1. Let's see. Jury selection. Thank you. Do we have anything new? Because I don't think we do. Everything's old. So this one's, we just played this clip, 49 minutes old. The judge seems kind of cool. I think she seems good. Suspect in Tupac murder denies involvement as a jury selection begins. So he's going to want to be sentenced by the judge. That's what it sounds like. Okay. And, yeah, but it's all of this. Jury selection begins. Okay. We've seen that. Nothing new. And I think the jury selection is going to be like, hush, hush. It's not going to be all anything. Managing director of jury research on deselection of Tupac trial. What? Today begins managing director. Give me one
process
second.
in the trial of Duane Keefe D. Davis. He's accused of orchestrating the murder of Tupac Shakur back in 1996. That's him with the beard right there walking in. And we're going to find out what kind of a jury would the prosecution want and what kind of a jury would the defense want in a case like this. And joining us now to break it all down is Faye Honig. She's a managing director of jury research at DRC. And Faye, thank you so much for being with us. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me. Happy to be here.
Thank you. And when you look at a case like this, a murder nearly 30 years ago, high profile, a lot of conflicting evidence, especially after this statements, even by the person charged, the suspect himself, Duane Keefe.
Now, she looks like she's very young, and I don't know. Like, I'm like, ooh, did you know what happened around this time? Or did you do your research? Or, maybe she did her research on this trial.
D. Davis saying that the book that he had promoted was not really written by him. He had nothing to do with it. He didn't really know what was in it.
She's
So
like,
now saying also he wasn't there the night that
she looks like she didn't read the book either. She's like,
this happened, and by modern standards, a lack of typical forensic evidence that prosecutors would have. What kind of a jury would the prosecution be looking for, and a local jurisdiction like this? Who do they want on that jury?
Yeah, well, first of all, this case is very interesting for many of the reasons you laid out, but ultimately the defendant is also the prosecution's star witness, which is very rare. So the prosecution is going to be looking to say he's credible, he was telling the truth, and the defense is going to try to discredit him and paint him as this fame-hungry liar who is exaggerating to boost his own reputation. So this is the flip of what normally happens, and there's a subtle irony at the core of this case. So as a reminder, it's jury deselection. It's not actually jury selection. So the parties can't actually pick who they want on their jury. They can only get rid of the people who they don't want.
Oh, good point.
Talking in broad terms, ultimately, after all the strikes are done, prosecutors are hoping to get jurors who are pragmatic.
ooh, she said, what now? Hold up. That was good. Okay, hold up. She said, hold up. They can't, so parties can't actually pick who they want on their jury. Parties can't. They
only get rid of the people who they don't want.
They can only get rid of people who they don't want. Deselection. See, I missed that part, friends. I missed that part. By the way, look at the Starbucks. Yo, the Starbucks drew me a little picture, and it's apparently, look at this. This is so cute. Z's, mango, and it's a little guy with the Z's. I thought that was cute. And of course, they got my, everything. But anyways, I was like, oh, I just noticed it. It's a little guy with the Z's. Anyways. Intermission. All right, let me hit play.
Oh, good point.
Talking in broad terms, ultimately, after all the strikes are done, prosecutors are hoping to get jurors who are pragmatic. Their entire case centers around Davis's own words and multiple statements. They'll likely want jurors who trust law enforcement, trust investigative processes, and will take his almost 20-year-old proffer and subsequent statements at face value. It can turn out to be a tricky case for them. It needs to be unanimous, so they can't let one juror slip through the cracks. And many of the relevant players have died since the time of the murder. And there's also this strong chance of faded memory, false memory, which is at, the crux of this case. So they ultimately want jurors who will think who better than the defendant to know what happened. On the flip side, the defense is going to be looking for detail-oriented, probably technical jurors. These jurors who are deterred by the lack of, direct physical evidence that we're talking about and be reluctant to convict based just on statements that are now being called into question. So the defense is ultimately making this into a false confession case, and they have to degrade their own client and cause skepticism about his credibility. So it's a very, very interesting situation.
So when you talk about the type of people and backgrounds and generations, do they do better with people that are from a more mature generation that were Tupac's age, when Tupac was really popping and really hot on the music scene and culturally, or do they want more of a Gen Z type of juror who only knows him by the legend and is not that involved in this whole East Coast West Coast beef and the Bloods versus the Crips, Keefe D being a prominent Compton Crip? What do you think about? Is there a generational preference, do you think, for both sides?
It's a really interesting question, and I think it ultimately comes down to what the juror knows, and that's not necessarily determined by age, generation, any sort of demographic. This has been, it's one of the most notorious unsolved murders in the United States for 30 years, and it really depends on what prospective jurors have seen. You can be in your early 20s and have seen every single documentary, listen to every podcast, be very familiar with it, more so than someone who was in kind of their early 40s, 50s, was more around and active at the time that this was happening. So it's not really a generational question. It's more so something to explore in voir dire about what they actually know.
And then what about gender?
See, that's interesting, right? Because she's right about that, right? You might have the people, the younger, like I said, because information, when this happened, there was a lot of information we didn't even know up until, as things kind of got revealed. And there was new information, right, that was revealed even in various documentaries, if you were to put any truth to any of that. That's the thing. You said, man, let me tell you something. Saying a younger juror that what's matter is the intelligent level age has nothing to do with that. Okay. Shout out to you. Correct. It sort of keeps the process honest. Thank you, Tiffany Black. Shout out to you. The voir dire process is for removing people who have biases they cannot set aside for trial. Interesting. Interesting. Let's keep going. All right, let's go.
Males versus females. Any feeling about that? Because one of the things he said in this interview that came out over the weekend on Fox 5 Vegas, he said, I'm concerned about my family. I want to be remembered as a.
Okay, males versus females is one thing, but one thing that we cannot ignore is race is going to be a thing here, right? I think that's important too. In my opinion, when it comes to a trial like this, guys, honestly, because you have to understand where the defendant is coming from too, in terms of what he wrote in the book. And even that, I mean, this, as much as people don't want to allow this to be a part of it, it does play a part, especially in a trial like this.
Family man, somebody who took care of his family, their lives are in danger because of this. He doesn't specify by whom, but in terms of the gender, do you see any kind of natural selection there or deselection there, as you would say?
Yeah, it's a good question. And again, I hesitate to put any strong onus on a demographic. It really is more something to explore in voir dire. There is this instinct to say, it is a violent topic, even though there's no, physical evidence, there's not going to be there's not the gun, there's not surveillance video. There is this kind of instinct to say that men may understand this kind of like beef more than women might, but that's not necessarily true. And so it really depends on what they know, how they think about it, what they think about maybe cooperating witnesses, the witness list, if they're very uncomfortable with violence. I've been in multiple high profile cases where men are more uncomfortable with violence in these types of topics than women. So I hesitate to put any broad statement on it, but it's something that the parties will definitely be considering.
So how critical is this whole jury deselection process, as you much more accurately put it than calling it a selection process? How critical is this to which way this trial is going to go for Davis?
It's incredibly critical. And because of that, they anticipate jury selection will last for multiple days. The good news at state court, the attorneys get voir dire, so they can really follow up and dig in deep about jurors' biases. It is really likely that you're going to get some stealth jurors trying to get on the jury. And those are people that, have this secret agenda to get on the jury. They're very interested. They have, a strong sense of how they want the verdict to happen. It really changes the focus of voir dire. And it's really, really important to get an unbiased jury. It is very unlikely that jurors will not know about this topic, have particular feelings about it, maybe even feel uncomfortable being on the jury. So it's incredibly important for both sides to deselect. And arguably, the prosecution is going to really need to make sure that their voir dire is good, because again, it has to be unanimous. They cannot let one juror slip through the cracks that may bring up a credibility issue and not want to convict.
And then Faye, while we have you, explain for us what is in that voir dire process, because it sounds like you're saying you can't really go by any type of just arbitrary stereotype or demographic of any individuals thinking, well, the women are going to be repelled by it, the men will be understanding, or vice versa. It's really this total picture. But how does a voir dire work?
Yeah, absolutely. So I always say people are not just one thing. You're not just a woman. You're not just a man. You're not just young. You're not just old. Who you are is the combination of your life experiences, your value beliefs, your background, all of those things. And that's what you bring into the jury room. And there's this, underlying sort of tension in this case. It's the prosecution. It's been unsolved for 30 years. The prosecution's really wanting to solve this and kind of put an end to it. And on the flip side, the defense is saying you can't just convict if there's no evidence and you're just going off of, these statements. So the voir dire, the attorneys are going to ask the jurors many questions about their value beliefs, their knowledge of the case, their views. They're going to cover topics. The first one they're going to ask is probably media coverage, their familiarity with Tupac, their familiarity with the events of that night, if they followed the case, if they've seen any recent media coverage. There's also a long witness list, so they're going to want to explore their knowledge of those witnesses as well. They're also going to be interested in their views on hip hop culture, especially in the 90s, street gangs. The prosecution's probably going to want to explore if a juror thinks the person might exaggerate or lie about committing a crime to gain fame or money, which is the defense's, whole argument. And also a big one is going to be prosecutors are going to want to know if a juror is comfortable deciding guilt based on indirect evidence. This is all very circumstantial. It's ultimately about credibility. The defense is going to want to know, how do you...
I mean, it is, isn't this is an example of all circumstantial. I mean, I just don't think that what physical evidence could the prosecution have at this time after 30 years, guys? What physical evidence is there going to be at this point? The casings, we never found the weapon. I don't know. They're not saying that he's the one that shot the weapon. He's the one that was in the car and basically organized and arranged everything. That's what they said.
You determine credibility? What do you make of that? How do you view a witness and say they're credible, they're not credible? It's ultimately going to come down to, do you believe Davis or not, and which Davis do you believe?
Exactly, especially after his comments in that interview over the weekend. And then Faye, anything else we should keep in mind as this process moves forward? You said you think it should take a couple of days, several days?
Yeah, I think jury selection will ultimately take, I want to guess, 2 or 3 days. I think it's really important for attorneys to get fulsome voir dire and really be able to explore potential biases and if that could affect a juror's ability to be an impartial juror. Everyone can be a juror, but sometimes they're not the right juror for a certain case. And I think that's going to come up a lot in this situation.
And then one other thing, when they're doing the deselection process, as you call it, do they get a certain number of people that they can say, no, we challenge this, or whatever the phrase is, we don't want this person on the jury, or can they drag it out for, a certain amount of time? How does that work?
Yeah, so there's two types of strikes, essentially. The first one is called a cause challenge, which is the judge has to allow it, but you raise a cause challenge when a juror rises to the level of not being able to be fair and impartial. So, for example, the juror says, I've read a lot about this case. I already have a pre-existing view on it. He's guilty. He needs to go to prison. If they've already made up their mind and they can't listen to both sides and be fair and impartial, that rises to the level of a cause challenge. That also, there's going to be hardship categories. This is going to be a 4-week trial. So, if a juror has potential financial hardship, a childcare hardship, that also may be considered. And then besides that, you get unlimited cause challenges, which, tries to even out the fairness of the process. If if it's not fair to one side and 10 other jurors aren't fair to the other, those can all be cause challenges. And then each party gets what's called peremptory strikes, which are essentially, they can use them for whatever reason, except for reasons that are covered by what we call Batson, right? So you cannot strike someone solely.
Oh man, it kicked me out. I'm here. It kicked me out. Hold up, y'all. It kicked me out.
Type of guest, are there certain types of questions that they will have?
They're talking
that were,
about that, guys.
that were deselected because they thought that they were going to write books. I mean, this would be a similar case where there'd be people who'd want to, or get deals, or get paid for interviews, or become podcast celebrities themselves, or celebrity type of guests. Are there certain types of questions that they will have to ask about that, or do they just ask straight out directly to kind of suss out people who may seem to be, very low key or the appropriate in other ways, but really off the mark on that one?
Yeah, it's a great question. And that's sort of what I was referencing before with the stealth juror that both sides are going to need to be cautious of. The scariest juror for me is a juror that I haven't heard anything from. I don't know what they're thinking. I don't know why they're not saying anything. It's unlikely that they haven't had some sort of experience that's relevant that they should have spoken about. So yeah, the parties will definitely have to ask them questions. A lot of that can, starting off with, do you follow high profile criminal cases? What kinds of cases do you follow? Something else that they should be doing is doing, additional background research on these jurors, combing through their social media, just doing searches, general Google searches. You can get a good sense if a juror is truly, a private person, or if they post a lot, if they clearly follow a lot of news, if there's something about them that you're a bit concerned. And you can try to suss it out during jury selection and voir dire and get them to kind of reveal themselves. But a lot of times that may need to be a peremptory strike.
All right. I know I keep saying it's the last question, but this really will be the last question because we're up against the clock now. But very quickly, what about, will they have a questionnaire like they did in federal court? Will there be a jury questionnaire that the judge has to approve? I believe he had to approve it in order to use it for the deselection process.
Yeah, so when we were speaking with Diddy, they had a long form questionnaire that was filed. Judge had to approve it. Both sides had to approve it. I scoured. I did not find a juror questionnaire in this instance. If there is one, please correct me if I have not found it. But in lieu of that, the attorneys get to do their own voir dire. So they'll be able to speak to the jurors. And I don't believe there's a juror questionnaire because in one of the pre-conferences, the judge was talking about how they'll need to ask about media in open court. And that is the number one question that would be on a questionnaire. So, if you don't get a questionnaire, which I always am a huge proponent of questionnaires, jurors are much more likely to be forthcoming in questionnaires. The next best thing is attorney-led voir dire. So that's what they have here. It seems the judge is going to be fairly flexible with giving them the time that they need to be able to figure out those biases and make sure that they're seating the most fair and impartial jury they can.
All right. Well, I'm sure we'll be calling on you again to help us get through this in terms of understanding what's happening. Faye Honig, thank you so much, Managing Director of Jury Research for DRC. Thank you so much for being with us for this edition of Newsroom Live. We appreciate it.
All right.
Today.
Hold up. Now, okay, this is what I'm going to do. I was trying to fix something and then I clicked off. Leave it to me to click off of something when I'm trying to fix something. Typically how it works. Okay. Let me do something real quick because I want to be able to do a split screen so I can share with you guys what the grand jury transcript says. Well, one of the witnesses was very interesting. The very first witness to the grand jury. Now, the grand jury met a total of 5 times. Okay. So we have the first day transcript. We have the second day. And I don't know if we have the third, but I'll have to check. I might have to order that one because that one wasn't public. The second one was public. The first one was not. So we were able to get those. Now, let's see if I can get this because I think I want to be able to. Let's see what we have here. Maybe we could do a dual screen. If I open the document, let's see. Might have to open it via Google or something. Hold up, y'all. Open. I could email it to myself. Share via, yeah, I think I could do it via Gmail. I'll probably Gmail it to myself and then open it on. One sec, y'all. Send it. Okay. And that'll be easier for me to do a split screen that way so we can have something playing in the background. I kind of like that little duo playing in the background so everybody can see what I'm looking at. Okay, here we go. So we could do, all right, so then this was 5 days ago, a couple days ago. It's just a lot of debate in here going on about what's going to happen and who and what and to what and to what. So it's a lot, but let me see if I can get, see, this could be playing in the background. Here we go. And setting things up. Alrighty. Here we go. Let's do this. I remember that we had Adobe on Google too. All right, split screen. Nope, not that. One sec, guys. Do a split screen. Here we go. Technical difficulties. Okay, here we go. I think we figured it out now. Maybe. Here we go. Perfect. Okay. All right, let me share with you guys my screen here. Okay. Here we're going to have, I kind of like this right here because I like the split screen. I know it's very busy, but I do like it a lot, actually. It allows me to read this. I'm learning on the technology and how to make it. I can't hear Rabbit. You can't hear me at all? Hopefully you can hear me. I'm running a few minutes behind. No worries. It's been a crazy day for me too. Crazy day for me too. Okay. Your mic is super low. How's it now? How's it now? Hold up, y'all. Am I connected? Let me know. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Everybody hear me? Objection. Get it together, Rabbit. Lord, I'm super low. Yo, what do you mean I'm super low? Can you hear me now? 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 Come on, Mike. Don't give up on me. That's much better. Much better now. All right. Much better, but it's not too loud, right? Because that was too loud. Somebody told me I was so low, and then I turned it up way too loud, and I didn't like it either. All right. Do not touch anything. You're good. Oh, shit. That just means I'm going to break something. All right. Thank you. Okay. You guys remember I told you guys that the witness, the first day witness to the grand jury was Dirt Rock, right? Now, here at the very beginning, did we start, and they actually bring in, see if we want to start. They give the instructions to the jury, the foreperson, Mr. Diagimoko, who I believe is one of the attorneys. A juror is in there. Hold up, let me see if I can. Kenneth Rios, okay? So Kenneth Rios is like the first witness, and he is a Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department sergeant, okay? And he had been working there for 28 years. So he started there in 1990, April 17th of 1990, and they went directly to September 7th of 1996. There he's asked, where were you at that evening? He says he was assigned to the MGM Hotel, Okay. And he says that there was a particular event going on at the MGM hotel that night. He answers yes. It was a boxing match. I was assigned with security. Were there other uniform? Well, let me ask you this first. Were you in uniform? And he says, yes, I was in uniform. Okay, so there's a lot of people at the MGM. And he says, did you come at one point that evening? Did you learn of a disturbance in one of the elevator bays at the MGM? He says, yes. Okay, so he's talking about the fact that he was there when the fight happened. Okay. And in particular, he says, I couldn't tell at the time. We suspected that we may have been there. He may have been a victim. So out of the fight, there was a lot going on. He identifies somebody. He says, yes, I asked for a driver's license, which hotel security already had in their possession. And eventually, he's asked, did you draft a report from that event? He says, yes, I did. And did you learn what his name was? And he says, yes, I did. And what was his name? What was that? Orlando. So we know Orlando was there at the time, okay? At the time. Y'all are funny in the chat. Okay. So I'm going to skip over because he's just an officer. He was there. He's given his account. We're going to go to the next witness. Devonta Lee, okay? And this is a very interesting exchange, all right? He goes... He's questioned, Mr. Lee, are you familiar with the gang called the Southside Crips? He says, yes, I am. How are you familiar with them? I'm an affiliate. Were you affiliated with them in the 1990s? Yes, I was. Now, for those who are like, well, who's speaking? That's the gentleman in the blue who we just showed the interview with, okay? That's him. He goes by Dirt Rock, all right? Then he goes... He's affiliated. How did you get on with the Southside Crips? Well, me and a couple of other mutual friends, new guys from over on that side of town, and we joined. We joined because we had ties with, people we went to school with, things like that. And then the question starts. And what side of town? What town are you talking about? Southeast side Compton. So it was on the east side of Compton, basically. Question. East side Compton? Is that in Compton, California? Answer. Yes, it is. Question. Okay, now in your affiliation with Southside Crips, did you come to know someone by the name of Keefe D? He says yes. Hold up, y'all. Let's play something back here while we wait. He says yes. Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as grand jury exhibit number 2. Do you recognize the person on the screen right there? Yes, I do. Dirt Rock answers. Dirt Rock answers. That's Keefe D. Okay, question. Okay, now, was Keefe D also a member of Southside Crips when you were a member of it? Yes, he was. That's the answer. Question. And what was Keefe D's role? Okay, here's the role. He says, answer. Keefe was basically a leader of the neighborhood, one of them. He says he was one of them. He was a leader of the neighborhood. Okay. He says, okay. And is it fair to say that, well, how did he get to be a leader? Do you know of the Southside Crips? Well, this is what he answers. Well, his family is very known in the neighborhood that I'm from. So he kind of grew up in it. Also, he became, because he was really big in the rug trade making big moves. So that elevated him, as far as his gangbanging life and his statute. Okay. Question. Is it fair to say that he was a well-known member and leader of the Southside Crips? Dirt Rock says, oh yeah, most definitely. Now, can I ask you a question? If maybe he's an ex-member. I don't think he is, but he said he was affiliated with the, Southside Crips. If somebody is testified in Southside Crips as a witness, I mean, what does that make? Does that make them are they still in the affiliation? Are they still in the gang? Or what does this make them at this point? Because I have to kind of wonder, how do we go from here to there? I think that would be considered, a snitch? This is his own. This is from his own neighborhood. Maybe he just left the gang life and he's like, I want to start my life over and change my life. That does happen, right? Depends on what he says. Oh, Shanda, well, he says a lot at the grand jury. He says a lot at the grand jury. Let's look into it. Watch. He says, question. And you said he had obtained funds through the drug trade. Did he have a little bit of money or a lot of money? Answer. He had a lot of money. Especially then, it was a lot of money. Question. And by then, are we talking about mid-90s? Answer. Yes, about the mid-90s. Question. Can you explain to me, like, what does a boss do in a gang like the Southside Crips? Like, what's his role in the gang? Answer. Well, they have a couple of different roles depending on what kind of a boss they are. Answer. Excuse me. Question. Let's talk about Keefe. Like, what was his role? Answer. Well, his role was he was a financier for one. Whatever we needed, we obtained. We got it easy by a boatload. You know what I mean? Okay, it says question, but it sounds like an answer. He says, yes, that's what the DA says. Answer. And then he was able to then puppeteer things. He can, he can tell you to do things, have you do things, stuff of that nature. Question. And let me ask you in a different way. If Keefe D told you you were young back then, right? Answer. Right. Is Keefe D much older than you? Answer. Yes. He's about, he's about 12 years older or something like that. Question. And if Keefe D told you to do something, would you do it? Answer. At that time, yes. That time, yes. Question. And if Keefe D told you not to do something, would you not do it? Answer. Yes. And we're talking again about the mid-90s. Answer. Yeah, we're talking about the mid-90s. Question. Did you know somebody by the name of Orlando Anderson? Answer. Yes, I do. Question. And I'm going to show you grand jury exhibit number 3. Do you recognize the person in the grand jury exhibit number 3? Answer. Yes, I do. And who is that? Answer. That's Orlando Anderson. Question. Did he go by another name? Answer. Yeah, Baby Lane. Question. And I can tell it kind of affects you a little emotionally to see him. You see that? So he got a little teary eye right here. And the prosecutor noticed, like, it affects you emotionally, to see him. Dirt Rock says, yeah, I grew up, yeah, of course, Question. Was he somebody that you were close to? Answer. I would say pretty close, yeah. Question. Was he also a member of the Southside Crips? Oh. Let's see. Was he also a member of the Southside Crips? Answer. Yes, he was. Question. Did he have any relation to Keefe D? Answer. Yes, that's Keefe's nephew. Question. And do you know how he's his nephew? Answer. Yeah, that's Keefe's sister's son. So from Keefe's sister's side. Okay. Okay, says okay, yeah. All right, question. Now, in these Southside Crips, was being a blood relation to somebody like Keefe D important, or did it give you status? Answer. It would only give you status depending on the family status. Like, if your family is known for, like, they ain't nothing, then that's the status that you will be up under until you pull yourself out. Show different. Okay. And then he says, yeah. And then answer. In his case, it's like the silver spoon of gangbanging. He was born into a pretty well set foundation as far as the gang world. And, the people that you have before you, your uncles and things of like that. Question. From your observation, was Keefe D and or Orlanderson, Baby Lane, were they close? Answer. I would say they were pretty... Yeah. I would say they were pretty close. I think one reason why Baby Lane got into the drug gang too is because of his uncle and his uncles. You know, it's just all around him. So yeah, they were pretty close. They were pretty close. Generational drug, you know, people get into stuff. You know what I mean? Question. Okay, now I'm going to show you what's been marked as grand jury exhibit number 4. Do you recognize the person depicted in grand jury exhibit number 4? Answer. Yes, I do. Question. Who is that? DeAndre Smith. All right, so now here we go. We're going to start looking at our maps. DeAndre Smith. Where's DeAndre Smith? Right here. Remember, he was he was mentioned in Mo Preem's lawsuit. He was the big guy in the bottom, okay? Orlando's up there. The one that's testifying first day in the grand jury is Dirt Rock, the guy in the blue, okay? Everybody? All right. Hopefully everybody understands. Okay. You said they don't charge the one who paid him to do it. I won't be happy. You said, ooh. You said, listen, then he better watch the, Shanda. Depends on what he says. Well, he says a lot, Shanda. He says a lot here, all right? So now we got DeAndre Smith. Says, who is that? DeAndre Smith. Did he go by any nicknames? Yeah, Big Dre. Question. Okay, did he also go by Freaky Dre? Answer. Freaky Dre also yes. Question. How did you know Mr. Smith? Answer. Me and Mr. Smith used to go to basketball camps together. Okay? I don't know if people know, but he used to play basketball. He was pretty good too. Big guy, 6'6", you know, big guy. But yeah, that's how I ended up meeting him. And we lived in the same vicinity in Long Beach. Shout out to Long Beach. I got family there. Shout out to Long Beach. So I would see him at the parks at the school, you know. Then we had our own bond, you know, so we made a little posse, whatever you want to call it. It was called Cash Mob. And that's when things started going the other way, you know, meaning we linked up with the South Side because, you know, I met Orlando through Big Dre. Okay. And it went from there. And I used to live with him and we got a little older, you know, we had a couple of apartments together, things like that. Question. So it's fair to say that you were pretty close with answer. Well, out of everybody, I was more close to him because we came in together. Question. All right. Now, at one point, you said that you and Big Dre get linked up with Southside Crips. Is that right? Correct. Question. Can you explain to me how that works? Well, here's the answer. Well, we used to go to all like local basketball games and football games because we still 1 foot out and 1 foot in. And plus Dre's grandmother, I believe it was his grandmother, had a house over there. Question. By over there, you mean in Compton? Answer. Yes. Compton. You know, right off of the outskirts of the neighborhood. And he went to elementary with Orlando, so that's how Orlando knew him. So they just linked back up because seeing each other at the game, things like that. And then Elaine did hear about the little posse or little group that we put together, and it was starting to ring bells in Long Beach. And we find out that Big Dre was the one, the big man of the whole thing. And we started hanging with them after that. Okay, so to give you guys perspective. Sorry, y'all. Somebody came in and gave me the dirtiest look. I'll have to handle them later. These tenants that live here. Hold up, y'all. I'm talking shit. I'm about to get in trouble. Give me 1 second, y'all. I got the dirtiest look right now. These tenants are horrible. Gangster rabbit. I'm telling you, man. These tenants, which includes the children and potentially the significant other, might be homeless by the end of the week. We about to make it. Listen. You gotta assert your, you gotta assert yourself sometimes because these people do too much in this house. Not the tenants. Yes, the loved ones can be the tenants too, Pika. They're the tenants, they're especially tenants when they don't fill up the ice machine. Like, y'all got me messed up. I need iced coffee and I'm out of ice. These tenants, man, they just keep pushing me till they get their eviction notices. Anyways, let's keep going, y'all. Let's keep going. So it says, I got the dirtiest look. I'll have to deal with that later. And by the way, it's like back to school night. When I got to deal with that too. And then school starts this week. Oh, man. Anyways, shout out to us. We'll make it happen. This week's about to be crazy. Okay, so he says, Compton, yeah, I went over there. Okay, so he says, he find out that Big Dre was the one, the big man of the whole thing. And we started hanging out. We started hanging out with them after that. Question, and was there a way that you had to get in good with the Southside Crips? Was there an initiation or anything like that? Okay, that was the question. All right. Let's see. And they're out there in the trial. Okay. Here it is. Yeah, they're outside the courtroom. They're literally outside the courtroom in that footage. Okay. Where'd I leave off at? And he found out Big Dre, okay, the big man of the whole thing. And we started hanging. We started hanging with them after that. Question, and was there a way that you had to get in good with the Southside Crips? Was there an initiation or anything like that? Answer, well, we got initiated. Question, okay, and how does that work? What's the initiation? Well, clearly the DA has never watched Blood In and Blood Out. What's an initiation? Like, how do you get initiated into something? I just buy a bag of ice. I got sick of it. I know BS. I just feel like literally ain't nobody filling it out. It's just me. I might just buy. What am I supposed to buy? A refrigerator for a separate room of the house? Put an ice machine here and leave it here. Y'all are not allowed to touch it. I'm gonna put a lock in it too. That's how I gotta do it. Order in the court, y'all. Behave. I know they never watched Blood In, Blood Out. No, they haven't. It's like, you watch Blood In, Blood Out? How do you not know what an initiation is? Anyways. So he's asked, well, okay, so how does that work? What's the initiation? You fight. Yeah, you fight. Well, you can have, there's a couple of ways you could do it. You can get jumped in, or you have to go put in some work, meaning to do some harm to someone. Okay. And then answer, a rival gang or something. We chose the fighting, he answers. Question, so you got jumped in? Yeah, we got jumped in. Question, did you guys get jumped in separately or together? Well, we got jumped in, so they sized us up. So, of course, Big Dre was a big guy, so he gave us somebody of our statute. They did their thing, and then boom, next see, they did it. It wasn't like the old way where like a bunch of guys will just wail on you because, for one, Orlando said he wasn't going to let that happen because they let Orlando know first before they even approached us about it. So Orlando said, I'll make it happen, but you all are going to give them a heads up. A fade, that's a heads up. Yeah, when you say catching a, y'all have heard that term before, catching a fade, or someone's about to catch it. It's just like a heads up too. It's a fade. You know what I mean? You're not going to pack them out and bottle treatment and those types of things. Okay, question. And so was it the same day that you and Big Dre got jumped in? Answer, yeah, we got jumped in on the same day. Hold up, guys. I got the dog that's bothering. Hold up. That poodle is doing the most. That poodle is doing the most. Okay. So you're not going to be packing them up. Okay. So then he says, yeah, we got jumped in the same day. And then question. And Orlando was actually, like you had mentioned, Orlando kind of helped orchestrate and make sure it wasn't too bad. Answer. He made sure they didn't go overboard. Like, I have seen other people get jumped in our gang. And I mean, get done. Okay. Question. Oh, really? Answer. Yeah. So it was a big help. Let me say that's for sure. Question. So you all were close enough to Orlando that he was at least looking out for you guys. Answer. Yeah, for sure. Okay. Question. I'm going to show you Grand Jury Exhibit 5. Do you recognize the person in Grand Jury Exhibit 5? Okay, he answers, that's Terrence Brown. Okay, so Terrence Brown, y'all remember? Where there's Terrence Brown. Terrence Brown is the driver. Okay, he's the guy on the bottom. He's also gone. You said the dog is a tenant too. He's about to get, he's about to get evicted too. Let me stop talking shit because I might get in trouble. Okay, did Terrence Brown have a nickname? Yeah, T Brown or T Bubbly. Okay, a couple of names? He says, okay, wait, this is the answer. A couple of names. He switched up throughout the years. Okay, then there's a question. Was he a member of the Southside Crips also? Answer, yes, he was. Question. Now, it sounds like, correct me if I'm wrong, you, Orlando, and DeAndre are more or less the same age. Is that correct? Answer. Yeah, we were in the same age bracket. Yes. Question. Was Mr. Brown in your age bracket or a different age bracket? Answer. He was in Keefe D's age bracket. Okay, so then question. And based on what you told me before about 10, 12 years older than you? Answer. Yeah. I think he's about, yeah. Okay, question. Was he one of the older guys, the big homies? That's the question. Was he one of the older guys, the big homies? Answer. As far as T Brown, yeah, he was, yeah. Question. All right, I want to ask you a little bit about the Southside Crip generally. Did you guys have any main rivals back in the mid-90s? Okay, here we go. Main rivals. Hold up, y'all. Let's see if I could change this because I want to go and take us to what is relevant. Here we go. We'll put a little bit of art of dialogue while this is playing in the background, but of course we're not playing that. Big rivals, okay? Did you guys have any main rivals back in the mid-90s? Answer. Yeah, we had a few, mostly Bloods at the time, Looters Park Mob Pyru, Treetop Pyru, Hollywood's Pyru, everything that was on the side of the Compton as far as Bloods. That's who we had. Our main one was the mob, and that was the one. And so Mob Pyru was the main rivalry, but any Blood gang would be a rival. That's the question. Answer. Right. Correct. On that side of Compton. Okay. Question. Now, while in the mid-90s, were you familiar with somebody, the rapper known as Tupac Shakur? Answer. Yes. Question. Okay. Now, did you become aware of him joining a record label? Answer. Yes. When he joined Death Row Records. Question. To your knowledge, as somebody who was in a gang, to your knowledge, was Death Row Records associated with any gangs out of Compton? Answer. Yeah, they were the mob. Yeah, that whole situation was the mob. Okay, look at this. This is a question that the attorney asks. Okay. Hold up. This is a good question, important question. He says to him, how come I can't highlight it? Here we go. Oh my gosh. Highlight. Okay, I guess I can't. Whatever. We'll have to pin that. To your knowledge, as somebody who was in a gang, to your knowledge, was Death Row Records associated with any gang out of Compton? Answer. Yeah, they were the mob. Yeah. That was that whole situation was the mob. Question. Okay. And by that you mean Mob Pyru? Answer. Mob Pyru. Yes, correct. Question. And that was the Blood Gang you guys had a real issue with at the time. Answer. Yes, correct. Question. Now, are you familiar with who the head of Death Row Records was? Answer. Yes, Marion Suge Knight. Question. Marion Suge Knight. And were you aware of his affiliations as well? Answer. Yeah, yeah. Let's see. Yeah. Hold up. And were you aware of his affiliations as well? Answer. Was I aware of his affiliations? Question. Yeah. Answer. Yeah, everybody that knew him knew that's where he was from. Okay. Question. And we're being from meaning Looters Park Mob Pyru. Okay, that was his answer. So he gives like the whole he's not gonna let me highlight. I don't know why. He gives basically the whole, affiliation. Question. Now, is it fair to say that Mob Pyru was closely associated with Death Row Records and Tupac Shakur? Answer. Yes. Question. And so Mob Pyru was hanging out with a lot of the rap artists and R&B artists at the time. Answer. Yeah, there was a lot of the artists, but yeah, that's what they were doing. Question. Now, during that time period, were the Southside Crips hanging out with any rappers? Answer. We didn't start hanging. Well, we did hang. We did have a couple different rappers come around. But I'm talking about as far as really dealing with them, no. You know, we dealt with Redman before. Oh, Redman name dropped. Redman enters the chat. And actually, Orlando Anderson and Keefe D, who doesn't remember anything, they were in a music video. They were in like one of Redman's music video very, very early on. Okay. I think he talks about it too. Okay. We dealt with Redman before. A couple other people that you all probably don't know. It's like, y'all don't know these people. Like, there's a couple people where you guys probably don't even know. Okay. Yeah. Redman enters the chat. But one of the main ones was Redman, he says. He did a music video. Oh, there it is. He did a music video in our neighborhood before which Orlando was in the video and everything. You see Orlando Anderson, Baby Lane Anderson in that music video. Oh my God, what was the name of the music video? It was like one of the earlier ones. Y'all can find it on YouTube. He says he was pretty young then too, okay? Did you guys ever have any affiliation or did you ever hang out with members of Bad Boy Records? Answer. Yes, yeah. Question. Who in particular? Answer. Well, we hung out with Biggie, Little C's. It was a group called Total at the time that was part of the Bad Boy. We hung out with them. The whole Bad Boy basically lineup besides Little Kim. Kim does not enter the chat. Never ever seen Little Kim personally or with them. Okay, so Little Kim is not here, all right? Little Kim is not here. Rabbit, I meant to say you take me all the way back. Girl, I'm so happy. I'm telling you, I'm having like, flashbacks of the thing, just thinking of this time frame, man, because it was really that long ago. It's crazy. The whole Bad Boy crew, except Little Kim. Little Kim wasn't around. And the people that weren't like minors, I guess, were around because you had Foxy Brown at some point, right? Crazy work. Okay, let's keep going. Answer. Yeah. Okay. Who in particular? Well, okay, so he says not Little Kim. And then question. And so by Biggie, you're talking about Notorious B.I.G. Christopher Wallace? Answer. Correct. Question. Were you aware of who the head of Bad Boy Records was at the time? Answer. Yeah, most definitely. Question. Who was that? Answer. That was Puff. Sean Puffy Combs. Question. And then did you ever hang out at a party with Mr. Combs? Answer. I've been to a hotel party. Was it a white party? Here you go. Question. Was it common or uncommon for Southside Crips to provide protection for Bad Boy artists when they were out in California? Answer, yeah, it became, it became on a regular basis when they come around. They did one out here too. They did show out here that we provided, protection. So there you go, guys. So in the Mopreme lawsuit that we were reading this morning, Mopreme outlines that, like, you had Southside Cribs providing protection to Bad Boy Records, and then you had Death Row Records with Mob Piru, right? So, like, Diddy had, according to these lawsuits and this statement, that they had hired, don't hire security, I guess, I don't know. Hire gang members, eventually things are going to clash. Things are going to go out. And they did, right? They did. You said the baby oil enters the chats. Oh, man. It's the whole baby oil crew. Lord have mercy. Okay. He says, it became a regular basis when they came around. They did one out here too. Okay. Now it says, and when you're talking about this type of protection, you're talking about the Southside Crips providing protection for Bad Boy Records. Answer, right. They were scared of Suge, Who was scared of Suge? Look at this. When the prosecutor asked the question, and when you're talking about this type of protection, you're talking about the Southside Crips providing protection for the Bad Boy Records. Answer, right. They were scared of Suge, Oh. So question. Oh, so they were scared of a particular threat? And that threat was, answer, yeah, that was the only threat they were worried about was Suge. Suge has entered the chat, y'all. Oh, Suge is kind of, listen, I don't know about you. Was it Vanilla Ice that he hung from a balcony too? Where did something about Vanilla Ice? Do y'all remember that story? I think it was a real thing. That poor Vanilla Ice, man, he had him hanging from his, pants or something like that. Something happened. I heard about it as a rumor, but then I heard it was confirmed. Was it it was Vanilla Ice, right? He was trying to make Vanilla Ice sign his thing. Here's the deal about Suge Knight. Suge Knight was not a good guy, okay? And he was unapologetic about it, to be quite honest. I think a lot of people knew that. Like, he wasn't, I'll never forget when, may he rest in peace, Eazy-E. Like, even joking about any kind of infecting of the house in Virginia type of virus to anybody, like, even that, I don't know, I feel some that way. I know it said that he retracted, but I don't think that was, I think he had to. I'm telling you that the reach of Suge Knight was scary for so many individuals. A lot of people would take back a lot of the state. Like, there was people out here. Even Eazy-E, he had a lot of people worried, if that makes sense. There's a lot of people that were able to walk away from Death Row Records in one piece, that were smart enough to walk away, but some folks were not. So I'm not surprised if he didn't retract or change his mind about this statement. But yeah, that's what I have to say. You say y'all are so funny. I thought the dude was 6'4" or taller. He's only 6'2". He's a big guy. But yeah, he played football. So there's that. All right, and it further goes, okay? He says, yeah, the gang affiliation not only, hold up, where did I leave off at? Okay. So they were scared of Suge Knight. Then they questioned, okay, is it fair to say that some of that threat also came from Suge's gang affiliation? The Mob Piru people. Answer, yes, the gang affiliation. And not only that, but Tupac going to death row and telling them that. You know, Biggie and them, I mean, Puff and Biggie and them had something to do with, look at this. I mean, Puff and Biggie, them had something to do with it when he got shot up first. You know, the first time. How does he know this? It further says, he really believed that they did. They probably did. I don't know. Okay, now he takes it back. He's like, I don't know. But that's right there added fuel to the fire. So it was like anytime that any death row affiliates or anything that anything that dealt with death row, if they see anybody from Bad Boy, it can all go bad, you know? So again, Dirt Rock here, this is the witness for the grand jury. Okay, the guy in the blue, he says they believed. Tupac believed that. And I think he was pretty vocal. He believed that they had something to do with the Quad Studio shooting, right? And then here's somebody that's close to that. So they were afraid. They had protection. So, I mean, each label got their gang members, I guess. I don't know, okay? And then question. And so is it fair to say that this rivalry was fairly well known in the media? A lot of talk both in the media industry, just kind of well known in the streets as well? Answer, yes, it started the whole West Coast, East Coast thing, you know, right off the top, like bam. Question, and you're talking about rap beef. Answer, the rap beef of it, yeah. Question, and then when it came to the gang issues, you already had Mob Piru and Southside Crips, which were national rivalries outside of the music industry. Answer, outside the music industry. Question, and then you also had them now associated with various rap groups, Mob Piru being associated with Death Row Records, and Southside Crips now being associated with, answer, with Bad Boy. Question, with Bad Boy? Okay. Answer, right. He's answering a lot for the grand jury, wouldn't you say? Question, okay, did that or did that not escalate? Answer, oh yeah, it escalated for sure. It escalated. One thing about it is, what a lot of people don't know is Keefe D, before Suge Knight got the record company, it was going to be called West Coast Bad Boy. Look at this. This is why I highlighted this. This is some tea right here that is not in Keefe D's book. Right here. One thing about it is, what a lot of people don't know is that Keefe D, before Suge Knight got the record company, it was going to be called West Coast Bad Boy. He was going to get the money that Suge got from the same person Suge got it from. But Keefe didn't know nothing about that world, so Keefe was hesitant to dabble in it, so he was taking his time. Okay. And that's when Suge came up and swept, you know, went under him and got it because they knew each other. Suge and Keefe know each other. So yeah, when he heard that Keefe wasn't taking advantage of the situation, he came right on in and he took advantage of that situation. Interesting, right? Because Keefe never talks about that in his book. He just says that he knew Suge Knight from somewhere. Like he knew him from the area, like he was well known. You know, he played football, they might have known each other. But wherever they got the money from to start this recording studio, Keefe was supposed to start one too. But notice how it says Keefe, Bad Boy West Coast. So there was supposed to be a Bad Boys West Coast and then one in East Coast. Ain't that some interesting? I was like, huh? That's new information. Unless you historians know more than I do, which you probably do. Because again, you know, this is something I did not know. I did not know. You said, I feel like I read that in a Vibe magazine or something back in the day, but I didn't know it mentioned names. Wouldn't that be? I mean, because you would have to wonder, right? What would have been, besides the gang rivalry, like what else would have been a reason I guess money would have been a reason to take out Suge Knight too, right? If he's your rival company and everything. But this is something else because it's like, well, this would have given Keefe D motive. Like, you took my idea. I was hesitant to start it. He was already the big guy in, the rug trade. But this is an interesting point, and I don't see a lot of people pointing this out. I've never heard this before until this. So, it further goes. Question. And you know this based partly on your conversations with Keefe D and conversations that were had around Keefe D? He says, right. Question. All right. Now, when it came to providing security and managing the relationship or managing Southside Crips relationships with Bad Boy, who would be the person that was running that type of relationship? Answer. As far as, okay, well, Keefe ran the relationship. Question. Keefe? Yeah. Keefe D ran the relationship with them, and then it trickled down to Orlando. Question. Answer. And we were part of Orlando's circle, so that's where the security part came in. That's part of what's going on. He was like, don't worry, my nephew, ba 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 boom. And that's how we got, engaged to everything through Keefe. So what Dirt Rock is saying is that he wasn't like a direct person to Keefe, but it was through Orlando, right? Because he was closer to Orlando. Okay. Interesting. Further goes. So it's through Keefe to Orlando that you were part of Orlando's clique. Answer. Yeah, it's like a tree, man. He describes it as a tree. He's up there, and then it goes down all the way down to the soldiers. That's what they called each other, the soldiers, right? Question. And Orlando and Big Dre were kind of like soldiers? That's the question. Answer. Yeah, Orlando, but he was, but wasn't. Orlando, he was a soldier, but if he wanted to be at times, you know what I mean? Like, it was like he was high. At that age, he was up there, He had a lot of money too. So he didn't have to do as much as we did. But yeah, he was definitely, if he was, in this world today, he would say he was a soldier regardless. That's what he would say. So what Dirt Rock is saying here is like, because of his Orlando's relation to Keefe D being the uncle, he didn't have to put in a lot of work, right? Because he was already kind of like born to it, if you think about it that way. Like, you don't have to do a lot of work. You're already born into it. So it's kind of like that, right? Keep in mind. Oh, BJ's coming. Shout out to BJ. Oh my goodness. Hopefully she got the court paperwork I send her. Oh, BJ Ray, shout out to BJC Ray. Thank you. Shout out to BJ. Y'all hit the like button, please, and thank you. My camera's about to die. We're just reviewing some of the interviews. I might have to turn it off so before it like completely goes off, y'all. Hold up, y'all. Give me 1 second. I think it's just warming up. It needs a break, which is fine. Sometimes it warms up and it needs a break. We'll use the camera on the computer for a minute. Give me 1 second. Un segundito, por favor. Okay. Y'all. All right. So, let me see if I can make myself smaller so I can read this, okay? 1 second. So, I mean, it's like an interesting dynamic, I would say, right? It's like, oh, y'all can see me? Okay, y'all can see my sweaty face too. I am sweating now. I've been running around a lot all day. All right, so then he says, okay, which way am I paying attention? Okay, right here. Shout out to BJ. BJ, thank you for the raid. Thank you, BJ. Shout out to you, love. Shout out to BJ. Thank you, guys. Okay, so then it further goes. Yeah, it's like a tree. So this is Dirt Rock describing this situation as a tree. Like, it kind of trickles down, right? He's up there, and then it goes down all the way down to the soldiers. Question, and you and Orlando and Big Dre were kind of like the soldiers. Answer, yeah, Orlando. He was, but wasn't. Okay, we answered that. He describes what it was. Question, okay, all right. Now, I'm going to direct your attention, given that whole context, I'm going to direct your attention to an incident that occurred on September of 1996 at Lakewood Mall. Now, here we go to the mall situation, which Mopreme talks about it in the lawsuit. The lawyer, the DA asks, are you familiar? Dirt Rock answers, yeah, I'm familiar. I'm very familiar with it. Question, were you at the Lakewood Mall incident? Answer, yes, I was. Question, and you know what I'm talking about, right? Answer, yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Question, so tell me about this Lakewood Mall incident from September of 1996. Answer, okay, we had one of our homeboys from our neighborhood was going to go off to play football. Question, for college or something? Answer, yeah, for college. Keefe D gave him some money, and he was like, man, make sure he gets everything he needs, da 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 da. And we were with him. He said, you all go with him. Make sure he's good, you know? Look, this is what I was telling you guys earlier. It's kind of like, yeah, Keefe D, drugs, give you all that, but he was kind of like the Robin Hood of the situation. If you look at, think about, Pablo Escobar in Colombia. Pablo Escobar in Colombia, right? There's some people that see Pablo Escobar, Uncle Escobar, as a hero. Why? Because even though he was, transporting and doing all the trafficking, he was helping certain aspects of his country in various communities. So all that money, all that blood money was going back to the community, right? This is no different than that. It's kind of like, all right, so Keefe D is here helping people go to college, young people. And it's been said that, he actually helped a lot of young people go to college, as bad as things were. But this is that dynamic. It's a Robin Hood dynamic. A bad guy can also be viewed as a good guy in the community. Same with the real Rick Ross. There you go. There you go. And this is what I'm saying. Hi, Miss Amber. How are you? So what I'm saying is it's always fascinating when you look at the psychology of that, right? That is like you have people that have been charged with horrific crimes, but that use that kind of money to put it back into the community, and then the community is conflicted by that. So this is an example of that. All right. So it says, question, what does that mean? Make sure you're with him. Make sure he's good. Dirt Rock answers, well, because people still knew that he was from Southside. We didn't want him by himself with $4,000 on him. Oh, sorry, y'all. With $4,000 on him. You know what I mean? It's just, it was more, Keefe was more like protecting his, what's the word you call it? His investment, basically. So, you all go with him, make sure he's good, gets what he needs, gets back over here so that he can get on up out there or out here. Okay, so then the DA asks, in your observation, would Keefe provide money to various athletes that were going to go to college, play sports in the neighborhood? Answer, yeah, a couple of them, yeah. See, told y'all. Okay, question. None of that was unusual to you? Answer, no, it wasn't. It wasn't. Because he always felt like he was an agent of something anyways. You know what I mean? Like, oh yeah, like I got these players. But yeah, no, that's not out of the ordinary for him. Okay. Question. So what happened when you're at the Lakewood Mall? Answer. Okay, so we were getting to the mall. Question. And actually, I'm sorry, before we get to that point. So it's you. Do you remember what the football player's name was? Answer, yeah, he's now deceased. His name is Marcus Hunter. By the way, I try to look him up. He's not anybody that I would say that I know or anything like that, just so people are aware. Question, so it's you, Marcus Hunter. Who else is going to the mall with you? Answer, Orlando. 2 other homies named Saki and Hawk. Okay. And one of the other homies named Blue Rag. There was like 1 or 2 other homies, but not from, what I mean. It's been a long time, but question, fair to say a couple more. Answer, a couple more, yeah. We were about 7 or 8 deep in the mall. Yeah, 7 or 8 deep in the mall. Question, and then while you're at the mall, do you all notice something that caused further events to occur? Answer, yeah. Well, we were coming from one end, and death row affiliates were coming from the other end of the mall. We could see them, malls wide open. You could see them. They had death row hats and death row shirts and the chains and all the memorabilia, that they wear. We see them. We already knew what it was going to be. They screamed out death row, and I could already see it in my mind playing this. Death row! And then somebody else on the other side of the mall. Southside Cribs. Like, I don't know why this is playing in my head, because I feel like I can already see this play out. They screamed out death row, and we screamed out Southside. And that's when everything just collided. Question, and by colliding, just so we can envision what you're talking about running at each other, just throwing punches? What's happening? Answer, no. We didn't run at each other, but we're walking towards each other, while everyone's yelling out Southside Compton, da da da, and when we got close enough to them, the homie Marcus Hunter, that's when we see Trevin. Is it Trevin or Trayvon? I think it's Trevin. They played football together, have ties. And he grabbed a chain and hit him and knocked him basically out for a second. Question. And I'm sorry, you keep saying that he and him, so it's hard to keep track. Answer. Okay. Well, Marcus Hunter grabbed Trevon's chain and hit him. And when he hit him, that's when the whole brawl spilled over from that. Question. I'm going to show you Grand Jury Exhibit 6. Do you recognize the person in Grand Jury Exhibit 6? Answer, yes, I do. Question, who's that? That's Trevon. Is it Trayvon or Trevon? Trevon. That's Trevon. Question, okay, now Trevon was part of the death row group. Am I saying that correctly? Did I say Trevon? Anyways, I know it's like it's playing in a movie in my head. Trayvon. That's what I thought it was. Trayvon, not Trevon. Is it misspelled correctly? Trayvon. Thank you. They're spelling it Trevon. Trevon. No Y. So it's Trayvon. That's what I thought. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the correction, y'all. Appreciate it. Trayvon. Question. Okay, now Trayvon was part of the death row group. Answer. Yeah, he was actually from the mob. Question. So he's actually a blood member? Answer. Yeah, before the death row stuff, he's a real member. Question. Okay, so he's a real member of Mob Piru. Answer. Right. Question. And he was representing death row as well. Answer, right. That's who gave him the job. Suge and them. Yeah, he was representing them. Question, okay. So then Marcus Hunter and him Marcus Hunter grabbed Trayvon's. Answer, he says, death row chain. So basically in this fight, the chain gets grabbed. The death row chain gets grabbed, okay? Question, chain. And then also punched him? Answer, yeah, simultaneously. Okay, question. And as a result of this whole brawl occurs. Answer, yeah, we were full out fighting in the mall. People screaming and running. It spilled over to the Foot Locker. They had to rebuild a whole Foot Locker. They had to rebuild it. It was torn up. We were battered. We were bruised and battered. It was a real fight, not the Foot Locker. The Foot Locker. Yes, Arius. The trial is set to begin on the 17th. This is just jury selection. Dang. That poor foot, not the Foot Locker. That's what I said. Not the Foot Locker. Literally. Literally. All right. Apparently you can spell a name and grammatically incorrect and then pronounce it differently. It's ridiculous. Aries girl, I am from the Hooked on Phonics era. So yeah, I could totally see myself. I have a lot of mispronunciation issues in my language. So I do apologize if I mispronounce something. I promise you I'm not doing it on purpose. Not the baby oil crew at the Foot Locker. It's giving me flashbacks. You know, the Foot Locker, that's where everything was at, though. I mean, come on now. And on top of that, they had to rebuild the whole Foot Locker on top of that. Man, I wonder if anyone took some shoe. You know what? I would have. I'd be like, especially if I was a teenager, I'd be like, ooh, run. Well, don't forget, I mean, when all the looting happened, I mean, this is around the time that I was living in California during the LA riots. All that looting that happened, man, it was not safe at all. So it wouldn't surprise me if anybody ran away with some shoes out there and didn't get caught. Okay. I'm thinking back of times, y'all. Okay. Question. So how does that situation end? Answer, it don't. It don't. Now, Patrick, how you regular Foot Locker or ladies Foot Locker? Lord have mercy. Now, see, you be getting into these details. I'm not even the DA. I don't know. It just said Foot Locker. I can't with you, man. Hit the like button, please and thank you. I know, tearing up the Foot Locker is wild. All right, so the situation doesn't end, okay? Situation doesn't end. It further goes. Question. So at some point, you all leave the Foot Locker. So how does that end? Answer. No, yeah, because the sheriff came and we basically outnumbered who came. Question. Okay. Answer. So they just was like, they didn't arrest anybody. They just like, get out of here. And you know, of course, they're going to do their homework later, you know, but they just wanted us to get out of there. You know what I mean? So we did, and we went our separate ways and got in the car. And, you know, of course, we were calling up, telling the homies in the neighborhood to watch out that we just got jumped into with these guys, and we got his this death row chain, and they're coming. So that's how they put the 411 out there. They say, hey, they're coming. They're coming. No worries, love. You said, no, you're fine. I always say that I'm hooked on phonics. You're not offending me. I promise. Thank you. You said, it's crazy work, but I mean, this was the way, you know? It was the way. Oh, Lord have mercy. Now, Andrew Jones, because it didn't happen. They're adding extra sauce. The Foot Locker incident didn't happen? Did the MGM happen or no? Let me know. Shout out to you. Okay. So I want to talk about... Okay, so they got up and they said, they started calling people. So it says question. So I want to talk about a little bit more about that. So you all leaving, and you had mentioned something about death row chain. Did you guys actually grab the death row chain? Answer, we actually grabbed the chain. I don't know what everyone else thinks, but we actually had the chain. Okay. Question. Now, who had the chain? Excuse me. Hold up. Did I misread that? He said, we actually grabbed the chain. I don't know. Here it is. I don't know what everyone else thinks, but we actually grabbed the chain. Yeah, we actually had the chain. Okay, there it is. Question. Now, who had the chain? Answer, at one point, Marcus had it, Marcus Hunter. Once we got the neighborhood, you know, we talked to Keefe. Well, I didn't talk to Keefe, but, you know, they talked to Keefe and they went and they met with Keefe. See, Dirt Rock is the one, again, he says he's an affiliate of the Crips, okay, Southside Crips. And he talks about, like, it's not, his proximity to Keefe is directly through Orlando, right? He's closer to them. They've been around. But he's telling us here that when all this went down, he didn't directly talk to Keefe. He says, I didn't talk to Keefe, but you know, they talked to Keefe and they went and met with Keefe. Okay? So, answer. So you weren't part of that conversation. Excuse me. Question. So you weren't part of that conversation. Answer. No, I wasn't part of the conversation because honestly, I think if I remember right, it went through Orlando. Okay? And then he further answers, you know, I mean, Orlando went to Keefe. Question. So I don't want to talk about anything that happened there because you weren't at that situation where Keefe, okay, answer. No, I don't know anything. Yeah. All I know is 10 grand came up for the chain. But other than that, I don't know the conversation. 10 grand came up for the chain. Okay? There you go. Can I ask you, was there any like symbolic value for the gang to have a death row chain? Like, did that mean anything? I'm pretty sure it did. Hell yeah, it meant something. You stole one of the chains. That was a huge deal. He says, yeah, that's like somebody's crown or taking their, it means something. Question, yeah? Answer, that's, for a rival gang to have something like that, you know what I mean? Says your guy's logo, everything that proves that we took that. Yeah, the chain thing happened. Oh, absolutely. Literally. He says, and then he further goes, yeah, it helped a lot. It helped a lot. And there's a lot of repercussions after that too. Question. So is it fair to say that the result of the chain getting taken, what you had already said was an escalated situation, escalated even more? Answer. Oh, it blew up. It blew up. I mean, within 24 hours, there were shootings everywhere. Okay. There were shootings everywhere, he says. We couldn't go, to the neighborhood stores, instead of going, this is a neighborhood you grow up in, so you can go to the neighborhood store by yourself. That's what it says. Like, you can't even do any of that. At this point, you couldn't. You had to have a few people waiting in the car, a couple jump with you. You're watching your back. It's a real critical thing, right? At that time, it says right here, real critical at that point. Question, is it fair to say that it was kind of like a war zone? Answer, oh, definitely a war zone. It was definitely a war zone. Question, now I'm going to fast forward to the incident where Tupac was shot and subsequently killed. Are you familiar with the incident? He says, yes, I am. Question, now did you go to Vegas that weekend? He says, no. I was supposed to go out there, but we got raided for fighting stuff, in the Lakewood Mall. Okay? He says he couldn't go. And then he says, in the Lakewood Mall, I got caught up in that little web, so I didn't get to attend. Now, I've been to other fights. That's why I know I would have been there if I wouldn't have gotten arrested. Question, so you had gone to other fights out here in Vegas? Answer, right, correct. Question, and do you remember like a fighter that you went to see out here in Vegas? Answer, I went to see McNeely and Mike Tyson fight. Question, now in that instance, how did you guys get tickets? Answer, Keefe D. Okay, this is interesting because we talked about Keefe D said it in his memoir about, having accessibility to tickets. Mopreem talks about it in the lawsuit that Keefe D, was getting tickets. He actually mentions this part of the transcript in his lawsuit. Okay, in the estate. So there's that. But also Keefe talks about this in the book. So there's a lot of correlations here that, for Keefe to walk back now, I mean, look, I don't know, man. I don't know. You said, y'all okay in the chat? Let me know. Bottom line, all I care about is Tupac. He was the only one good this time, and he deserves justice. Hopefully one day. It said, it's a lot of information, a lot of stuff they were getting themselves into. All right, hold up, y'all, because I might have to head out here because school starts this week, so we might have to finish this tomorrow while we cover day 2 of jury selection. And by the way, I also have the second transcript. So they met 5 times. So we have day 1 and we have day 2. We need to get day 3, just to get acclimated to the trial, okay? So it says question. And so Keefe D, did you go just you and Keefe D or answer? Okay, so he's asking him about the tickets. And then he's asking him, did you just go, you and Keefe D? Answer, no. It never happened that way. It was very rare that we would travel with them, like in the same car or the same whatever. So Dirt Rock is saying, like, I never really traveled with Keefe D like that because maybe there was like he was only close to the soldiers, the younger guys, right? And then he says, they would always be in front of us and we would be behind them, or we'll just get the tickets like, okay, Keefe would be like, give it to Lane and then Lane would distribute the tickets to us. Okay, question. And you mentioned earlier that Keefe was the money guy. So would he be the one with the cash to get you guys? Answer, yeah, he bought all the tickets to all the stuff. Question, did he ever like go through Ticketmaster or go to? Answer, no. He didn't go to Ticketmaster. He had a booster. That was one of the best I ever seen. Okay. There's not a game, a fight, or nothing that Keefe wouldn't attend. There you go, guys. He's getting all these tickets to all these events. And I'm talking about front row seats type stuff. And how that guy gets the tickets, I don't know. But he was a well-known person in the scalper industry. The people that sell the tickets outside, like, aren't they called ticket scalpers? He says, okay. The DA says, okay. And then he further goes, okay. So, yeah, the tickets were, sometimes he used to get tickets that we didn't even know to events that were coming. This is going on, and all of a sudden we were going, so yeah, we had someone that was in that world, the scalping world, and able to get tickets and stuff. Question, all right, so you're in jail. Question, while your friends and the big homies are out to see a fight, is that right? Correct. And was that the Mike Tyson and Bruce Seldon fight? Yes. And this is the weekend of September 7th, 1996? Yes. And so is this pretty shortly after the Lakewood Mall fight? Yeah. That's one reason why it really spilled over here. That you know what I mean. That's the reason why. Question. Now, fair to say, because you were in jail, you didn't see or participate in any of the events that occurred around the Tupac Shakur killing, correct? Answer, no, I didn't. But your friends were out here during that time. Correct, my circle. Question, and your tight circle included Orlando Anderson. Right. Question, when you were in jail, did you see about the fight that occurred after the Mike Tyson and Seldon fight? Answer, actually, yeah, I did. At the time, when, I don't know if you're familiar with, as far as gangs and stuff, as far as how they go. But if you're documented as a Crip, Blood, or something, they take you to those modules. So I was in a Crip module where it's nothing but Crips. But I was wondering why gang came to me, myself. They're like, boom, turn around. I'm like, what's going on, man? He was just like, we just want to show you something. So they took me to a room similar to looking like this with just computers and stuff like that. And they set me down and they said, you're not going to like what you're about to see, Blaze. I didn't even know what they were going to show me. I didn't know if it was something going on with my family, anything. I don't know what they were going to show me. What they were about to show me, he says. So he showed me, and that's when I seen the fight. This is before it was even on the news. I seen it. Look at that. So he saw the MGM fight before it was even on the news. This is what Dirt Rock is saying. He said he saw this. Because back then they had modules, right? And so that's how they would separate the gangs. He's telling us that he saw the fight before it even made it in the news. How that happened, I don't know. Especially in 1996. It further goes. It says, okay, you know. And then question, and the fight you're talking about is an altercation between Orlando Anderson and members of Death Row. Is that fair? Correct. Question. No, I'm going to. He says, no, I'm going to show you what's been marked as a grand jury exhibit number 8. You said you've seen this many times before. Is that right? Answer. Yes, correct. Question. It's fair to say that some portions of this are even on the internet. Is that right? Answer, yeah, certain things I seen is not on the internet. Look at this. He says, yeah, certain things I seen is not on the internet. There are certain things he's seen that are not on the internet. It's interesting. Question. Okay, I'm going to pause it here real quick. What are we looking at right here? What's going on here? Answer, death row guys jumping Orlando. Question. Now, so the death row guys, or the death rows are jumping Orlando. You've been affiliated with the gangs, and you understand you're in the heat of this during this time. Is this something that might happen in retaliation for a chain getting stolen? Answer, of course. Yes. Question, is it something you might even expect to happen for a chain getting stolen? Yes, if not worse, he says. Question, I'm going to continue to play. So there's a video that he's showing him. You know, we probably, as the public, never saw the full MGM video, because if Dirt Rock is saying that he's seen things that haven't even been released to the public, and these people, I mean, the internet wasn't what it was in 1996, what it is in 2026, right? So there's something here. I find this to be interesting. And then he says, now, from your observation, what did that appear to be like in terms of, was it a 1-to-1 fade, or was it? He responds, no, they jumped him. Question, and that's something that happens sometimes in gang situations? Answer, yeah, the majority of the time. Question, all right, now in your experience, if somebody does this to a member of the Southside Crips, is there repercussions that needs to happen? Answer, yep, something has to happen. All right. Question, and why do you say something has to happen? Answer, it's the world of gangs. If you don't retaliate to a situation that happened or occurred, especially in the magnitude of this, you know what I mean? And to the person that you did it to, that's the whole key. It depends on the person who the person is, it depends on who the person is. You know, a lot of homeboys get beat up, come back, oh man, they got me, and a lot of homeboys won't even run to their aid like that. Okay, if we catch him, you know. But if you're at a certain level, it's going to happen. And then it says right here that the witness snapped like this, and people are going to, you're going to do something. It's going to happen. Okay, the video stops at 20:52 and 39 seconds. Do you see somebody wearing a Dan Marino jersey? Answer, yeah, that's my buddy, Orlando Anderson. Question, and was he the person that was getting beat up at the MGM? Answer, yes. Question, okay. Now, we already talked about Orlando Anderson being the nephew of Keefe D, and I think you described him as somebody in the gang world, had the silver spoon, was born with the silver spoon in his mouth in the gang world, okay? Right. This is what Dirt Rock says. So, him getting beat down by Mal Pyru and Death Row, was that going to necessitate a reaction by the Southside Crips? Answer, for sure it was. Question, and if we're being honest, if you were out there, would that have caused you to even have a reaction, a certain kind of way? Answer, most certainly. Question, while you were in jail or after? Well, how long were you in jail? Answer, it was only a couple days. Okay. Question, did you meet with any of your friends that were in Vegas that weekend? Answer, well, me and Dre were living together at the time, Big Dre. And then I met, with Orlando. And his arm was like in a sling because they had dislocated his shoulder, which his shoulder was already messed up, where when they used to get in fights, he'd throw his shoulder sometimes. But during that altercation, it popped. So he would always keep a sling. Everywhere we go, cars, everything, he'd keep one because sometimes he never went through to get the surgery after all that. So yeah, I linked up with them, and I didn't link up with Keefe. Okay, he keeps saying he never linked up with Keefe, which I find Dirt Rock saying that. Is it because would that then implicate him into something? Like he's being very careful here. He's like, no, I didn't leak up. Nothing. Is there evidence that this ever happened? I don't know. He said, I seen Keefe and T. Brown. Okay, T. Brown is Terrence, okay? Terrence Brown. The driver. Okay? But, they got to the hood, once they was with us for a few minutes, they went and did them because, Keefe lived in the hood too. So he went around to his house and, chilled. But I was around Big Dre in Orlando. Okay. Question. Since you and Big Dre lived together, did you ever have a conversation with Big Dre about what went down this weekend? Answer. Yeah, he told me what happened. Question. And when did he tell you what happened? Like, did it happen right when he came back? Answer. No, we weren't around anymore. It was just us at home. When we left the neighborhood, we went home. We lived in Hearthrow at that time, and we went there, and, we were just sitting here, like, we'll just be talking, just talking. I'm like, man, that's messed up how they did Lane. And he was like, yeah, man, this happened, and and we seen them, and we was going to the 662 club. Okay. Question. And so wait, I'm going to break this down a little bit because he's talking all over. It's weird. Was it weird for Orlando Anderson to be by himself, given the fact that you were all in kind of this situation? Answer. It was. Because we move in groups. You know what I mean? Like, that was very, especially with him not having Big Dre with them. Now, we all don't walk to the restroom with them. It would have been Big Dre. Big Dre honestly asked him. Like, when he said that he was going to the restroom and Dre's like, oh, I'm going to go too, And Lane told him, nah, man, I'm going to go. And I got it. You stay right here. You know what I mean? I don't know what Lane was thinking. He knew that death row people were there. That's for sure. He knew that. Okay, I'm going to stop right here. Ooh, because I got to stop, y'all. I'm exhausted. Okay, I can't even highlight that. Page 50, line 13. Okay, so again, day one of the grand jury. This is Dirt Rock, and let me remove this. This Dirt Rock, the guy in the blue, he's talking about everybody here, okay? So hopefully people understand, like, who and who is what by my little graph right there. Page 50, 13, line 13. I gotta figure out why I can't. Grand jury transcripts. Okay. Oh, man. Let me shout out some people, y'all. I can't. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, well, he's still an affiliate to the Crips. I said, well, what happens when somebody testifies to the grand jury? I mean, doesn't that kind of make you a snitch? I don't know. When I want to talk, he says nothing. But it seems like as soon as I start listening to Rabbit, he does. He's got a lot to say to you, Mar. He's got a lot to say to you. I'm just saying. I mean, he must have had to have done a deal, like immunity or something, because it's like he keeps wanting to distance himself from Keefe D. And when you're reading it, it's like, why is this guy always saying this? Oh, did he work up a deal too? It almost makes you wonder that could very well be the case, that he worked up a deal or something. I can't think of anything else because it's like, whoa, ain't that interesting the way that you're acting too? Okay, do you? I don't know. But yes, okay. Hey, you guys, it's Molly again. Thank you so much for the jewels and the finger heart. Thank you, Mar. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships. All right, y'all. I am gonna call it a day because I'm exhausted. Thank you, Mar, for gifting. I will be back mañana in the morning. Set your Palm Pilots. Because this is day 1, and we're going to do day 2 tomorrow if we get to it. The transcripts aren't that bad. I mean, I think it was the other ones. Maybe it's because Beth Silverman, she's so, so she's got a lot more narrative in there. It's a little bit with the details on that other one. So it shouldn't be too bad. Y'all, but I got to get some rest. So they're talking about him potentially taking the stand, and they're going to be painful. It's like the episode of South Park with Butters saying, you know what I mean, 3,000 times an hour. I don't think he would be a good witness. Thank you, Mar. I'm going to try to do my best, y'all. I really am. All I ask you guys is to hit the like button, support, and share, please. And thank you. I appreciate it. You say, I feel your pain. 25 years of massage therapist, so painful. My gloves are an extension of my hands, and that's my point. Gotcha. But I will see you guys. We'll finish this mañana for sure. Thank you. Thank you. Y'all hit the like button. Okay. And I'll see you guys mañana. Bye, guys. Bye, bye, bye. Bye, guys.